Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias a todos, amigos and amigas. Welcome to Spain. Welcome to Andalusia, and a warm welcome to the karting center of Campillos, a place where history of karting is about to be made, as for the first time the OK and OK Junior classes are about to compete for champions of the future. The final round of the 2021 season of the series promoted by RGMMC is about to take place here in the beautiful south of Spain. This is the first time that the best karting drivers in the world in those two classes will get to compete in racing mode. They had a bit of a practice coming to this event, but this will be pretty much a new challenge for everybody. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. This is my pleasure to be with you this weekend to host the final of Champions of the Future, with the qualifying heats about to get going in just a few minutes, 5 minutes past 11 local time here in Spain. We had already some busy schedule yesterday with the practice and qualifying as well. 3 qualifying heats to get things started. We'll get back to that in a minute. But before we dive into racing business, let's hear from the Pulsators of yesterday, Nikola Tsolov in the senior class, as well as David Walter in the junior.
I'm so excited, and I'm really happy about what I did, and the qualifying was just perfect. And my lap was also feeling good, so I know something happened. So yeah, I'm happy. I just need to hold focus in the front and don't lose so much position in the start, and see what's happened.
I think it was really good. Yesterday we were struggling a bit with the pace, but today we tried something new and it seems to work really good. So I'm really happy we found out what to do in the chassis to be faster. It feels really good to be starting ahead in the heats. Obviously, it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of good drivers, competitive drivers that will be fighting for the title. I think Arvid will be really fast, as well Kucharczyk. They always been really fast, so I think they'll be really hard to fight with. Also Turney. I think should be all right. Let's see if the conditions change or not. And I'm really excited, and I hope to do the best result possible.
Good to hear from yesterday's Pulsators in the OK and the junior category. The Pulsator that you just heard in the interview in the junior class is on your picture live from the pre-grid of the first qualifying heat of the day. This is David Walter, the young Danish driver from the Koski Motorsport racing team. He's going to be starting on the pole position in this race on the right side of the track, coming to turn number 1 as the drivers are about to get going for the 2 warm-up laps. So the green flag is about to be waved in just under 2 minutes, and the drivers will go first for the warm-up lap and then the other lap as well to get the tires up to temperatures. Not excessive waving of the tires as it is instructed into the driver's briefing, and then get the grid together, slowing through the third sector. You know the drill. For those of you familiar with the karting proceedings, this is the way to go for the rolling start to be followed. So here the drivers on the pre-grid. Let's have a look. Let's have a dive on those young drivers of the junior class. David Walter will be starting on the first row. We're going to have as well behind him Matthias Orwella, the 146 from Powell that you can have on your picture as well. By his side, Tobias Klosen will be on the second row of the grid, just behind Jan Perizowski, the 119 from driving his Tony kart from Poland. The grid is about to get going. As you can see, the mechanics are being ready as well to push the drivers out onto the track once the signal will be given. On the third row of the grid, we're going to have Kin Nakamura-Berta, the young British driver from Japan. Kai Sorensen, the young American, will be by his side on row number 3. Then we're going to have Miguel Costa and Jonathan Wemat on row number 4. Row number 5, we'll see Jevan David and Ian Aikmans alongside each other, followed by Andres Cardenas, Alexander Bondarev, Masej Gladys and Guillaume Bouzard will be on row number 7. Row number 8, James Egozzi and Josh Herfen. Row number 9, German Fotiv and Enzo Tan Vanishkul. Then we're going to have Jules Carenta, Jaden Teen on row 10, followed by Mark Dublinski, Adam Aidek, Bradley Majman, Denis Kuravalle, Oscar Wurz, Arthur Dorison, Anton Laxonen, Gerasim Skulanov, Adria Moustiennes-Gil, Griffin Peebles, Louis Levaux, Jules Roussel et Augustin Bernier. Here we go. As we just dived into the grid, the drivers are being pushed onto the track for the 2 warm-up laps. The first qualifying heat of the day, Group A against C. The fastest drivers of today against the third fastest drivers in their respective groups yesterday. Here's the starting grid, as you can see appearing on your screen. We had already a couple of qualifying heats yesterday in the junior class with 3 winners already, Maxim Rem, Jan Perizowski and David Walter, the 2 drivers sitting at the front of the starting grid. So already another chance to add a victory to the tally and to get the weekend starting on a good foot, which is always important at this stage of the weekend, of course. As a reminder, as it is the case in Champions of the Future, the qualifying heats are crucial to make your way into the pre-final, but no points will be awarded for the championship. The only points awarded to the drivers are after the pre-final and the final, to be disputed on Sunday morning and afternoon. But still, it's very costly. If you miss a result in those qualifying races, you need to get your ticket for the pre-final. That only allows the top 30 drivers plus the 6 drivers at the end of the second chance heat. This will be for tomorrow, and it's a little bit early as well for calculations, but let's remind you that in the junior championship at this stage, Kirill Kutzkov, the young Russian, is sitting at the front as provisional leader. He has an 8-point advantage on Freddie Slater that we're going to see in the next race. Maximilian Popov is 3rd overall in front of Rashid Al Dhaheri. William McIntyre, who's not here with us this weekend, is 5th in front of Alex Powell, the young Jamaican. These are some of the drivers, of course, still in contention, potentially, mathematically, for the title in this second season of Champions of the Future. But certainly some contenders will try to rise as high as possible. We're thinking, obviously, of those 2 drivers who won pre-final and final so far, Freddie Slater and Kirill Kutzkov, who both are going to have quite a big job to do because they will be starting from the 5th row of their respective qualifying heats. So we'll focus on that in just a moment, but for now we're going to have the first qualifying heat of the day. 9 laps to go through, roughly a bit more than 10 minutes of racing for those young drivers of the junior class. 13 degrees Celsius in the air, a very much dry track here in Campillos. Ideal conditions all throughout the weekend as well as for the next, because we are preparing as well the World Championship coming up in a week time. But the Spanish weather is very kind to us. It's been kind to the drivers and teams practicing to this event so far, and this will be the case until Sunday. Here come the drivers. We have on pole position David Walter, the number 80, Jan Perizowski by his side, the number 119. If the grid is deemed good enough by Mr. David Manchester, our race director, and it's not, we're going around another time. So this is the way to go. We're not racing yet. Yellow light is being given. David Manchester, our race director, actually decided that no, guys, the grid is not packed enough, is not good enough actually to let you go for the first race. So we're going to go for one more warm-up lap, and it's down to David Walter, the Pulsator number 80, who is actually sitting on the right side of the track coming to turn number 1. That's his job, David Walter, to pace everybody down coming to the red line in the 3rd sector on the other side of the track. I must say that from my position, I have a pretty good view of this entire layout. 1.5 kilometer, almost 1.6, 16 corners, and a very challenging layout here in Campillos. As you might have noticed on the live stream, and once again, thank you very much for joining us on championskarting.com as well as on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We got you covered, not to miss a bite of the last race of Champions of the Future. But as you might have noticed, this is a very hilly track, a lot of ups and downs between the different sectors, especially sector 1. That's basically a huge climb from the turn number 1 until the top of the mountain. A small mountain, of course. This is a hill where the circuit was built 16 years ago. We'll get back to that, but a very challenging layout and very positive feedback from most of the drivers here. And the experience is lacking, that's fair to say, because this is the first time that most of them are competing here in Campillos. So let's go for another try, shall we? With Walter Perizowski by his side. Matthias Orwella, the 146 from Peral, is going to try to have a better advantage on the Pulsator, trying to take the toe. Is it good enough? Yes, we're racing in Campillos for the first time this weekend. Here we go. We have a great start from David Walter coming to turn number 1, turn number 2 as well. Very difficult, of course, this first sector. You need to manage everything and try to avoid any contact, but so far so good. Looking at turn number 1, no one is off, which is always a good sign to start your day. Into the climb, onto turn number 9 after the 2 right-hander. This is the top of the circuit where the drivers need really to keep on pushing all the way down to the first hairpin. And this is a particularly exciting spot of the circuit. This very much here on your screen. Turn number 10, back on the return straight. And this is a very difficult spot to overtake, but this one coming up is certainly one where a lot of overtakings will be happening throughout the weekend. But so far so good for David Walter. I think that behind Tobias Klaasen managed to get a better start and is in second position. Tobias Klaasen, the 27 on your screen right now. This is further back happening. This is Miguel Costa, who goes through, beautifully made already by Miguel Costa, who just overtook. It was the 57, I think it was, or Jevan David, wasn't it? Further back, we're going to make the classification clear as they come back after one lap completed. Miguel Costa just went ahead of Jevan David indeed for third place. Here we go, lap number 2. David Walter is leading for 0.3 of a second. Jan Perizolski is still in second. Kin Nakamura Berta is in third, 151. Then Miguel Costa, of whom you saw the move just on Jevan David. This particular sector, actually on top of the circuit, is very keen on overtaking maneuvers. As you can see, oh, that was very close indeed. But it didn't actually go the way of this driver, who's actually backing off a little bit and dropping a few positions in the process. In the meantime, the two leaders are escaping already. Walter Perizolski on your screen is the 67. Jevan David being chased by one of the DPK racing drivers, Andres Cardenas. DPK, of course, very much on home soil, one of the strong Spanish teams in the CIK classes. But what can Andres Cardenas do against Jevan David? This is a battle for 5th place already. They're coming to turn number 14 down the track. This is one of the hairpins of the circuit. One last chicane, right and left and right, shall I say, back on the straight. 2 tenths between David Walter and Jan Perizolski at the moment. Kin Nakamura Berta still in third. Miguel Costa, as you can see, trying to get past Jevan David, the young driver from Sri Lanka, who's having none of it in the hairpin of turn number 5. Kin Nakamura Berta is just in front with the Sober Karting colors. Then we have Andres Cardenas chasing Jevan David further back. Maciej Gladys, a good effort as well from Gladys, climbing 5th position, 6th position even into 7. Kai Sorensen is 8 in front of Jonathan Waymat and James Egodzi. Matias Orjuelas in the meantime, the 146. He was the one who lost a pile of position 2 laps ago, and he dropped all the way down to 12 as he was starting the Paralympic driver from the second row of the grid. So quite unfortunate, I'm afraid, for him. He's going to have a lot of ground to recover. Right now, we're still back with Jevan David, the young Sri Lanka driver, and there goes through. This is beautifully made by Andres Cardenas. Here comes Cardenas, who goes through for 5th place. And in the meantime, watch out, because Maciej Gladys is doing the same. Beautifully made by Maciej Gladys. Jevan David's going to have to fight back on this one, but Gladys actually took advantage of the open door and won through as well. Is now sitting in 6th place in front of Jevan David. David Walter still in the lead of this race after 3 laps completed, and is putting together the fastest lap in 1 minute 02.5. Very much logical for David Walter, who's trying to extend his gap on Jan Perizolski, but Perizolski, the 119, is doing a great job so far to keep himself within the shadow of David Walter. Those results are very much counting, of course, as Perizolski is very close. We're back here with the 54. This is happening further back. This is James Egodzi with German Fotiv just behind him. James Egodzi with the Turney car racing team. Just behind German Fotiv, the 143. Just behind, this is the battle for 9th place at the moment on the edge of the top 10. You can see, actually, for those of you familiar with the karting circles, you can see that the Turney kart machinery have a rather different livery this weekend, and this has to do with next season homologation of the chassis with a brand new livery put together by the OTK Kart Group. Livery will get to speak a lot about this throughout the weekend, of course, because they're not the only ones with the new colors on. Watch out, this is turn number 5, the first hairpin of the track, and a very good spot for overtaking. On your screen, this is happening for the back. One of the Paralympic drivers trying to get through as well, as David Walter has extended his gap in the meantime with another qualifying lap put together, shall I say, fastest lap in this race. As you can see, the number 80 into turn number 11, sorry. This is the second hairpin of the track down a hill just in front of us. And we have almost half of a second between David Walter and Perizolski at this time. Here's your leader from Koski Motorsport. Perizolski trying to get close as much as possible in this lap number 5 out of 9. But he's lost a bit of ground in the previous sector. Jan Perizolski is going to try everything that he has. The Turney car driver. Here they come across the start-finish straight. Still half of a second, extending just a little bit. Kin Nakamura Berta very much in 3rd position, but he's dropping 1.3 on the 2 leaders. And half of a second advantage on the Miguel Costa just behind the young Brazilian. Then 5th place, Andres Cardenas. For the back, Maciej Gladys. Then James Egodzi, Jevan David, who lost another position down to 8. So the move just happened the lap before. Jonathan Waymat is 9 and German Fotiv is in 10. Fastest lap after fastest lap for David Walter. was having no trouble at all, as you can see, putting the wheels way onto the curb. This is outside turn number 10. A very interesting hairpin, actually, this turn number 10. We'll keep both eyes open on that one, because not quite easy to get overtaking down over there, because it is so narrow. You need such a good exit to try to get back of this corner, but this can actually allow you to go through the hairpin next in 11. I've counted up to 10 spots for overtaking on this track, so plenty of space for the drivers to make a difference here. Lap number 6 completed, lap number 7 on, as the checkered flag is getting near for David Walter. Remember, he has 1 win in the heats already, as we have a change as well for the back with Orwella, I think it is, who just changed position. 146 of Matthias Orwella, who just went ahead of German Fotiv for 11th place for the back. David Walter, Jan Pierzolski on top of the track, going downhill. Very important to carry a good speed in that particular part of the track. And the heavy braking zone of turn number 11, where the circuit is actually a little bit bended, some sort of a small banking, and you can actually easily lose the kart on the outside. This is the 151 further back. Kei Nakamura and Miguel Costa, who's coming across and try to get close from the Japanese driver. Driving with a British license, Kei Nakamura, of course. Miguel Costa is trying to get past. We're here with the 29 further back. This is Maciej Gladys, still trying to pursue Andres Cardenas, but he's going to have to defend against James Egozzi. Good 3-driver battle into the last corner, back on the straight. Andres Cardenas, you can see on your screen, wearing the Alonso Kart colors, of course, the DPK Racing, one of the strongest national teams, supported by none other than Fernando Alonso himself. And Miguel Costa is firmly attached to his 5th place at the moment. And James Egozzi just went through. James Egozzi just made his move on Andres Cardenas for 5th, outside the turn number 6. It was the double right-hander on top of the track. A confirmation of the good pace of James Egozzi, who just put the fastest lap in 62.0. Good pace that allowed him to get ahead of Maciej Gladys for 6th place. But Maciej just behind the 29, who just recently won the Academy Trophy of the FIA Karting. You might have seen that happening in Kristianstad for the World Championship of the gearbox class. Maciej Gladys is very much a contender in this category. He's shown in the Academy Trophy and is more than willing to shine once again here in Spain, as well as next week in the World Championship. Final lap is in, as David Walter is keeping everything under control, even though 4/10 of a second now is the gap on Jan Pierzolski. But with less than 1.5 kilometer to go before the checkered flag, I think this will be done for Pierzolski. Still 3rd place for Kei Nakamura, keeping Miguel Costa just behind. Andres Cardenas, who lost a bit of ground, but still with James Egozzi in front of him in 5th and 6th place respectively. Maciej Gladys, who just went ahead of Jonathan Waymat, Kai Sorensen 9, Jevan David is 10. As we're getting near the checkered flag, 4/10 of a second, in that last lap. As David Walter from Koski Motorsport, a very strong independent team in this Champions of the Future Series, competing both in the junior class. One last kick of the throttle, left and right, the last chicane on the way to the start-finish straight. And this will be the 2nd victory already in the first today for David Walter in front of Jan Pierzolski. Kei Nakamura crossing the line in 3rd in front of Miguel Costa. James Egozzi managing to get ahead of Andres Cardenas in the last lap, 5th and 6th respectively. Good effort from James Egozzi, the young Turney car driver who climbed 10 positions from 15 up to 5th. Then we have Andres Cardenas, Maciej Gladys in 7, Jonathan Waymat in 8, Kai Sorensen is finishing 9 in front of Jevan David. Guillaume Bouizard, the young driver from Luxembourg, managed himself up to 11 in front of German Fotiv, Alexander Bondarev. Matthias Orwella, unfortunately, dropped a couple of positions, 11 down to 14 in front of Jules Carantas, Ian Aikmans, Tobias Klosen as well, who didn't manage or didn't actually get through this race as he would have liked. 13 positions dropped as he was starting from the 2nd row of the grid. So there's going to be need for improvement when it comes to Tobias Klosen. Maybe he got himself involved in a bit of a trouble. Jaden Teen, 18 at the checkered flag in front of Enzo Tanvanishkul. Joshua Fan is running up the top 20, followed by Mark Dublinski, Denis Kuravalli, Oscar Wurz, Adam Heidek. Arthur Dorison is 25th, followed by Gerasim Skulanov, Augustin Bernier, Griffin Peebles, Louis Levaux. Then we have Adu Agil, Jules Roussel, Bradley Mahan, and Anton Laxonen. First race of the day, first victory for David Walter and all the drivers actually who managed to make it through to the checkered flag. Here's the classification of the qualifying heat A against C. As we're going to have a short break before the next one that will be opposing the group D and F as the drivers just made their way back to the Parc Fermé. Once again, a big thank you to everybody here for making this event possible. The RGMMC Group has been working tirelessly behind the scene for the entire season to get the championship done, despite sometimes the difficult circumstances of the international sanitary situation, as you might be aware of. But still, we are here in Spain, and we will be here next week again for the conclusion of the 2021 season in the OK and the OK Junior classes. Right, before we get going again with some more racing, we got a chance yesterday to talk to some of the contenders and actors of this final round of champions of the future. And one, certainly in the eye of many this season and for the years to come, battling for the title this weekend, is Freddie Slater.
It's very long and fast and very technical as well. After you finish one corner, you're into the next corner, so there's not a lot of time to think about what you've got to do. And yeah, I'm loving it so far. Yeah, the gearing is very important around here. There's lots of hills and downhills, so then you've got to think about what to do and if it pulls through. So yeah, we're working on that at the moment, and we're definitely seeing on the data. So yeah, the track is a little bit slidey as well. The rear can be a bit more slidey and the front is normally quite good, but other than that, it's a good track. No, not at all. It's just kind of do what I do every weekend, and yeah, I've been winning races this year, and it's been a good year so far, and hoping to take this championship and then the World Championship, so all focus on these two races. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. There's been a few mistakes and I've had to work a lot harder to win stuff. But other than that, I've been very happy with what I've managed to accomplish, and yeah, it's been good with the whole team and everyone.
Good to catch up with a young British driver from Flynn Motorsport, Freddie Slater, and he's here on your screen, 127, wearing the colors of the Flynn Motorsport racing team, colors that are about to change actually for 2022 with the arrival in karting. You might have heard of it, of the new London Norris kart racing team, shall I say, and Flynn Motorsport being actively involved in that new partnership. We'll get back to that, of course, but Freddie Slater is very much focused on the task at hand, and the task is simple: try to climb the field as much as he can. He did that in his first race, as he's going to be starting 13 on the grid. A bit of lacking speed in qualifying yesterday, as he told us, Freddie Slater, up to 0.3 of a second less fast than the Pulsators in this junior class, and the fastest in his group yesterday. So this is something that we've been kind of used to see with Freddie Slater, actually. Not always comfortable in a qualifying mode, but then climbing through the ranks in the qualifying heats and then charging through and giving hammer time when it comes to pre-final and final. So let's see if he's going to be able to do that this weekend, because he's very much in contention for the title this season against Kirill Kuskov, the young driver from Forza Racing. Of course, I will get to see as well on track. There's more than one contender in the battle for the title in the junior class, but Slater has just 8 points to recover from Kirill Kuskov, more than willing as well to seal the title for this season. And funny to say, they will be both starting from the 10th row on the grid in their respective qualifying heats. So we cannot wait to see them battling head-to-head. Here we are with the front row of this grid coming up. This is full car republic, as you can see, from Brazil. The number 30 is Matheus Ferreira. He was one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying practices. Akshay Bora from Singapore, his teammate, is by his side. One already firmly sat, the other one waiting for the signal. Every single driver has his own little tricks before getting to a racing mode, and it's always fascinating and interesting to see how they behave on the pre-grid. But right now the focus is on for both Matheus Ferreira and Akshay Bora. As you can see, the grid is about to get going onto the track. Thank you very much to RGMMC for providing us with this great footage as we get to have a deeper look at the drivers and the focus on the grid. For the rest of it, Matheus Ferreira, Akshay Bora on the front row, Edgar Ampilogov and Enea Frey sharing the second row of this grid. Then we're going to have Kinio Lazari and Edu Robinson on row number 3, René Lammers and Stepan Antonov on row number 4. The drivers have been given the signal, D against F, making their way onto the track right now. Adrian Malero and Alex Powell, will be on row number 5. Alex Powell, the young number 26, supported by the Mercedes Formula 1 Junior program, to keep an eye on him as well. Sorry, as he is 6th in the provisional standings, and certainly willing to. Why not get his hands on the title, even though this is going to be a difficult task. Anatoly Kavalkin and Matthias Faria will be on row 6. Then we have Freddie Slater that you saw, and Dimitri Matveev by his side on row 7. Markus Sater and Freya Norman will be on row 8, followed by Dom Kekkonen, Nacho Garcia, Jan Streur and Eric Jenny on row number 10, followed by Jan Puchu, Anton Nobles, Luide Samdula. Oh, and we got the 25 from Czech Republic already in trouble, and this is Akshay Bora. This is Akshay Bora in trouble already. What just happened there for the young Singaporean? He was due to start from the front row, and by the look of it, the engine completely seized, and he was not able to get it going again. And with no help, of course, authorized, he tried on his own. But unfortunately, this is retirement already for Akshay Bora. What a surprise that is already for Akshay Bora in this race, even though the race hasn't started yet and is already out of it. So that's pretty much a drama for Akshay Bora, I'm afraid, as this means that he will get, of course, no reward and no result into this qualifying heat. But this will certainly, of course, be affecting his end result and his potential, his chances to get a ticket for the pre-final. We're not there yet, but starting a weekend with a retirement is never a good thing for any driver. So for the back, let's get done with the grid. Harley Keeble and Luide Samdula, as I said, on row 12, followed by Konstantin Krapin, Kimi Tanin, Aaron Lopez, Babayana Lucian, Johan Olesti, Nico Latalani, Sebastian Ng, and Livari Tuomolito. 32 drivers, no 31, as we're missing Akshay Bora. Big news already, unfortunately for him. Akshay Bora was going to have to watch the entire race from the sideline with the marshals. This means that Enea Frey, the 81, driving the Cosmic chassis, will have plenty of space in front of him to try to tackle and challenge Matthias Ferreira in front. Matthias Ferreira, the number 30 from Czech Republic, already showing the pace, pacing everybody down in the last sector. And once the drivers get back onto the grid, this will be a rolling start if our race director deems the formation of the grid good enough. It seems to be the case as the drivers make their way onto the track. No wheels outside the corridors. The wheels go out. We're racing! Good start ahead of Matthias Ferreira, who keeps pole position alive and is first place into the first sector. Edgar Pilogov is going through as well, taking Enea Frey. Let's see where Kenny Lazari and Heather Robinson will be. Sector number 1, no off in the turn number 1, of course, into turn number 5. Oh, and a bit of a wheel banging over there between with the Pauline driver over there. That was very close indeed. Onto the top of the track, going around the inside. That was beautifully made indeed, but no incidents so far. Everybody going through clear and sound. And Matthias Ferreira managing a good start as well and building himself a bit of a gap coming to the second hairpin of the track just in front of us. Do we see any move? Yes, a move for third place. Was quite clean from the 109. And this is Adrian Malero, the young Spaniard, who had a fantastic start, already making his way from 9th to 3rd in just less than a lap. The 62 on your screen, a 93 going through as well by his side. This is Anatoly Kavalkin getting ahead of Kini Lazari. And plenty of overtaking already in the opening lap. Oh, and the contact over there. One of the roll racing is out. The 99 is out, I'm afraid. This is Markus Sater. Disaster at the end of this opening lap for Markus Sater, who got really kicked out of the way. Racing incident or not, this is going to be decided by the officials. But as a result, Markus Sater is out of the race. Second retirement in one lap after Akshay Bora. Markus Sater, unfortunately, out. Here we go, we get back with the leaders on top of the track. Matthias Ferreira managing the best start as we have one of the Ricky Flynn drivers. This is the 81, this is Enea Frey and Kini Lazari just behind. Let's try to see what's going to happen between those two. The 109 on your picture, this is Adrian Malero. Freddie Slater just behind, my apologies. Slater, what a fantastic opening lap from Freddie Slater. He just made his way through to 3. He was 13 on the grid. He's already 3rd in the classification. 10 positions gained in 1 lap. So, as we were saying, once he's in a racing mode, there's no stopping Freddie Slater by the look of it. And he's going to have Edgar Pilogov, his own teammate from Ricky Flynn, just in front of him. As you can see them coming across. On Pilogov in front of Slater. For 1.7 seconds though, it's going to be a long way climbing to the top 2 of this race, but he's already actually won his bet in this first qualifying heat of the day for Freddie Slater. As we said yesterday, he had a bit of a difficulty climbing through the ranks, but this time around there's no one stopping him. Back with the leaders, Matthias Ferreira, the number 30 from Czech Republic, being chased under pressure by Edgar Pilogov, who gained a position, of course, virtually, shall we say, after the retirement of Akshay Bora. Those two actually managed to get themselves away from the rest of the field. Almost 2-second advantage between Ampilogov and Freddie Slater in third. In fourth place, we have Eni Afrey, followed by Andrea Malero. Good recovery as well from Malero, just got overtaken by Eni Afrey for fourth place. Then we have Kinyo Lazari in 6th, René Lamers is 7th, Anatoly Kavalkin is in 8th place. And he's just been overtaken by Alex Powell. Actually, Alex Powell is now in 8th. René Lamers just got himself ahead of Malero at the moment. Edu Robinson is 9th, and we have Anatoly Kavalkin running up the top 10 at the moment. The classification on the left side of your screen. Lap number 4, and the battle is still on, and not quite yet ended between Matthias Ferreira and Ampilogov, split by just 0.2 of a second, as the pressure is now rising on the shoulders of the leader. Freddie Slater is pushing like hell. There's still a 1.7 second of a gap for the young British driver. Here they come into turn number 11. A very good overtaking spot, the hairpin, with Slater just behind. He's pulling away already a little bit from Eni Afrey. 0.4 of a second at the moment as the gap extends. And further back, a good move as well from one of the drivers outside of your picture. We're waiting for the attack from Ampilogov. He knows, he feels that Matthias Ferreira is up for grab. This is, of course, OTK against Czech Republic. Watch out for the turn number 1 right here. Right turn down the hill, and then you start the climb. Right and left on the way to the first hairpin. A big breaking point in 5. And this is where actually you can line yourself up and let it flow through the double right-hander in 6 and 7. Coming to the top point of the track. But right now, Ampilogov is not quite able to close himself up with Matthias Ferreira to launch an attack, but this might be coming your way very, very soon. Edu Robinson, the fastest on track at the moment, the young Spaniard, is sitting in 9th place at the moment in 62.3, fastest lap in this race. We're back, further back, the 62, this is Kinyo Lazari, René Lamers, the 122 from Parolin. He's going to try maybe to attack his opponent. Kinyo Lazari is just in front in 5th. Lamers is 7. Adrian Malero is 7 just behind. Alex Powell is 8. Let's try to see who can actually go first in line into the last sector, last chicane, right and left. And still those two glued together as we just entered lap number 6 out of 9. Matthias Ferreira was one of the fastest yesterday into the qualifying heat, in the qualifying practice, sorry. One of the fastest again this morning. Still waiting for the win in the qualifying heat. Eni Afrey is the fastest on track, the Swiss driver, still 4th in the classification with 3/10 from Freddie Slater. So that can be interesting. Eni Afrey just put the fastest lap together and is getting close to Freddie Slater. Let's see what's going to happen if the British driver can manage to keep himself within the top 3, sorry. Into turn number 11, Ferreira, as you can see, protecting his position, trying as much as he can to stay ahead. Ampilogov 2nd, Freddie Slater in 3rd. Under the pressure as well from Eni Afrey. Kinyo Lazari still in 5th. Then we have René Lamers in 6th. Under the pressure as well from Malero, Robinson, Anatoly Kavalkin, and Alex Powell making his way up to 10. Stepan Antonov is 11 in front of Nacho Tunan Garcia, one of the Spanish drivers. And now the pressure is on. It's been building for the entire qualifying heat. And Edgar Ampilogov, of course, he knows the length of the race. You see the laps decreasing on the main screen on the start-finish straight. He knows that time is running out. Another fastest lap for Edu Robinson in the meantime, the young Forza Racing driver. As René Lamers actually just got ahead of Kinyo Lazari for 5th place. Let's see what's going to happen between those two. But right now, the battle is already raging very much. And look at what's happening behind him. But Freddie Slater and Eni Afrey, the two teammates, really driving wheel to wheel pretty much together in the same picture. I wonder if Eni Afrey is going to be willing to attack his teammate already. Let's keep an eye on that one as well. The 127 of Slater, the new junior European champion. Of course, on the contention to maybe add another world title to his tally. But now he's going to have to resist against Eni Afrey, his own teammate, as they enter lap number 7. This is the lap number 7 finish. This is the penultimate lap, my apologies. Slater and Afraid. The battle is raging for third place into turn number 1, with René Lammers keeping a close watch on what might happen in front of him. The Peral driver in 5th place is getting close, actually, the young Dutch driver. René Lammers in front of Nikola Tsolov for 4/10 of a second. Tsolov is not far behind and he's just put the fastest lap. This is why Lammers actually just got very, very close to the two Flynn drivers. Timotis Kucharczyk, I'm afraid, the 168 is having a warning flag and a 5-second penalty that goes with it, certainly for a bad maneuver. Decision of the officials on track. And look at René Lammers actually coming close and coming the way of the two Flynn drivers. Actually, there could be opportunity for not one but two overtaking maneuvers in that one if René Lammers can actually manage to surprise any of the two, starting with turn number 14. Down in the very heartbreaking hairpin. There he goes through in the chicane. That's another spot to keep an eye on. And watch out, because further back, Nikola Tsolov might want to try to do the same, but it didn't happen quite yet. We enter the final lap. 3 drivers in one picture, and this is actually a bit of fresh air for Freddie Slater, who got away in the meantime, letting his teammate and Afraid battling with Al Dhaheri and Lammers. But in the meantime, this is still contention for Peral and Campillos 1 and 2. The order hasn't changed for the entire race and might not change in this last lap, as Matthias Peral is very much in control, keeping a close and steady racing line outside of turn number 11 that you just saw, where it's easy to lose the kart, being if you don't actually brake enough. Oh, watch out for Campillos, he goes through! Campillos goes for the move in the last lap! Wow! We expected that, but we didn't see it coming, that particular part of the track, but it was beautifully made. Well done to Campillos, who's going to go for the win in the last sector of the last lap of this qualifying heat for the two. Edgar Campillos wins his first qualifying heat on the edge on Matheus Ferreira. There was an open door and Campillos decided, this is my chance, this is my opportunity, I'll go for it, and this is make or break. In that case, it was absolutely made by Edgar Campillos. The Frenchman wins in front of Matheus Ferreira. This is a 1-2 for, sorry, I was going to say for Ricky Flynn, but this is a 1-3, shall I say, Matheus Ferreira from Czech Republic. Freddie Slater making it to 3rd place. René Lammers is 4th. Nikola Tsolov finishes in 5th place in front of Enea Frey. Edu Robinson climbing to 7. Anatoly Kavalkin is 8 in front of Adrian Malero. Then we have Alex Powell in 10th place. Outside the top 10, Stepan Antonov. Konstantin Krapin is 12. And what a race and a recovery from Konstantin Krapin, the young Russian driver who climbed 13 positions from the back end of the grid to really knock on the door of the top 10. This will be for the next one, certainly. Konstantin, good pace over there. That showed Tunan Garcia, the young Spaniard, is 13 in front of Dimitri Madvev, Jan Puchu, Jess Treur. Then we have Freya Norman, Arle Kiebel, Eric Jene, and in 20th place, Louis Samdula. Here's the classification of the qualifying heat D against F. 21st is Ethan Nobles. Then we have Aaron Garcia Lopez, Babayana Dayos Lucian, Johan Aluha Oesti, Matheus de Faria, Kimi Tani, Sebastian Engi, Livari Tiomelito, Dome Kakunen, Nico Lanalati, and the two drivers who unfortunately couldn't see it through. Akshay Bora, the unfortunate Car Republic driver from Singapore, whose engine, by the look of it, seized, or maybe another technical problem that prevented him to take the start. And Marco Sater, who was the victim of an incident in the last sector. At the end of the lap number 1, he had to retire as well. So here's the end of the classification. As you can see behind, the next grid is about to get going. The drivers are about to be sat in the respective chassis. Before we get back onto racing mode, let's hear from another driver actually that we have seen fighting in front of champions of the future. Is 4th currently in the classification and is just changed team actually with a new challenge on his head for the past few weeks. We talked to Rashid Al Dhaheri yesterday.
With KR, I moved to KR and so far it's going really well. We are able to understand each other, how like the preferences of the chassis and everything, and also the engine. So yeah, it's still, we need to like, still we're understanding each other like to the maximum, but so far it's going well. Well, so far in the series, we went well. I mean, it's quite competitive, of course. There's many drivers, and yeah, it's a great way to gain experience and everything. So yeah, quite excited to see the last race, what we can do. Well, like you said, yeah, it's new for everyone, and yeah, it's quite exciting because we never raced here and everything. So everyone's trying to understand the track, trying to gain every single meter, every single tenth and everything. So yeah, it's very interesting, and yeah, in the races we don't know what will happen. So yeah, the track is very mixed. There's a lot of hairpins, long corners, fast corners. So yeah, it's interesting. There's a bit of everything, and so far in practice we're going well. We're understanding a lot of things with the chassis, so we'll see what we can do. 2022, it's a new year, so everything starts again. The plan, there's nothing fixed yet, but we'll see if I go to OK or stay in junior. So we're still seeing how it goes.
Good to speak yesterday with Rashid Al Dhaheri, the number 90 that you can see on your screen with new colors on his chassis, new colors on his racing suit. He had been racing not so long ago for the Peral racing kart, decided to go to Car Republic. Different chassis, different atmosphere, different team, and a new challenge ahead for Rashid Al Dhaheri. He's sitting actually in fourth place in the provisional classification with his best result. It was back in Belgium, in Genk, where he managed himself to a 7th place, when was then in a good 8th position in Zuera for the second round of the championship. So let's see what Rashid Al Dhaheri can do, but still very positive about his expectations as well as his new challenge at Car Republic. It's fair to say that the feedback was mostly positive from all the drivers we talked to about the facilities, about the track, even though very challenging with 16 corners and a lot of ups and downs. Some of the parts, especially sector number 1, very demanding on the MG tires. This is still a very, very nice circuit that we wished we had been to before. Thomas Tolsemanis on your screen, number 73 from the Energy Corse Racing team, is going to be starting from pole position. Thomas Tolsemanis, as is certainly one of the fastest that we had seen in yesterday's qualifying of the junior class. He's going to have Maxime Rem by his side on the bottom of the picture from Flynn Motorsport. Maxime has already one win for himself yesterday. Kirill Ditiev and Enzo Deligny will be side by side on the second row of the grid. We're going to have as well Maxim Orlov and Jim Elias on row number 3. Row number 4, we'll see Nathaniel Tai and Rashid Al Dhaheri that we had in the interview just before. Dion Gouda and Lucas Amanisto will be on row number 9. Row number 6, Fionn McCaughlin. This is his first race at this level for the British driver. Salim Hanna will be by his side. Then we have Kirill Kutskov and Tigran Bunatian on row number 7. Kirill Kutskov, we talked about him earlier, is 13 on this grid, but is on top of the classification at the moment. Another change of team as well for Kirill Kutskov that was previously with Car Republic and now is competing with Forza Racing. So let's see what he can do, if he can keep the momentum going after the first 2 rounds. 1 victory in pre-final, 1 victory in final as well for Kutskov, who's going to have a bit of a job to do climbing through the ranks. Alva Sismevara and Maximilian Popov will be on row 8. Another contender to keep an eye on as well, Maximilian Popov. Ditiev, the number 33 on your screen, is on row number 2, but Popov is sitting in 3rd place in the standing of champions at the moment, certainly willing to finish on the podium, or maybe even more at the end of the weekend. Mika Abrahams and Dawid Adeker on row number 9. Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez and Artemi Trotsky on row 10. Row 11, Arthur Poulain and Renaud Francot. Row 12, Sevne Bianco and Ciudonozzo. We have also Nicola Rus, Daniel Valberg on row 13. Row 14, Gabriele Lucatel de Almeida. We have also by his side Heitor Daniel Farias, Enachi Eric Christian, and Jan Peral Resurrection on row number 15. Row number 16, Kaep Campbell and Kais Torvinen. 32 drivers in total, waiting for the queue, waiting for the green flag to be waved in just a few moments, as we're going to get going for the 3rd race of the day already. After the A against the C, the D against F, this is time for the Group B and Group E to go together. We have in total 18 races to go through today, even more as well in the total of the weekend, a few more, and the most important on Sunday. Something I need to mention as well, for the first time this weekend, of course, this is our pleasure to be broadcasted live on Motorsport TV. So if you can hear me well, young guys, this is live on TV as well, all over the world. So make us proud, make yourself and your team proud with strong performances on track, and I'm sure that you will. But Motorsport TV, a new partnership for Champions of the Future going on from this race and on to the 2022 season. That being said, we get to go for some more racing. B against the E. This is the classification. This is the starting grid, shall I say, of the qualifying heat coming up. Maxime Rem will be on the first row of the grid. Timotis Kucharczyk on pole position. This is going to be an interesting start on the way to turn number 1. We haven't seen any move or any incidents into turn number 1 so far in the first 2 races, even though I've heard, talking to the drivers yesterday, that this particular turn 1, where you actually only lift the throttle a little bit, sweet touch on the brake, but that's all to align yourself in turn number 1 and to get the momentum going and carry enough speed into the climb. This turn number 1 is particularly open for mistakes or misinterpretation. It could be a point for incidents. Still, we're very early in the weekend, and there's room for caution, of course, but all the drivers are much aware of the need that they have to perform, and this is also part of the challenge of those karting races. Of course, they go through sometimes 2, even 3 days, as this is the case here, and you need actually to perform, but on the long term. So not to put everything into one race. You have to drive with your hand and your foot, but also with your head, and maximize the performance at each step of the way. As a reminder, of course, those results at the end of the qualifying heats will actually determine the classification for the pre-final. The pre-final that only allows, at the end of the qualifying heat, the top 30 drivers, with 6 of the drivers allowed to qualify at the end of the second chance heat. In total, 36 drivers maximum for the final on Sunday. In this junior class, we have roughly 100 drivers, 100 candidates for a ticket into the last race of the weekend on Sunday, but not everybody will be allowed in, unfortunately, and this is why they're here to fight. This is here that it starts, and each of those drivers need to climb. Some of them are here to learn and to prepare as well for the next event coming up, the World Championship, in 1 week time on this very track. In the meantime, this will be about Timotis Kucharczyk wearing the energy colors to pace everybody down. The 84 in your picture is Maxime Rem from Ricky Flynn, as we have one of the DPK drivers further back who's trying to catch up with the rest of the field. This is Kais Torvinen, the young Finnish driver. You don't see him, but he's going to try to push a bit harder in the last sector to catch up with the rest of the grid. In the meantime, coming across the last turn onto the line. Are we racing? Yes, we are. The lights go out. We're racing once again in Campillos, aligning himself in first place. Good start from Timotis Kucharczyk. Maxime Rem protecting his position, as we had Kirill Ditsiev and Enzo Dellini trying to attack. No problem at all for anyone in turn number 1, I think. Oh, I've spoken too soon. There's one driver off on the left side of my screen, but we'll get back to that in a minute. In the meantime, the battle is on already, and a good overtaking, or almost. Oh, this is Douwe Dekker. I thought I had seen a pink livery on the corner of my eye, but unfortunately Douwe Dekker, the young Belgian from SP Motorsport, is out of this race just after the opening corner. What a shame for Douwe Dekker. We got to catch him in interviews yesterday. Very promising young driver, but is out of contention for this first qualifying heat of the day. Here we get going after the last sector, as we can see the 76 and the 83 by his side. Oh, this is beautifully made around the inside. This is Dion Gouda on Nathaniel Tai, the young British driver from Sodicart, who couldn't do much against the Ricky Flynn driver. My apologies. As we have completed lap number 1, Timotis Kucharczyk is 0.2 of a second in front of Maxime Orlov. Maxime Rem is 3rd, Kirill Ditsiev is 4th, Enzo Dellini is 5th, Dion Gouda making his way up to 6th, and another move put together. This is time won by Maxime Rem, on the other Maxime Orlov for the back as well. Nathaniel Tai as well getting through with Dion Gouda. I think it was Enzo Dellini who dropped a bit of a position. Indeed, the Frenchman, the 92 on your screen, as the drivers get into turn number 11, a very heavy braking point. The return straight in front of us, and my speaking box, this is The 92 on your screen. Enzo Dellini with the Paralin colors, chasing what is just in front of him. Dion Gouda, Nathaniel Tai just in front. As we get back with the leaders, Thomas Tolsemanis with a new chaser, Maxim Rem, who just got ahead of Maxim Orlov, and he goes through for the lead into the hairpin number 14. He hasn't waited very much, Maxim Rem, after getting ahead of Maxim Orlov. Now he takes the leadership and the first place of this race in front of Thomas Tolsemanis after 2 laps in. Lap number 3. Into turn number 1, we're going to have a great three-driver battle. That's what we love, of course, already very soon. As you can see, coming into turn number 5, this is a very good spot for overtaking, as from third place, Maxim Orlov was trying to get himself ahead. Didn't quite manage that, but let's see what's going to happen on top of the track. As you can see, Tolsemanis carrying as much speed as he can to try to get close to Maxim Rem. Not an overtake in this particular hairpin, but after the straight, there's an opportunity, there's a door open. If Maxim Rem is not careful enough, there he goes, and Thomas Tolsemanis makes it through and get the overtaking done. But watch out for the response of Maxim Rem. Can Maxim Orlov go around the outside? No, he cannot. The door is closed and it goes through as well. Thomas Tolsemanis losing a bit of ground and position, and look who's taking advantage of it, Maxim Orlov. Wow, beautiful battle already starting in this lap number 3, and for second place, Thomas Tolsemanis dives through Maxim Rem, who's losing another position. Dion Gouda is just behind. And this is a bit of a trouble. They're side by side, being pushed on the side of the track. Gouda goes through. Jimmy Elias goes through. Enzo Dellini goes through as well. Disaster for Thomas Tolsemanis, I'm afraid, as he's dropping a couple of positions under the pressure from Nathaniel Tai and Popov just behind. Oh, that was exciting. Fastest lap for Dion Gouda in this race in 62.6. But at the moment, Thomas Tolsemanis is not doing at least what he expects to do. He's 6th in the ranking at the moment. Maxim Orlov, your new leader, 0.8 of a second advantage on Maxim Rem. As you can see, the two teammates of Ricky Flynn, Rem and Gouda, in 2nd and 3rd, trying to catch up with the leader, but they have to protect themselves because Enzo Dellini is on the charge. Dellini, the Frenchman, goes through with the Paralin colors. That was in turn number 13, 12 and 13, this long right-hander. Perfect spot, but here's the response, and Dellini is going to lose 2 positions, I'm afraid, in the process, because actually Dion Gouda responded, and Jimmy Elias tried to dive through as well with the Turney kart, but Elias has to stay behind. Watch out for Nathaniel Tai as well. He's trying to get himself in the mix. I want to join the party, says Nathaniel Tai behind his helmet, certainly. Coming into turn number 5. Around the outside, Enzo Dellini side by side with Dion Gouda, and it goes through the young Frenchman. Thomas Tolsemanis take advantage of it, and this is Jimmy Elias dropping 2 positions in the process. Was going one way or the other in this race. Lap number 5 out of 9. Maxim Orlov still leading his way. Oh, and a bit of a slide coming to turn number 11 over there. I think it was Jimmy Elias, wasn't it, the 125? Who just went sliding a little bit, trying to protect his position. But good car control, good car control from Jimmy Elias. And we're back with here Thomas Tolsemanis. This is the 73. Tolsemanis going through Nathaniel Tai. This is quite clean from Thomas Tolsemanis, the Energy Corset driver. He's going to try to make up the ground that he lost on the previous lap. And it just started with Nathaniel Tai that he just overtook for 5th position. Here they come into turn number 1, lap number 6. Maxim Orlov, 7/10 on the Maxim Rem and Dion Gouda, split by 7/10, so the top 2 is quite relatively fixed at the moment, but this is further back that the battle is raging on your screen. Thomas Tolsemanis in 5th place, Nathaniel Tai in 6th, just behind. Fastest lap once again for Dion Gouda. He's trying to catch up with Maxim Rem just in front. We have also Enzo Dellini, the Paralin driver, in 4th. Then we have those 2 on your screen. Tolsemanis, Nathaniel Tai, the 76 with the Sodicat colors. Out of the hairpin, the 2 right-hander, a good overtaking spot in that one, entering the sector number 3 of this Campillos track. Down to 14, very strong, very heavy braking point, but Tolsemanis keeps it steady. And Nathaniel Tai has nowhere to go. Actually, he's going to have to wait on the next lap. Behind him is Maximilian Popov in 8th place. 9th place for Rashid Al Dhaheri. 10th place for Kirill Kutskov. Alvasis Mevara just outside of the top 10 in 11. Kirill Kutskov as well, the championship leader, is trying to recover some ground as well. 2 places gain is 11, Kirill Kutskov, but still 1.8 seconds from the driver in 10th place. So a long way to go. and I don't think he will have the time, Kirill Kucharczyk, to finish within the top 10 this time around. Dion Goda, once again, who keeps on really setting the pace of this race. Another fastest lap for the Singaporean. He's in the third place, third driver on your picture, chasing Maxim Rem in second, with Maxim Orlov in first. And something tells me that after what we've seen on the race before with Ampilogov diving through into the last lap of this race in front of Ferreira, anything's possible actually at this stage. As I'm saying that, there's a change for the lead with Maxim Rem going for the attack. He's opened the door and Dion Goda is taking advantage of it. A good teamwork over there with Rem going through and Dion Goda following his path. That's not good news, I'm afraid, for Maxim Orlov, who was leading a couple of seconds ago and now is obliged to fight back from third place. They still have 2 laps to go, as we have one driver out, I'm afraid, as you just saw on the corner of your screen. This is Kaius Torvinen from Car Republic, from Tony Kart, sorry, who is out of this qualifying heat, unfortunately for him. Maximilian Popov, who set the fastest lap in 62.0, as we keep our attention on the battle for the win. Maxim Rem, 0.2 of a second, not quite a lot, just 2 meters ahead on Dion Goda, who's trying to resist, but in the hairpin. Look out for Maxim Orlov, who make it through. Can he make that click? Yes, indeed. That was a nice overtaking down, and Orlov is back in second place. And watch out for Enzo Dellini. This is Peral against Ricky Flynn. Then the two teammates might want to work together to try to get a position. Enzo Dellini around the inside in turn number 15. Can he actually try to cross his line entering the last lap of this race? We just have 1.5 kilometer to go, and the battle is raging this time for second place. Orlov, Goda, Dellini. This is 2 against 1 in this case, as Tomas Tolseman is further back with the energy colors, might try to get close as well. And there he goes through, and Zodellini, yes, he made that stick beautifully into turn number 7, and Tomas Tolsemanis was very close to do the same as well. But this time, I think Dion Goda closed the door for good. Let's see what's going to happen. The leader, Maxim Rem, the 84. Second and third from Parolin, Enzo Dellini and Maxim Orlov. Good teamwork once again as they put the pressure on Dion Goda, who unfortunately for him couldn't resist very long. And now he has Tomas Tolsemanis on his tail. It's going to be tight until the end. One last corner. The last chicane, left and right. Very careful not to put too much wheel on the apex to get a good momentum on the finish straight. And this is victory. Another one, the second for Maxim Rem already. Maxim Orlov finishing in second. Enzo Dellini, his teammate, in third. Then we have Dion Goda, Tomas Tolsemanis of Pulsator in this race, dropping 4 places after a bit of a tussle. Then we have in the rest of the classification Nathaniel Tai, Jimmy Elias is 7, Maximilian Popov is 8. Then we have Kirill Kucharczyk, Rashid Al Dhaheri is 10. It was Kirill Ditiev, my apologies, is 9, Kirill Kucharczyk is 11. The rest of the classification appearing soon on your screen, as we have Chu Donozzo in 12, Tigran Bunatian is 13, Luca Zamalisto 14, followed by Fionn McCaughlin, Renaud Francot climbing 6 positions up to 16, Salim Anna is 17 in front of Artemi Trotsky, Simone Bianco, Jan Peral climbing 10 places up to the top 20 in front of Nicolas Rus, Arthur Poulin, Mika Abrahams, Daniel Valberg. Then we have Heitor Daniel Farias, Alberto Gonzalez, Enache Eric Christian, Caleb Campbell, Kaius Torvinen. 3 drivers out of this race. David Adeker just before the first corner of the first lap, Alvarsis Mevara, as well as Lucatel de Almeida, the young Brazilian. So the drivers getting back to the Parc Fermé as the classification of this qualifying heat B against E appears. As in a couple of minutes we're going to switch from class, going from the juniors to the senior category, the OK class, as we had the first 3 races for the junior category. Now it's time to have the drivers from 14 years of age. We'll get to the starting grid of the qualifying heat, the first of the weekend for the OK class A against B in just a moment. Just after this, but this is the second victory in a row for Maxim Rem. We'll take a short break and then we'll be back in no time for the OK class. And we're back live from Karting Center Campillos in beautiful Spain. As you can see, the wind fins are surrounding, as well as the oil trees, as well the olive trees surrounding the track. Before we get going with racing, as we go through the starting grid of the next qualifying heat, we got a chance, as we said, to catch up with a couple of drivers, and one of those is to keep an eye on, of course, throughout the weekend, is the young Pulsator in the OK class, driving for the DPK racing team on home soil, the Bulgarian Nikola Tsolov.
The track is really nice. It has a lot of elevation changes, so it's really interesting. There's slow and fast corners on the different parts of the track, so it's like also really difficult to find the right setup for fast corners or slow corners or the engine configuration. So I think it's really interesting, and I think should be a good race. Yeah, obviously there's sometimes extra pressure when you're expected to do better, but I need to control that, and I think I should be doing pretty well with that. Also, being home on a track, you know, the team knows, you know what to do exactly, should be giving you more confidence, so I think should be alright. I don't think I have really anything to lose in the championship, so there's no pressure though. This race is also pretty much practice for next week. Of course, we're still gonna push to make the best result possible. It has been going alright. We had some problems, some races. I think so far in all the races I've been really fast. I've won heats, so I think we're competitive to fight. Yeah, it always gives you extra motivation when a Formula 1 driver is supporting you. Also, he's 2 times world champion, so it's really a big motivation for me and the whole team to work harder and to show him that we're good and to make the best result possible.
Good to hear from Nikola Tsolov that you have on your screen. We're wearing the DPK colors as well as the Fernando Alonso kart colors in partnership with the karting circuit of Fernando Alonso, the 2-time Formula 1 world champion in Asturias. Not quite in the region, of course, at the opposite of the country, but still a race on home soil for DPK Racing with one of the standard bearers. Nikola Tsolov, this is the highest he has been this season in champions in terms of qualifying performance. He's been used to fight at the front with a couple of top 10 results in the opening rounds, as we were in Genk in Zuera, but Tsolov has a good chance to really finish maybe at the forefront, as he came close to the top 10 in the opening race, was 7 in the other one, so all chances on the table, but the opposition in the OK class is more than fierce, and there's more than one contender in the classification. One driver that is missing this weekend, unfortunately, as we were expecting Andrea Kimi Antonelli to be with us in Spain to fight for the title and maybe get the title and the battle going until the end, but due to other duties, he couldn't make it. This is so wide open in terms of battle between some of the contenders on top of the classification. Arvid Lindblad, Joseph Turney, Rafael Camara, Tuka Taponen are some of the names that you might see popping up in front of the classification throughout the weekend. At least they are the ones still mathematically involved in the battle for the title. The second season of champions is far from over in the OK class. Nikola Tsolov will be a contender this weekend, not so much for the championship, but certainly more than willing to finish the season on a high on the home soil of his team. Rafael Camara, the young Brazilian, will be starting on the front row. There he is with the Okaberry colors, the young Brazilian from Czech Republic, very determined as well to shine here as well as next week. Rintaro Sato, the young Japanese driver, will be behind on row number 2 with Tuka Taponen by his side. Martin Stenzo on the 271 will be following. You can see him on the left side of the screen. By his side is last year's European junior champion Hugo Ugochukwu, the young American, waiting to get set. Then we're going to have further back Ivan Dominguez, one of the teammates of Nikola Tsolov. On your screen is Martin Stenzo, just in front of him on row number 3. Ariel Elkin on the right side of your picture, the 238 from VDK Racing in Israel, is another driver to keep an eye on. You can see the last details, the last conversation between the mechanic and the driver. These are always the moments that interest me the most in karting, when we don't unfortunately get to hear what is being said, but you can actually feel that these are the last words that count the most, the strategy that will come into play for Martinus Stenzo. And one last hand check, one last encouragement before going to racing mode. For the rest of the grid, Ivan Dominguez will be by the side of Ariel Elkin on row number 4. Luigi Coluccio and Emily Covisto will be on row number 5. Row number 6, we'll see Oscar Pedersen and Norton Adriansen. Then we have Rafael Mondanese, Alfio Spina, Nico Kuman and Bruno Delpino, row number 8. Flavio Olivieri and GC Parada, row number 9. Row number 10, Gustav Iniewski and Arthur Ronjon. Row number 11, Pedro Hilbrand, the 2016 OK World Champion, driving from Leclerc by Lennox Racing on row number 11 with Alexander Kupenko by his side from Tony Kart. Then we have Mark Kastelic and Erwin Nardini on row number 12. As you can see the classification of the grid appearing. Row number 13, Arthur Chabar and JC Lacey. Jaime Sanz Torrijos and Kuba Reski on row number 14. Then we have Jokubas, Bagno Navicius and Sandro Onzem, Nicolas Pirtilati and Nathan Schaap on row number 16, followed by Jeve Vuolanuke, John Bergström and Albadi Levale, Divas Alvarez, one of the Spanish drivers. Most of the local drivers here, good representation from the young heroes from Spain. Oh, unfortunately, a trouble already for 321. Try to see who that is, but this is happening further back. Quite a disaster already from one of the drivers of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Trying to identify who that is in 321, but quite unfortunate as he's going to have to stay outside. 321 is Jason Lacey, the young Australian. 321 from Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Mechanical problem by the look of it. Driving was supposed to start on road number 13. It's 26 Jason Lacey. Right now the driver is going around the track for the formation of the trouble of JC Lacey. He's driving for Parlin, not Leclerc, my apologies. JC Lacey, the Australian, is going to get going again. So JC Lacey, that's good news for the 321 from Parlin. Similar colors to Leclerc by Lennox Racing in that case, but he's going to be good to go. Well, that's good news for JC Lacey. He's going to have to catch up with the rest of the pack as the drivers are already slowing down into the last sector, entering sector number 3. You can see that spot, particular outside of the hairpin number 11. Then you have a double right-hander in 12 and 13 coming across the third and one of the biggest breaking point in the hairpin number 14. A very good opportunity for overtaking in that particular sector. It's really going up and down at this particular track. You don't get to see it very much live on the screen, but once you actually get to drive and walk on it, this is very much like a little Spa-Francorchamps. The Spa-Francorchamps of karting in Spain, so to speak. Here come the drivers as we're going to have Tsolov and Camara on the front row are racing. We're not racing. This is a yellow light. We're going around for another formation lap as David Manchester on the start-finish straight, our race director, decided, no, not this time around. Let's go for another one and make me a better grid, young gentleman. We had this extra formation lap in the opening junior qualifying heat if you were with us to start the day. But first qualifying heat of the weekend for the OK category, and already the need to pace everybody down and to calm the spirits, because once you get back onto the grid, you need not only to respect your position, to respect the pace, but not to put any wheel, 2 or 4 wheels outside of the corridors before coming across the yellow line that we have on the grid before the lights. This is a penalty of 5 or 10 seconds, if more. So the drivers have to take a lot of things into account, and especially they have to repress themselves from accelerator and getting on the throttle too soon and try to get an overtaking done too soon, coming to turn number 1. Of course, the temptation is huge once you get onto the start-finish straight to accelerate a little bit earlier than your rivals, but this could actually come with consequence if this is done too early or in a bad way. So, Nikola Tsolov with the Alonso Kart colors on the right, Rafael Camara with Car Republic and the other colors on his side. Here we go, we're racing Campillos, and a good start, cracking start from Rafael Camara. We're on the outside of turn number 1, and I think that Tsolov is going to lose another position to cut opponent. Opponent, the Tony Kart driver who just made himself into second place into turn number 5. He's going quite well into sector number 1 as well. No one's off at the moment. This is good news, but the battle outside of turn number 5, and a great start from the outside from Rafael Camara. It's been used actually through the past months and races to try this kind of overtaking around the outside line of some of the tracks that we've been to. But this time, Tappanen as well had a cracking start behind, and it's going to go as well for the move around the inside, and it goes through for the lead at the end. No, pretty much at the end of the opening lap. Tuukka Tappanen is taking the lead of this race in front of Camara. Tsolov in third. Let's see who we have behind. So they're going to come down to the hairpin. This is Ugo Ugochukwu in fourth place. A good effort as well from Ugo Ugochukwu. And let's see where Martin Stenzon is actually dropping down the way. Where is Martin Stenzon? All the way back. And there's going to be revenge for Rafael Camara, who goes through in turn number 1. What a move that was. He dived through in the open door, but it was very open at the last second for Rafael Camara. That we haven't seen yet this weekend in Campillos. A move into turn number 1 at full speed into the braking zone, which is not really a braking zone, as the drivers lift the throttle a little bit. Sweet touch to the braking pedal, but not so much in the OK class. But it was very, very ballsy, shall I say, from Rafael Camara. Went for the move. He knew that Tuukka Tappanen maybe wasn't expecting that, at least not in this first corner. So it's all over again for Tuukka Tappanen, who might want to go for the move. But watch out, because Nikola Tsolov might not be happy after losing 2 positions at the start. He's going to try to go for the move into turn number 14 in the hairpin. The door is open. Maybe too much from Tappanen. Can he actually cross the line? He has a couple of meters in front of Ugo Ugochukwu, under the pressure of Ariel Elkin just behind. Rintaro Sato is not far as well behind. You can see actually Nikola Tsolov saying to Tuukka Tappanen, don't fight me, don't go against me, because the gap is extending with Rafael Camara. Is up to 0.6 of a second. As you can see, the Brazilian, who actually was having none of it of what was happening behind him. He took advantage of the fight and really put a couple of meters behind himself and the rest of the pack. Second place, Tsolov, Tappanen trying to work together, but Tsolov is extending his gap a little bit, a better pace as it seems by the look of it. Ugo Ugochukwu is going out as well. Ugo Ugochukwu is out with another driver. Who is that? This is the 245. This is Tuukka Tappanen. Tuukka Tappanen got tangled in a mix as well. Ugo Ugochukwu and Tuukka Tappanen are out of this race. What happened over there? Ariel Elkin was also behind, but nothing happened to the Israeli driver in the downhill to the hairpin. What on earth happened? They went so quick, but the two went together, and as a punishment, this is retirement for both Ugo Ugochukwu and Tuukka Tappanen as they were battling for the victory. Another big surprise in this first race of the OK class, but Tuukka Tappanen and Ugo Ugochukwu are out of contention. JC Lacey unfortunately has had to come back as well into the pits. The Peral driver is the one who had a bit of mechanical trouble, but was actually managed to get going at the end of the first warm-up lap. But unfortunately for the Peral driver, JC Lacey is back in the pit, and double retirement, as you have seen, for Ugo Ugochukwu and Tuukka Tappanen. So disaster for the American and the Finn that will have a lot to recover after this disastrous first result, non-result in this case. So it opens the door and opens the gap as well for Ariel Elkin, who climbed to third place, the young Israeli. He still has 8 tenths of a second, 1.2 seconds of a gap, as you can see from Nikola Tsolov, the two drivers on your screen, Rafael Camara and Nikola Tsolov. This is the end of lap number 4. Tsolov waiting for the right time, of course. There's no rush. He has just 2 meters. He's just 2 meters behind Rafael Camara. There's no rush to get into action too soon into that race, because Camara actually could give the overtaking back. 12 laps to go through to the OK class. As you can see on the right side of the picture, Ariel Elkin is in third place, still 1 second behind for the young Israeli. We have in fourth place Norton Andriansen, Martin Stenzon in fifth place. What a race from Andriansen, who climbed 8 positions within the top 4. Alfio Spina is 6, with a good recovery effort as well from the Car Republic driver. Emily Covisto is 7. We have Jessica Rasquedo in 8, climbing through. And watch out for the move. Nikola Tsolov is going around and taking the leadership back of this race. Tsolov is ahead of Rafael Camara. As I was saying, Tsolov, try not to attack me, because we might actually get a connection done with Ariel Elkin just behind if we're too slow by fighting each other. But at the moment, Tsolov is ahead, and Camara is going to have a mission on his hand, is to try to stay in his shadow as much as he can. Nicolas Pirtilati, mechanical problem, so he's going to have the with the orange and black flag to be shown to Nicola Spirtilati. That means that he's going to have to retire himself from the race. Spirtilati, who is 27 in this race at the moment. So quite unfortunate for Nicola Spirtilati, the Finnish driver. In the meantime, Tsolov is extending his lead, 0.2 of a second now on Rafael Camara. Your two leaders, Arlelkin still down for a full second on Tsolov and Camara, 1.2 seconds. Then we have Norton Adriansen still in fourth. Martinus Tenzon is fifth. Sixth place in the hands of Emily Covisto. Alfio Spina is 7th. Carrasquedo, Dominguez and Del Pino, who just went ahead. Rafael Mondonese for 10th place. Further back, Rintaro Sato, the son of Takuma Sato, of course, Sato-san, who might be listening if he's not with us on track. I haven't seen him yet this weekend, or maybe he will be with us in the next, but at least I'm sure if he's available, he's listening and watching the performance of his son in 12th place at the moment. Not really the race at the start of the weekend that Rintaro Sato had certainly planned, as he was fourth on the grid, third on the grid, and now dropping all the way back to 11 and trying to make up for the ground that he lost in the opening stages of this race. Nico Kuman from Forza Racing is the fastest with 1 minute point 3. On your picture is still the battle raging. This is Arlelkin and Norton Andreasen really on a charge. This is a hammer time already for Norton Andreasen, who completely missed his qualifying session, and he goes through for the move on Arlelkin into the hairpin number 11. This is done and dusted, and another move, the ninth driver that he's been overtaking since the start of this race, Norton Andreasen, now sits in third place. Arlelkin is going to have to fight back on this one and protect himself from Martinus Tenzon with the Leclerc lock on his chassis. But Norton Andreasen, the world racing driver, on the charge, is sitting in third place with a much better pace by the look of it than Arlelkin at the moment. 7 laps in, lap number 8. We're getting your checkered flag slowly but firmly. And the gap between Tsolov and Camara has just extended for a tiny bit, 0.3 of a second. Then we have those two drivers in the same picture. Andreasen, Arlelkin, Stenzon in 5th place. Then in the rest of the classification, as Nico Kuman is setting another fastest lap, Nico Kuman, who is currently in 18th place. Nico Kuman, who was one of the revelations of the previous round of Champions of the Future in Zuera back in the summer, as he was the leader actually at the end of the qualifying heats. This time around, the fastest on track, but not really the race that he had foreseen in his head. 18, 3 places down. Now the battle is raging, still observing each other, Rafael Camara and Nikola Tsolov. Can Rafael Camara actually try to decrease the gap? This is lap number 8. He doesn't have much time remaining with the purple colors of his sponsor on his chassis, Rafael Camara. Of course, like many of his fellow countrymen, Rafael Camara had expected certainly the end of the season to travel the Atlantic Ocean to the Brazil, but other decisions led to us being in Campillos this weekend, but certainly is not lacking any ambition and any will to do well to conclude his season on a high. The European Championship, just to mention it, didn't go his way, Rafael Camara, but this time around he has still a good shot at winning Champions of the Future. Last year in this very competition, it was third at the end behind Nikita Berlin and Joe Turney. So there's one place to go looking for Rafael Camara. Now is the pressure on Arlelkin, and Martinus Tenzon is getting ahead of the Israeli driver. It just happened on the downside of the track, the last 2 sectors, and Martinus Tenzon is getting ahead of Elkin for 4th place. Now this is lap number 10. As the checkered flag is about to be waved very, very soon, and Nikola Tsolov, Rafael Camara split by 0.5 of a second at the moment. Camara not quite able to keep up with the pace, as Nikola Tsolov just set the fastest lap in 1 minute point 1. This is 0.2 faster than Rafael Camara at the moment, as the Brazilian seems to be quite happy with the second place. Still, he cannot reach quite enough the leader to make a difference. But right now, Arlelkin might still have a chance to get ahead and fight back against Martinus Tenzon. Let's see what's going to happen further back as well. We have Emily Covisto and Alfio Spina split by 0.5 of a second. Then Carrasquedo, Dominguez, Bruno Del Pino, and Rintaro Sato still climbing through the ranks and really clinching through the door of the top 10. On your screen is Martinus Tenzon with a very nice pinky kind of helmet on his head, with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing colors. Lap number 11, penultimate lap for all the drivers. On your screen is 2:17 of Norton Adriansen. He's trying as much as he can. Norton Adriansen will still have 1.3 seconds of a gap to Rafael Camara into turn number 5. You cannot see it actually, or maybe on this angle, but this is a never-ending climb to the summit of this circuit, which has been built on the side of hill here in beautiful Andalusia. The 260 of energy is coming back to the pits, I'm afraid, as you don't see that on your screen, just happened on the corner of my eye. Jokubus Bagdanavicius, unfortunately, is coming back to the pits, and this will be retirement for the energy driver. Now we're about to enter the last lap of this race, the first of the OK class this weekend, as Nikola Tsolov is pulling away literally on Rafael Camara. 7/10 of a second on this young man. Andreasen 2 seconds behind. Final lap for the standard bureau of the DPK Racing Team. You just heard him in the interview. Very focused, very determined on the task at hand, of course, for Nikola Tsolov, who was the fastest in qualifying. And he knows, of course, that even though he's Bulgarian. Oh, and this will be retirement, I'm afraid, for the 273. This is Pedro Hilbrand. Oh, quite a shame for Pedro Hilbrand, the Spaniard, competing on home soil, and this is retirement with a mechanical problem on his Peral chassis, aligned by Lennox Racing, and is out of his kart, Pedro Hilbrand. So again, trouble for one of the potential contenders, one of the big names in this class, after what happened to Igor Guchuku and Tuka Taponen earlier in this race. This is only the beginning of the weekend, and already some surprises coming your way into the senior category. He was on pole position yesterday, is taking his first win of the weekend. Nikola Tsolov win for the DPK Racing Team in front of Rafael Camara. Norton Adriansen made the job with 9 places climbed up to 3rd in front of Martino Stenzorn, Emily Covisto. Alfio Spina is 6th. JC Carrasquedo actually made his effort as well, and overtook 11 drivers up to 7. 8th place for Ariel Elkin. Ariel Elkin had a bit of a trouble, actually. We didn't see that on screen, but he lost a couple of positions down to 8. I don't know if it was the result of a mistake or an incident or a bit of a wheel banging with another driver. We'll try to clear that up, but as a result, Ariel Elkin is 8th as he was fighting for a potential top 5. Ivan Dominguez is 9 in front of Bruno Del Pino, and Rintaro Sato just outside the top 10. In the rest of the classification, we have Oscar Pedersen, Luigi Coluccio for 13, Joel Bergström. This is already certainly the reward for the best recovery so far. 20 positions gained by Joel Bergström, the 3-2-3. Incredible recovery from the Swedish driver. Joel Bergström was starting from the back end of the grid, the row number 17, and he just managed to dive through the field and really get position after position. 20 places gained up to 14. Nico Kiman is 15 in front of Rafael de Monese, Erolin Nurendini, Alexander Kubenko 18 in front of Artur Ronjo, Mark Kastelic, classification appearing A against B. Then we have 21st Sandro Olzem, Nathan Schaap is 22 from Gustav Winiewski, Kuba Rajic, we have Albani Vivas Alvarez, Arthur Chabar, Jaime Sanz Torrijos, Flavio Oliveri, and Vale Luque. 29 drivers at the flag, and already a couple of retirements. On your picture is Pedro Hilbrand, unfortunately, who was the last to retire, as well as Bagdanavicius, Pirtilati, Taponen, and Ugochuku going together, and GC Lacey retiring at the beginning of this race. So this is first victory after pole position for Nikola Tsolov. A clean sweep so far for the young Bulgarian driver. Let's see if he can keep it up for the rest of the weekend, as Pedro Hilbrand is pushing his car back to the Parc Fermé. We're going to take a short break and hear from another driver we had a chance to talk to yesterday. Is certainly the top contender for the battle for the title this weekend, driving for Car Republic. This is Arvid Lindblad.
It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it so far. I think the track works really well with this, with the class, with the OK, and the tyres as well. I've just sort of really gelled well. I feel comfortable. I'm really enjoying it. I'd say it's probably the track I've enjoyed the most so far on the European sort of calendar with these tyres, and yeah, it's going well. I think it's all about finding that all-round setup, because in this track you have lots of very fast corners but also slow corners. So it's all about trying to find that balance. between the fast and the slow corners to optimize and be fast in both. I think that's really the way that we're working, to try to be good in all parts of the track, but I'm sure everyone is. We've had a strong campaign so far, strong championship. Genk, we had a good amount of points, just missed out on the podium in the final, but we're still good. Zuera, I was second in the final on the podium. So it's been going well so far in this championship. I think we're in a good position now to take some good points, and we'll see where we end up in this championship. But I think everyone's going to be really thinking more about next week and trying to test and understand as much for next week. For sure, that's what we're going to be doing. But I mean, if we can get an extra trophy and championship under our belt, that'd be even better. Well, I won this championship as well in the junior, so to do it again in the senior would be great. But like I say, I think the biggest priority at the moment is to make sure that we get a good understanding with the chassis and the engine, that we can work well next week. So yeah.
Always nice to catch up with the young man on your picture from Britain, Arvid Lindblad, and you might actually recognize some of familiar colors on his racing suit and helmet. Red Bull, of course, and it doesn't come, of course, by chance, as is the young driver under the Red Bull Junior program this season, and hopefully for the years to come, with a lot of ambitions, as he won the Champions of the Future Series in 2020 in the junior class, stepped to OK this season around, and certainly one of the fastest young drivers that we can see in this category this season. We were expecting, as neutral viewers that we are, a glorious battle until the end between himself and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Antonelli is not with us this weekend, so there's plenty of chances, there's plenty of bets on the table for Lindblad against the strong opposition led by Joe Turney, Kamara, Tuka Tapanen, as well as some of the contenders willing to get themselves in the mix, join the party for the win. And one of them, of course, is on your picture, Gabriele Gomez, the 318, certainly very impressive in qualifying. This is the second qualifying of the weekend for the OK class, with the group C against D. The drivers making their way onto the track, and Arvid Lindblad was a bit slow over there to get his engine going, but so far so good. No trouble at all for the driver who will be starting from the third row of the grid and sixth place on this classification. So here's the grid. Gabriele Gomez, the Pulsator, one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying. He's going to have Timotis Kucharczyk, the young Polish driver with another familiar name on his chassis. Robert Kubica is the only one competing with the chassis prepared by Peral. Jo Valtanen and Daniel Brits. Oh, and a bit of trouble for Turbo. August Turbo, the 309 from World Racing, who cannot get going by the look of it. Hopefully we'll be able to join the rest of the pack. Matthias Morgato and Arvid Lindblad on row number 3. Row number 4, Evan Gilter and Artem Severyukin. Oh, and another driver, the 295, I think it was, who is being pushed back. This is Ella Stevens from Birelart, or from the Lennox Racing team. This is Birelart, actually, that Ella Stevens is driving for from the back end of the grid. Another driver in trouble mechanically, but I think that both will be able to get to the track as well. So good news. Joseph Turney and Ruben Moya will be on row number 5. Christian Bertuca and Kasper Agman will be row number 6. Row number 7, Daniel Nogales Lopez, as well as by his side, Olin Gali. Then we have Marcus Kayak, Francesco Marenghi. Row number 9, Matteo De Palo and Karol Pazevic, Lenny Reed and Giuliano Olzem on row number 10. Row number 11, Roman Andriolo and Carmen Krav. As you can see, the drivers joining the party on track. Row number 12, Laurence Lecertua, the most Spaniard of all Belgian drivers, competing from row number 12 with Kevin Quevedo by his side. Row number 13, Rasmus Uchimis and Maximilian Obst. Then we have August Turbo, Adja Vibrinatite, Hugo Besson, Maximilian Angelar, Noah Milel, Jacobson Bear, Ella Stevens and Jose Gomez Gutierrez. You might have heard a familiar name at the back end of the grid after difficult qualifying for his return in the OK class. This is Noah Milel, who just a couple of weeks ago wrote certainly one of the most beautiful pages in the karting books of recent seasons by winning the KZ World Championship on home soil in Kristianstad. Noah Milel is with us this weekend with Tony Kart, ready to tackle not only champions but also the Dairy Drive World Championship of next week. So right now, Gabriele Gomez with the CRJ colors, the 318 on the right side of the track. By his side on the front row, Timotis Kucharczyk, Valtanen, Brice. Are we racing? The lights go out. Here we go. Green, green, green. On the inside of turn number 1, good effort and good start from Gabriele Gomez. Juho Valtanen is taking the lead in second place. He's taking the second place as well in front of the rest of the pack. Is going quite well into turn number 1, but a good effort as well from Valtanen, who was on the inside as well, taking the toe of Gabriele Gomez. He didn't go actually the way of Timotis Kucharczyk, dropping a couple of positions. Is still in the 4th place, or maybe further back, I'm afraid, for Timotis Kucharczyk. Coming to the first hairpin of the track, Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman, had a cracking start. Actually, in 3rd place, he was 4 places gain in the start for Evan Gilter, the standard bearer of the Belgian category and Belgian team. Watch out for the back, as we have one of the Tony Kart drivers trying to make his way through the 247 on your screen. This is happening for the back. This is Joe Turney actually in a strong battle with Kucharczyk, as Joe Turney didn't have the best of qualifying yesterday, but just managed to get himself ahead of Kucharczyk. Very difficult start and opening lap for Timotis Kucharczyk. Let's see where he is. He dropped all the way down, Kucharczyk, to 5th place behind Joe Turney. So here's your classification. In the lead, we still have Gomez, Gabriele Gomez, the young Brazilian, in front of Juho Valtanen. Then we have Evan Gilter in 3rd. 4th place, the drivers on your screen, Joe Turney and Timotis Kucharczyk, the young Polish, who must be furious in his helmet not to have get the good getaway that he wanted. He's now going to have a lot of ground to recover, starting by getting past Joe Turney, and God knows how difficult Joe Turney can be in overtaking. He's looking over his shoulder, trying to protect his position, wearing the new Tony Kart colors for 2022 already. Joe Turney, a cracking start as well for him. Gilter and Turney, 3rd and 4th respectively, really went through the field, climbing 4th and 5th place respectively. And you could see actually a little gesture to from Turney to Kucharczyk, saying that it's way too soon to keep on start on battling, mate. Let's keep this steady. Let's work together and try to decrease the gap on Evan Gilter in 3rd. Behind Kucharczyk on your screen, we have Matheus Morgato, the Brazilian, climbing to 6th place in front of Christian Betuca, Daniel Brise, Marcus Klerk is 9, and Artem Servyukin is in 10th place. Where is Arvid Lindblad? All the way down to 11. Not the best of start for Arvid Lindblad, who, as we said, had a bit of a difficult qualifying yesterday, didn't find the pace, and decided that he wanted to get his weekend going the right way. So he's going to have a lot of ground to recover. He lost already 5 positions in the opening lap, and he's still very close to Artem Servyukin. So we're going to keep an eye as well on what's going to happen behind us. But in the meantime, the battle is raging between those two for 3rd place, Joe Turney and Timotis Kucharczyk in the top 4. Lap number 3. Joe Turney, of course, he has a lot to lose in this championship. He was going to say he has nothing to lose, but all to win. But still, this is only getting started this weekend, and he needs the points, he needs the confidence, because he's playing for the championship. He only has 4 points of a gap behind Arvid Lindblad. 4 points is what split those two. At the moment, this is the advantage of Joe Turney in front of Evan Gilter. Oh, and Gilter lost the position. No, my apologies. Sorry, this is Juho Valtanen. we just getting focused on the battle for 2nd place as well. Joe Turney is just behind the teammate of Juho Valtanen at Tony Kart. Watch out for the move coming up as Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman, just put the fastest lap together in 1:04. I can feel something coming across maybe into that hairpin number 11, but the former Tony Kart driver, now with VDK since last season, is keeping a close watch on Tuukka Taponen. Juho Valtanen, my apologies. Tuukka Taponen actually retired the race before, and there he goes for the move around the inside in turn number 14, and this is clean and neat from Evan Gilter. Now Juho Valtanen is going to have to fight back. New colors as well for Juho Valtanen. You might remember him driving for Car Republic not so long ago with the SP Motorsport squad from Stanpex. Well, Juho Valtanen, it was announced on social media a couple of days ago, decided to go OTK for the end of the season, and 2022 is now driving for Tony Kart at full speed with Joe Turney just in front. Valtanen Turney, that could be the name of the apocalypse for the opposition in the OK class, at the moment sitting in the 3rd and 4th place respectively. And another Tony Kart driver actually that we could expect fighting at the front, but it's going to have a lot of ground to recover, is the one setting the fastest lap, Noah Milel, who's climbing 9 positions just in the outside of the picture at the back end of the grid, as he was starting from the back of the starting grid, now climbing 9th place to 22nd position as we speak with the fastest lap in the bag. And now watch out for the battle of the teammates as Joe Turney has had enough of Jo Valtanen is getting ahead, as Valtanen will he be able to protect himself from Timotis Kucharczyk. Now Turney is ahead, 3rd place. Try to chase Evan Gilter. Rasmus Uccinis unfortunately is going to have a warning flag. The 251. Where is Uccinis? Rasmus Uccinis at the moment is going to have to go. Oh, and a driver off. We have a driver off. Let's try to see where that is. But I think there was a bit of a contact. Yes, just on the other side of the track. One driver went off in the turn number 14, the 3rd hairpin of the track. And I think it was pretty serious at least. One of the marshals is going there. There's going to be a yellow flag being waved into the last corner of the track. You can see on your screen, yellow flag being waved. And who is the driver missing? We still have warning flag for Rasmus Uccinis. But this is Laurens Lecerteau, I think, that is missing into our classification. Is he the one who went off into that corner on the right side of the track? Maximilian Obst and August Terbo have both retired from this race. Yellow flag are being waved in the last part of the track. I think there was a bit of a big hit for Laurens Lecerteau. We didn't see it quite clearly. In the meantime, this is lap number 6 completed. And this is slow. Yeah. All the drivers have to go slow. Yeah, full course yellow, I think. Yes, indeed. Full course yellow at the moment is being declared onto the track with all the yellow flags being waved in Campillos. So full course yellow halfway through this qualifying heat for the incident involving Laurens Lecerteau. I hope that is okay. All the drivers, of course, have to slow down through this phase and no overtaking a load in the process. In the meantime, let's have a look at the classification as it stands. Gabriele Gomez from CRG is leading the way from Evan Gilter. Joe Turney is 3rd. Then we have Jo Valtanen in 3rd place. 4th place for Jo Valtanen in front of Timotis Kucharczyk. Matheus Morgato is 6th, followed by Daniel Brice, Christian Bertuccia. Then we have Markus Kayak, Artem Severyukin in the top 10. And Arvid Lindblad still outside of the top 10. Now, we haven't seen quite clearly what happened to Laurens Lecerteau, but I can tell you that by the look outside of my window, the doctors and the medical team are on their way to the site of the incident. We're still under full course yellow condition at the moment, so we won't show you what's actually happening for Laurens Lecerteau in respect, of course, for the work of the medical team. But at the moment, the race is being interrupted at yellow flag. Hopefully, let's have some good news coming our way very soon. But we didn't see clearly what happened over there. I don't think that another driver was involved, but that happened outside of our window. At the moment, Gabriele Gomez, one of the fastest in yesterday, very impressive. The Brazilian from CRG is leading the way. He had 0.3 of a second in front of Evan Gilter, who had a cracking start with 5 places gained in the opening lap. What can he do actually this weekend? Evan Gilter, who has been often placed, not always rewarded, but certainly very, very fast since he left the ranks of Sodicart. I remember him being very impressive in the wet conditions last year at Portimao, the World Championship, as well as Champions of the Future, the closing round of last season. And since then, he just went moving to VDK in the meantime and is now sitting in 2nd place, but he's going to have the Tony Kart factory drivers just behind with Joe Turney and Jo Valtanen in 3rd and 4th. Now, as we're waiting for more information and when the race will get going again, we'll be able to resume. Let me remind you, of course, of the program. It's going to have a couple of qualifying heats after this one. We will switch off category, back with the juniors for 3 more races, then back with the OK class before the lunch break. That will be at roughly 20 minutes past 2. So roughly 20 minutes past 2 o'clock local time. We'll take a break of approximately 1 hour. And then we will be back for some more racing. And I'm afraid the race will be stopped. The red flag is being waved, as you can see. Red flag is officially being waved on the Karting Campillos. And this is something, of course, this is a sign that we never like to see in motorsport and particularly in karting. But this means that the intervention might take a little bit longer than planned from the medical team on Laurens Lecerteau. So We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a few moments in waiting for some more news about the condition of the young Belgian. But at the moment, we don't have much, unfortunately, to tell you. But in the meantime, as you can see, the drivers are going to stop on the start-finish straight as required by the regulations. Red flag in this race, the second race of the OK class this weekend in Campillos. The classification remains the same, and hopefully we'll be able to get going in just a few moments.
I'm so excited, and I'm really happy about what I did, and the qualifying was just perfect, and my lap was so feeling good. So I know something happened. So yeah, I'm happy. I just need to hold focus in the front and don't lose so much position in the start, and see what's happened.
I think it was really good. Yesterday we were struggling a bit with the pace. But today we tried something new and it seems to work really good, so I'm really happy we found out what to do in the chassis to be faster. It feels really good to be starting ahead in the heats. Obviously it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of good drivers, competitive drivers that will be fighting for the title. I think Arvid will be really fast, as well Kucharczyk. They always been really fast, so I think they'll be really hard to fight with. Also Turney. I think should be alright. Let's see if the conditions change or not. And I'm really excited and I hope to do the best result possible.
Welcome back live from the karting center of Campillos in the beautiful region of Andalusia, not far from the Costa del Sol in the south of Spain. As you can see, the current race has been stopped with the red flag, so we're under interruption condition, red flag condition at the moment for the qualifying heat opposing Group C and D. An incident with one driver occurred just after. If you were not with us, we're about, hopefully, to get going as we're waiting for more information, but now the authorization hasn't been given yet. So we will be going as soon as the track has been cleared and the driver has been taken care of and taken back in a safe place. So we're waiting for news, but we don't have much to give you at the moment. Let's just say that before the interruption, we had a pretty decent race and pace showed by Gabriel Gomez, who managed from pole position to stay ahead of the pack after a very good start. A good start as well and a good recovery from both Evan Gilter and Joseph Turney, who were riding respectively in second and third position. Jo Valtanen very much in the mix as well, behind his teammate, the two Tony car drivers. You can see on the right side of your picture everybody's discussing, actually waiting and asking questions about what's going to happen. But you can see on the left corner of your screen the medical car, the ambulance and the medical team are on the track, working efficiently as always to take care of the unfortunate driver involved in the incident. So we won't show you, of course, what's going on over there. We keep our focus on the drivers. But Timotis Kucharczyk was in 5th place and certainly not the start of the race that he had expected after starting from the front row of the grid. Timotis Kucharczyk, we got a chance to talk to him in this weekend. You get to hear this interview later on, as he just won recently the RGMMC Junior Driver Program, and he will get to tackle the Spanish Formula 4 Championship in 2022. So always good to hear from the young Polish driver, who's the young protege of a driver that might be familiar to many of you. His name is Robert Kubica, the current third driver and development driver of the Alfa Romeo racing team in Formula 1, and wearing the colors of Robert Kubica on his chassis and racing suit. Matheus Morgato, the fellow Matheus Morgato will be from 6th place, the fellow countryman, I was going to say, of Gabriel Gomez. Daniel Briz is 7 at the moment, Christian Betucha is 8, Markus Kerak is 9, and Artem Severyukin is running at the top 10 as we speak. Of course, after this one, once the green flag will be waved, the authorization will be given. As I can see at the back of the track, the ambulance is about to leave the circuit, which is we'll hope to have good news, of course, coming our way. As you can see, the 222, this is the chassis of Laurens Lecertua from the LLK racing team, an independent team. Laurens Lecertua has been competing on the international level for a few years now. One of the young Belgian drivers in the international competition. As we're going to wait for more news coming our way, but the drivers will be ready, of course, once the track has been cleared to go for another warm-up lap. So one lap in, and then the green flag and the lights will be out once again for the racing to resume. We still have a couple of laps, less than 4 laps to go before the conclusion of this qualifying heat. This will be the last one of the OK class before we switch to the juniors. We'll find back the senior category a bit later this afternoon. It's almost 1 o'clock here in Spain under the beautiful sun of the region Andalusia. If you haven't been here before, well, this track has been existing for 16 years now, built in 2005, 16 years ago, by the efforts of many people here passionate about karting, and especially Mr. Martin Rivers, the owner and creator of this track. We are here this weekend and for the next 1.5 kilometers, 16 corners, a lot of challenges here in Campillos that has been on the karting map for quite a few years now, welcoming and hosting a couple of international series. But this is the first time that we get to see the OK and OK Junior classes competing on this track. First time for champions, and next week the first time as well for an FI karting championship. So we cannot wait, of course, for the rest of the weekend and the next as well. And I have to say that the welcoming of the people here, the Spanish people and the entire team of the karting center of Campillos has been absolutely tremendous. And this is a feedback that I'm sure that most of the teams and drivers will share with me and with us at RGMMC. The weather has been kind as well. We should have, this is 16 degrees Celsius at the moment in the air. We should have an average of around 20-21 degrees throughout the rest of the weekend. These are warm conditions, not too warm, not too cold, even though cold in the morning, cold in the evening. So always a bit tricky in those conditions. But we're about to get going for some more racing as the drivers are waiting for the details and the information from the race direction. Once everything has been cleared, we still have a bit less than 4 laps to go before the checkered flag. At the moment, in the OK class, the provisional classification sees Andrea Kimi Antonelli leading the way. That Antonelli is not with us this weekend. He's been, of course, taken out by other duties, competing in single-seater already in the Italian F4 at the end of the season and the next as well. So he couldn't be here this weekend, and I don't think he will be competing in next week's World Championship. Arvid Lindblad is our, shall I say, a leader, as it turns out. 175 points, 4 points ahead of the driver on track, Joe Turney, who was more than willing certainly to collect the points and the confidence that he need to make it all the way, even though qualifying heats are important to get one of the 36 tickets available for the pre-final taking place on Sunday. 30 at the end of the qualifying heats and 6 more at the end of the second chance heat. So as required by the regulations, as it's often the case when a big incident happens on the track, you can see the drivers being called by one of the officials from the RGMMC Group team, Ross, who's going to be telling them the instructions. And it's always a nice picture to see here on to the track, even though in difficult circumstances, as we send our wishes of well-being for Laurens Lecertua, and we'll give you some information as soon as we got some from the officials of RGMMC about the conditions of the young Belgian driver who went out in turn number 14 quite heavily against the tire wall, something that we didn't see happening on track or either on the screen. So it's left to be seen, left to be discovered if it was the result of an incident, but we'll get some more information throughout the day and we'll keep you posted. About being keeping posted, of course, we'll have you covered for this weekend as always, so you can find all the information that you need, results, live timing and live streaming, of course, on the official website of the series, championskarting.com, as well as on social media. We wait for you on Facebook and Instagram, as well as on YouTube. You can find all the links on the RGMMC YouTube channel, and to make sure to follow every bit and bits of this final round of Champions of the Future. We're about to get going again. The instructions have been given to the drivers that are about to be sat in the respective machinery. Arvid Lindblad on the right side of your picture, wearing the Red Bull colors, driving for Car Republic, is sitting at the moment in 11th place with a 5 positions drop from the beginning of the race. So certainly a big of a job left to do for Arvid Lindblad. And quite a lot of people expected this weekend all throughout the surroundings of the circuit. This is a public open event, of course, as our friends at Karting Campillos have put together some very nice grandstands on the left side of the track, opposing actually the picture that you have. This track that was built, as we said, 16 years ago, pretty much in the hill that we find ourselves on. So it was really dug into the ground, and as you might have seen on the stream, coming to turn number 1 and the climb to the top of the circuit, you can actually see those big sides of mountain with the grandstands on them. So something that's can be a bit tricky, as I've heard in the national championship. Some drivers were actually taken off on the natural banking that has been constructed on the outside of the turn number 1. This time we haven't seen anything wrong happening into the turn number 1. Very fast right-hander, as you'll get to see just after this race. We got a couple of onboard laps to show you about the tricks and bits of this Campillos racing track. Still a lot of discussion happening onto the circuit, as we'll be going back for racing in just a few moments. This was a bit of a before taste of things to come. And in the OK and the OK Junior classes, of course, 170 drivers competing here this weekend at Campillos for the final round of Champions of the Future. If you're joining us right now, the race is being stopped but about to be resumed after a red flag proceedings due to an incident involving Lawrence Lesatua. We're hoping to have some hopefully positive news coming our way very soon. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, the drivers are about to sat in the machinery. Gabriel Gomez is still standing, the CRG driver from Brazil. On the right side of your picture is Evan, I was going to say just behind, but Evan Gilter from VDK. On the right side is Joe Turney, as well as Juha Valtanen, the two Tony Kart standard bearers. Certainly two names to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the weekend. Timotis Kucharczyk, the young Polish driver, is in 5th place on the grid. Everybody's going to have to do one more lap. And then we'll be good to go for the rolling start once again to get the engines and the tires back up to temperatures with no excessive weaving, as always in Champions of the Future. Otherwise, you could actually get some of the drivers into trouble, and this is not allowed by the regulations. As it stands so far, we only had one race before, and this is Nikola Tsolov from the DPK Racing Team won the first opposition between the Group A and Group B in this senior category. Let's have a look at the classification official as it is right now. You can find it, of course, on championskarting.com. But as it stands, from pole position, Nikola Tsolov was the strongest in this race. Winner in front of Rafael Camara, Norton Andreasen in 3rd, Martin Stenson was 4th, and Emily Covisto was 5th. Looking at the results, I see that at the moment it is still subject to scrutineering. But as it stands, no penalty given yet to the drivers, but we will have to wait for those results to be made official once past the scrutineering on the left side of the main building. This is actually where I find myself. You can actually see me on the corner of the picture right now on the top floor of the main building of this track, in our little speaker box. Now there's going to have some more information and details given to drivers, as you can see, getting around the officials of RGMMC just to make sure that everybody is on the same page and knows what to do, as being informed about the proceedings for the race to start back. You might have noticed that Jake Sanson, that you usually hear behind the mic of Champions of the Future, is not here this weekend with us. He had other duties, but will be back in no time, as it will be by my side, the two of us, for next week, FIA Karting World Championship. In the meantime, still discussions taking place right now, as the drivers actually getting a little bit cooled, as well as the engine. So we're gonna need at least a lap to get everybody back into force, with of course the obligation not to overtake anyone in that case. So far in the OK class, we had a couple of the expected contenders who set the fastest laps in practice. The drivers, actually, some of them, not all of them actually. Tony Kart wasn't here a couple of days ago to get some free practice done, because due to the late change in the calendar, it wasn't originally planned to come to Campillos, as you might know, at the end of the season. But still, those late changes prompted the drivers and the teams to book extra practice sessions on the days before this Champions of the Future series, that serves as well as a big practice, a big warm-up, shall we say, before the FIA Karting World Championship. But most of the drivers didn't have much of experience, or pretty much no experience at all, about the karting Campillos as it stands. And the good news is coming to me. Thank you very much, James Guidel. Lawrence Lesatua is okay. So that's the good news and the relief to everybody, as we had a bit of a scare after the incident that happened on the race just before the interruption at red flag. Lawrence Lesatua, the young Belgian driver from LLK, is okay. So this is the good news, and this is with relief and light spirit that you guys can come back to racing, and with less than 4 laps to go before the checkered flag. So let's see what's going to happen, as we're going to have the battle raging between the Tony Kart drivers of Juho Valtanen as well as Joe Turney against Gomez. Evan Gilter in the mix. This is going to be once again very tight, as the drivers need, of course, to secure good results along through the qualifying heats. There's only 6 qualifying heats for the senior class in total. So this is not a lot at all, as you can imagine. There's 4 groups, 4 groups, 6 qualifying heats. There's a lot more for the juniors. Right, I've just heard a whistle. The green flag is being waved. We're still in slow mode, of course. Yellow flag are still being waved around the track, but the drivers have been given the thumbs up to get back into racing mode. Here we go. Warm-up lap first, and then the formation of the grid at the end of the lap. One of the drivers was quite slow. Is one of the VTK drivers at the back end of the grid. Let's try to see who that is. This is Hugo Besson, the 241 at the back end of the grid. Is going to try to recover as much as he can. What's interesting, of course, now that everybody is coming back together, is that all the gaps that we had before are pretty much resumed to nothing. So it's all down now to Evan Gilter, who is in the skin, is in the racing suit of the pursuer, of the chaser. It's all down to him, Evan Gilter, in second place, to really stay close to Gabriele Gomez as much as he can once the light will go green, because otherwise Gabriele Gomez will be keen to get away from the rest of the pack. So here they come down the corner number 14, one of the hairpins, the last hairpin of the track. As the drivers will get going, they need an extra lap, I think it is, in that case, as Gabriele Gomez is slowing down already. Coming across the start-finish straight. Gomez, Gilter, Turney, Valtanen. He can accelerate right now, and we're racing back to green. Green. The green flag is being waved, and watch out for the Tony Kart driver. Evan Gilter was caught napping a little bit over there, and is being overtaken left and right. Juho Valtanen actually, and Joe Turney just went ahead of the Frenchman, as well as just behind one of the Peral driver, I think it is. But let's try to see what it is. Daniel Briz and Matheus Morgato as well in 4th place. So what happened over there? Evan Gilter actually couldn't catch up quite close enough with Gabriele Gomez at the moment. You can see the update of the classification. Gabriele Gomez is very much in the lead, a couple of meters ahead of Turney, Valtanen, Morgato, who just went into the gap as well, created by Ivan Gilter, quite unfortunately. And Gilter keeps on dropping positions, as I think that behind him, Christian Batuka, Daniel Briz might have gone ahead. Indeed, Gilter is dropping to 9th place. He was caught napping on, of course, cold engine and cold tires, not always the easiest conditions to get going in the race. But this time around, you could see the Tonica drivers and teammates really going for the win, going for the move. But there's not a lot of time remaining in this race. Gomez, 5/10 of a second advantage. Jordan is second. Valtanen protecting the race of his teammates, so to speak. But not for long, as Matheus Morgato dives around the inside of turn number 5. Beautifully done by Matheus Morgato, who steps up to a 3rd place in front of Jo Valtanen. But Valtanen might have another, of course, trick in his sleeve. Let's try to see what he can do. Jo Valtanen, the Finnish king, multiple champion of Finland, of course, 3rd in the World Championship back in 2017. And there he goes through again, fighting back against Matheus Morgato. And Morgato might actually try to keep it on the outside, crossing the line on the inside of turn number 13. That's beautifully made for Matheus Morgato, and that actually losing, this is time lost for Jo Valtanen, who fights back because Daniel Briz is just behind, and Briz takes them too. Daniel Briz takes them too, and Marcus Kayak just went for the dive as well. Matheus Morgato, a disastrous turn of event for Matheus Morgato, who's dropping a couple of positions down to 6. Oh, that was a good sequence of action. But you could see that Valtanen was having none of it. He was not ready to drop any more positions. Just kept fighting, kept biting. And watch out for Marcus Kayak, the world racing driver. Kayak goes through as well. Kayak up a place in 4th place into turn number 5. Oh, that is hectic. This is the penultimate lap of this race already. And further back, you can see the battle between the two teammates of Birelart. Morgato in front of Bertucca. Watch out what can do the Italian against the Brazilian. Downhill after the hairpin, the return straight. And further back we have Timotis Kucharczyk, who couldn't catch up with the rest of the field. He's down to 8 as he was starting from the front row of the grid. The young Polish driver, I'm afraid. Back in the lead, this is Joe Turney in 2nd place. 7/10 of a second down to Gabriele Gomez. Gomez actually did what he needed to do. A strong start, a strong restart, and he didn't let himself impressed by the opposition. And while Jo Valtanen was battling again, along with the rest of the field, he actually managed to get ahead and pull the gap 6/10 of a second, in front of Joe Turney. Daniel Briz is up to 3rd with the DPK Racing colors. Another strong name to keep an eye on. Daniel Briz, the Spaniard, driving for a Spanish team. Onum Sol, that's all, of course, a double motivation for Daniel Briz. Let's keep an eye on what the Spaniard can do this weekend. Marcus Kayak, what a race has been pulling off so far. The Estonian driver from World Racing. 11th place gained, up to 4th. In front of Jo Valtanen, the battle is raging further back in this final lap of the race. As Gabriele Gomez and Joe Turney are split by 7/10. I think this is done and dusted for Gabriele Gomez, still watching over his shoulder. But the CRG driver on his way to a first victory this weekend. He was one of the fastest in qualifying. Last 2 sectors, last 2 corners, left and right. Victory and checkered flag and punching the air. Gabriele Gomez wins for CRG in Campillos, his first win of the weekend in front of Joe Turney. Daniel Briz is 3rd. Marcus Kayas is 4th. Then we have Jo Valtanen. Matheus Morgato is 6th place. Christian Bertucca is 7th. Timotis Kucharczyk crossing the line in 8th in front of Olin Galli and Evan Gilter all the way down to 10th. 11th place for Artem Severyukin. For Arvid Lindblad, my apologies, in front of Artem Severyukin. Then we have Ruben Moya. For 14th place for Caspian Hageman. Then we have Daniel Lopez in 15. Giuliano Nogales, Giuliano Olzem in 16. Roman Andriolo is 17 in front of Noah Milel. Quite a good recovery as well for Noah Milel as he climbed 13th place up to 18. Karol Pazevic is 19. Matteo De Palo is 20th in front of Matthias Jacobsen. Then we have Lenny Reed, Arias Viblinatite, Jose Gomez Gutierrez, Kevin Quevedo, Carmen Krav, as well as Ella Stevens. Francesco Marenghi is 28 in front of Rasmus Uchimis all the way down to 29. Maximilian Angelar and Hugo Besson 31 and last. This is the qualifying heat classification opposing Group C and D as the drivers make their way back to the pits. So, in the retirement list, we have Augustin Herbeau and Maximilien Obst, as well as the unfortunate Laurens Lecertois, whose condition is okay. That's the news I've been given, so thank God. That's always good news to hear, indeed, from this big incident of Laurens Lecertois. So, first win of the weekend for Gabriele Gomez, as we're going to switch our attention in just a few moments after this one on the junior class, back for the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. But before that, we're going to take you for a quick round of Campillos, of course. This will be an onboard coming your way very, very soon, as we're going to go around the karting Campillos with Jan Peral. So let's go for a lap at full speed around Campillos with Spanish driver Jan Peral. Down the long straight into the right-hander for the first of 16 challenging corners. A switch shot of the brake, then back on the throttle for the long climb. Keep it steady through sector 1 until the first braking spot at 5. No time to rest as you keep it flowing nicely in the 2 right-handers that come next. Then open the throttle again to reach the summit. Once at the top, it's time to go down. Laying gently on the curb in that fast right-hander, making your way to the first hairpin of the circuit on the way. It's one of the best spots for overtaking, but also very much open for mistakes as you're braking downhill with a narrow exit. Then coming back on the power for the return straight before the hairpin number 2. Watch out not to make the apex on the inside to get strong momentum uphill against through turn number 12. Rhythm is key in that double corner, and it's never handling right-hander. As you enter the final sector with one last charge of the engine, down turn 13 under the strong spot for attack where hesitation is often punished. That takes you right into the last chicane with pressure time can be easily wasted, and that's a lap of Karting Campillos. Great to see young Spanish driver Jan Peral around the corners of his home soil circuit, Karting Center Campillos. As you can see, a lot of ups and downs and challenging corners through this layout. Right, here we go back on track with the next race coming your way. This is the junior class, as we're back with the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. A against D coming your way as David Walter will be starting on the pole position in this race. He's going to have Matthias Ferreira by his side. David Walter, as a reminder, has already a couple of victories under his name. 2 victories from yesterday from David Walter. Matthias Ferreira still has to win 1. So far we had the win for Maxim Rem, Jan Perezolski, 2 win for David Walter, 1 win for Ampilogov, and Maxim Rem a 2nd win as well. So David Walter, certainly one of the names to keep an eye on this weekend, with 2 victories as well for him. Edgar Ampilogov managed 1 with a beautiful overtaking maneuver into the last lap on Matthias Ferreira, more than willing, of course, to take his revenge. Now, Walter, Matthias Ferreira on the front row of the grid, then Matthias Oruela and Edgar Ampilogov, then Kin Nakamura Berta and Kinu Alazari on row number 3. Then we have row number 4, Miguel Costa and René Lamers. Row number 5, Yevan David and Adrian Malero. Andres Cardenas and Anatoly Kavalkin on row number 6. Row number 7, Maciej Gladys and Freddie Slater. Row number 8, James Egozzi and Marcus Sater. Row number 9, German Fotev and Dom Kanonen. Row number 10, Jules Caranta and Jens Treur, followed by Mark Duminski, Jan Puchu, Bradley Majman, Louis Samdula. Then we have Oscar Wurtz and Konstantin Krapin in row 13. Row 14, Anton Laxonen and Harun Garcia Lopez, followed by Adria Gil, Johan Aluya Orlesti, Louis Levaux, Sébastien Engie, and Augustin Bernier. Quite unfortunate to see the young Augustin Bernier, who was recently crowned OK Junior champion in France, but a mechanical trouble in his first lap of qualifying actually will force him to start all of his qualifying heats from the back end of the grid. This is a qualifying heat opposing Group A and D. 2 wins for the man on pole from Koski Motorsport, David Walter, the pole-sitter of this class. And we're racing once again in Campillos. A good start from David Walter, diving through the turn number 1. And watch out for the back from the dive from one of the drivers. This is Kin Nakamura Berta, the young British driver who just won a couple of positions inside the turn number 1. And we have a bit of a yellow flag indeed. And a driver off, 2 drivers. Oh, and a big incident actually on the climb. You can see 2 drivers off, even 3 outside of your picture. The 149 from Car Republic is involved. Let's try to see who that is. This is Louis Samdula, I'm afraid, and one of the VDK as well. Tangle in the mix. I couldn't quite identify who that is. We have Johan Aluya Hoesti and Augustin Bernier. These are the 3 drivers involved in the tussle in the opening lap. Another Bad luck, unfortunately, for Bernier as well as for Lambduda and Alua Orlesti. So quite a hectic start of the race. The 27 on your picture. This is Miguel Costa, who had a strong start as well. He's being chased by the 151. This is Kin Nakamura Berta, actually, who didn't have the best of starts. But Miguel Costa went for the move, straight into the climb. And watch out, because we have another Birelard. This is one of the drivers missing, who's going to have to retire. The kart is quite close. Or the 57 as well on your screen. This is Yevan David. Yevan David as well out of this race. So the Forza Racing driver. Another big surprise for the young driver from Sri Lanka. And another big surprise in the category. Yevan David, one of the contenders. One of the young names, of course, to keep an eye on in this class out of this race. So we didn't get to see the cause actually of his retirement. If it was an incident or mechanical trouble. We'll get back to that in a minute. What a hectic start of a race, and the battle's still raging. This is for the lead. David Walter into turn number 11. Matias Orwella in second. Third place for Matias Ferreira. Then we have Miguel Costa, who had a cracking of a start, climbing 3 places in the opening sector. Kin Nakamura Berta down to 5th. Then we have Masis Gladys, another strong start from the recently crowned FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner. Is 6th at the moment with 7 places gained in front of Anatoly Kavalkin, Andres Cardenas, René Lamers and Freddie Slater, already climbing 4 positions. Not the best of start, not at least as good as he had in the opening qualifying heat for Freddie Slater, who managed, as you might remember, 10 places recovered in 1 lap. This time around a bit more tricky, as there was a bit of a wheel tangling throughout the field in the opening lap. But now David Walter is trying to open the gap, 0.3 of a second. Fastest lap in this race for Kin Nakamura Berta in 5th position at the moment, but we have a 3-driver tussle into turn number 11. Turn number 10, sorry, this is the hairpin, the first of the 3 hairpins of this Karting Campillos circuit. Very strong spot for opportunity, this particular sector. The end of sector number 2, the double right-hander of 12 and 13 that goes all the way down to the track, a never-handing right-hander. There's a couple of very fast right-hander in this track, the 9 and the 13. Where actually the drivers can get good momentum carried on to launch an attack. We've seen that happening in quite a lot of places, up to 10 spots I've counted with some of the drivers on this particular track. It doesn't happen all the time that you get so many opportunities for overtaking on a karting track, but this time this is the case. Battle still raging. The double right-hander, Matias Orwella, the driver in second place, is the fastest on this track. So this is the first signal. This is the first warning signal sent to David Walter. The gap is only of 0.3 of a second. And look at how close Matias Orwella, the Peral driver, is coming to David Walter. Walter's going to have a bit of a trouble coming his way if Matias Orwella can actually manage to get close enough. Third place for Matias Ferreira. Then the 2 drivers on your screen, Miguel Costa and Kin Nakamura Berta, wearing the Forza Racing colors. Watch out for him. There he goes through on Miguel Costa in turn number 14. No chance for Costa, but can he actually try to fight back into the chicane? It was a bit tight and the door was closed. He's going to have to wait the next corner, certainly. Good move put together by Kin Nakamura Berta on Miguel Costa. Miguel Costa driving his Car Republic chassis under the colors of the Sauber Karting junior team. This is a Sauber Academy. Sauber, of course, Sauber Motorsport, a familiar name within the racing world, still involved in Formula 1 under the banner of Alfa Romeo. David Walter, who responds to Matias Orwella with the fastest lap on this track, 62.0, and he tried to increase the gap just a tiny bit, 0.4 of a second now between David Walter and Orwella. On your screen is the battle for the back. Here are the 2 leaders. With Orwella trying to fight back and get close as much as he can. He is further back, the 51 of Nakamura Berta, Costa on his tail. Then we have Anatoly Kavalkin in 6th place, Masis Gladys still in 7, Adrian Malero is 8, James Egodi is climbing to 9, getting ahead of Andres Cardenas in 10th place. Here they come across, this is 5 laps in, lap number 6 of this race, that counts 9 in total. Climbing all the way to turn number 5. I haven't measured myself, but I would be ready to bet that there's a couple of meters of level difference between the downhill and the top of the circuit. Certainly between the South Straight and the turn number 8. Jevan David is having a warning flag, but is out of this race. So there's a result. Double punition, I'm afraid, for Jevan David, who is no longer in this race and who's having a warning flag, a 5 seconds penalty that goes with it. Watch out for the battle on your screen. This is the number 30, Matthias Ferreira, who's getting caught actually by Kin Nakamura-Berta. Nakamura-Berta, the British driver from Japan, driving with this white crash helmet. No livery, quite easy to recognize, so to speak, as he's trying to getting close to Matthias Ferreira, who was on his way to his first victory earlier before Edgar Ampilogov from Energy decided otherwise. Where's Ampilogov, by the way, in this race? And he's dropped all the way down. I think Edgar Ampilogov is one of the reasons why Jevan David is no longer in this race. Maybe the two went together, not quite sure yet. This remains to be confirmed. But Edgar Ampilogov, that we had seen so strong in this first qualifying heat, is nowhere to be seen in this race. So quite a big ton of event for the Energy Racing driver, I'm afraid. As right now, Matthias Ferreira has, I would say, no longer a good chase. This is no longer a good chance, sorry, for the win. But at least he can finish within the top 3 if he can manage to stay ahead of Kin Nakamura-Berta until the checkered flag. We're about to conclude lap number 7. And there goes Kin Nakamura-Berta. There was clean and neat. He made that stick beautifully into turn number 14. And Kin Nakamura-Berta is upper place in 3rd position in front of Matthias Ferreira. Watch out for the response of the Brazilian driver. He's got his fellow countryman Miguel Costa just behind. He knows that Costa is fast and he doesn't have any time to lose in this penultimate lap of the race. Now it's about to give the response properly to Kin Nakamura-Berta into that double right-hander. This is the top spot of the track, actually, the highest point. Then you go downhill, kick on the throttle at full speed, and then this heavy braking zone of the hairpin at turn number 10. A very narrow hairpin, actually, where it's not easy, quite impossible to overtake, but you can actually line yourself into that next hairpin. If you actually get to carry a good enough momentum, you can maybe launch an attack. Matthias Ferreira is not quite able to do that at the moment, as we still have 0.6 of a second between your leaders, David Walter and Matthias Orwell at the moment. The last lap is about to get started in just a moment. One last corner just in front of us, but the battle is still on between Nakamura-Berta and Ferreira. Here's the final lap, and look at the, maybe it's just an impression. Don't want to rush into the conclusion, but sometimes front fairings can be misplaced quite easily, and by the look of it, but I don't think this is the case for Matthias Orwell. He was just moving just a tiny bit too much on the south-east straight under the wind forces, but nothing to be concerned about, I think it is, for Matthias Orwell. In second place, 7 tenths, 8 tenths down now on David Walter. Walter on his way to a 3rd victory already in this qualifying heat. It's a dominant performance from the driver on your screen from Koski Motorsport. He's watching over his shoulder, but he has nothing to worry about so far. Nakamura-Berta still in 3rd. 4th place for Matthias Ferreira for 0.2 of a second now. Then we have Miguel Costa, Cavalcin, Gladys, Egozzi, Malero and Al Dhaheri running up the top 10. One last kick of the throttle, one last curb, and this will be another victory yet for David Walter, victorious here once again in Campillos. A strong demonstration from the young man in pole position yesterday. You heard him at the interview. Very positive feedback and a lot of ambition for David Walter, the young driver from Denmark. Another victory, the 3rd this weekend for him in front of Matthias Orwell. Then we have Kin Nakamura-Berta. 4th place for Matthias Ferreira in front of his fellow countryman from Brazil, Miguel Costa. Anatoly Cavalcin is 6 in front of Maciej Gladys. James Egozzi is 8. Adrian Malero is 9. René Lamers is 10. Outside of the top 10, we have Kinu Al Dhaheri, Andres Cardenas is 12. German Fotev is 13 from Marcus Slater. Freddie Slater in 15 only for one of the contenders in the championship. Marcus Dumlinski 16. Jan Streur is 17 in front of Jan Puchu, Dominic Konen, Oscar Wurz, Aaron Garcia Lopez 21st. Then we have Jules Caranta, followed by Bradley Marwan, Sebastian Ng, Constantin Krapin, Louis Levaux, Gilles Adria Mouchenes-Hill, Anton Laxonen and Edgar Ampilogov who's finished this race dead last. So one race to the other, from the win to the defeat for Edgar Ampilogov, who was certainly involved in an incident early on. We got a couple of drivers who retired from this race, Yevan David, as well as Louide Samdula, Johan Alia Oresti, and Augustin Bernier. Drivers making their way back to the pits as we're going to take a short break, but the drivers for the next race are already ready on the pre-grid. Before that, let's hear from one of the contenders in this class. Is actually the leader of the junior category of Champions of the Future. He's just changed team, going from Car Republic to Forza Racing, and he was talking to us yesterday. This is Kirill Kutskov.
Of course, a little bit nervous, but I think it's okay. Now I have a quite good speed, so I hope I will keep it for the end of the week, and everything will be fine also in the championship. It's really nice. It's like some parts you go from the hill down the hill, some part up to the hill. It's really nice because sometimes you even don't see the corner in front, and it's really hard to drive, to find a good speed, to find the setup for the chassis. But I think we'll do this and we will show good speed. Not a lot of place where it's possible to overtake, but I think if I will make good quali, everything will be possible and I will not need to pass a lot of drivers, so hope about the best.
Good to catch up with Kirill Kutskov that you have on your screen, the young driver from Forza Racing, wearing new colors for this weekend. Of course, the young driver that was going to be starting from, I was going to say pole position, but not quite yet. We're not there yet. Kirill Kutskov is 13 on the grid, the young Russian driver. 13 in the middle of the pack after rather difficult qualifying, at least regarding its standards. But Kutskov, of course, is more than willing to climb up the field as much as he can. He's leading the championship as it stands, with one victory for him in Zuera and one victory as well in the pre-final and final. It was the strongest one in Zuera, following on the success of Freddie Slater in Genk for the previous 2 rounds. So as it stands, we had 3 different Pulsators in the junior class this season in Champions. As Keanu Blum, the Austrian driver, was the fastest in Genk. We had Dimitri Matveev, the fastest in Zuera. And this time around, David Walter, who just won his 3rd qualifying heat. So quite a good diversity of strong forces in junior category. But when it comes to racing, at least in pre-final and final, when it counts for the championship, Kirill Kutskov and Freddie Slater, his close rivals for the championship, have been there at every occasion. So Thomas Tolsaman is a name to keep an eye on, of course. The 73 from Energy Corsi. There he is, starting from pole position. He's going to have Akshay Bora by his side. Akshay, who has a revenge to take after retirement in his previous race. Kirill Ditsiev and Enea Frey will be alongside each other on round number 2. Round number 3, we'll see Maxim Orlov and Edu Robinson. Then we're going to have Nathaniel Tai and Stepan Antonov. Round number 5, we'll see Dion Goda and Alex Powell, the young Jamaican. Round number 6, Fionn McCaughlin and Matthias Faria. Kirill Kutskov, that you saw in the interview on round number 7, with Dimitri Matveev by his side. Round number 8, with Maximilian Popov and Freya Norman. Doeda Decker, who suffered also a retirement earlier, will have Nacho Tunan Garcia by his side. Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez and Eric Jenny will be on row 10. Row 11, Arthur Poulain and Ethan Nobles. Simone Bianco and Harley Keeble on row 12. Quite surprising as well to see Harley Keeble, that has been race winners throughout the season, so far back on the grid, as well as Nicola Rus and Kimitani further back on row 13. Row 14, Gabriele Almeida, alongside him Babayona Darius Lucian. Then we're going to have Enache Eric Christian, as well as Nicolas Natalati, Caleb Campbell and Livari Tuomelito. 32 drivers waiting for the green flag, waiting for the start of this race, a 9-lap race once again for the OK Junior category. At the moment, as it stands, we got a couple of different winners in the junior class, but so far so good, so to speak, for Maxim Rem, who managed actually to win already 3 races for David Walter, my apologies, who managed himself 3 races wins so far for the Pulsator of this category. So 3 wins already and a good advantage for him. But Ampilogov, Maxim Rem, as well as Jan Perezowski will be among certainly the contenders to give him a hard time. Let's watch out as well for what Maxim Orlov, that you have on your picture, can do. The Paralympic driver, the 94, will be starting from the 3rd row on the grid. Still a very nice weather here as we wait for the track to be clear. A couple of drivers that were being recovered with the chassis onto the track. And thanks again to the Kart Center Campillos for being so efficient. We got a bit of a delay as a result, but security, of course, comes first as the track is being clear at the moment. Once the recovering truck will be back to Parc Fermé and the drivers will be unleashed, the beast will be unleashed onto the track. Stolsamanis, Akshay Bora on the 1st row on the grid. Kuriditsiev and Eni Frey just behind. Maxim Orlov, Ed Robinson, Nathaniel Tai, Stepan Antonov, Dion Koda, and Alex Powell. That's for your top 10. As you can see, Nathaniel Tai right now wearing the Sodicard colors. Sodicard that has been testing a new front panel for next season, something I've seen on social media, quite interesting as well. And this is what we love once again about these last races of the season, is that the drivers and the teams get to try new things, new setups, new liveries, as it is the case for Tony Kart and Cosmic, for instance. Car Republic as well about to reveal the next look for 2022 season, and a couple of different technical tricks that we got to see along the way, and maybe more for next week's World Championship. Now the drivers have been onto the track right now. The green flag is being waved. As you can see, the classification, the starting grid appearing on your screen. B against the F. This is already the 8th qualifying heat of the day. After this one, we're going to have 1 more for the juniors and 2 for the seniors before taking a well-deserved break and lunchtime. 2 warm-up laps, of course, for each of the drivers. 1 to get the tires up to temperatures and the other 1 to get the grid formatted. Now the question is for Thomas Tolsemanis, of course, from pole position, is going to be on the right side of the track. He has the advantage, at least on paper, but Akshay Bora is going to have to go all the way on the outside of the circuit, and a bit of an influence game maybe by Eni Afrey, the 81 from Ricky Field Motorsport, who's driving across the track in front of the Pulsator. Of course, you're allowed to do that when it comes to warm-up laps, but all the drivers going to have to line up themselves against behind the Pulsator, shall I say, and pace themselves down when it comes to the last sector. We only had on two occasions an extra formation lap so far, so which is quite a good number. We might have we've had more in the past when it comes to extra formation lap. It means that the grid is not well in formation, and all the drivers have to line up themselves right in the corridor according to the position from qualifying. At the moment, of course, we can only rely on the winners that we have in this category. Still a bit early for calculation purposes, but at the end of the day, of course, at the end of the qualifying heat, we'll get, of course, a clearer view of the hierarchy of the classification in each of the classes and of what to expect in tomorrow's pre-final as well. But in champions, we can always get surprises, and some contenders, at least on paper, expected to be contenders, and that have missed out completely the qualifying heat and will get to compete in second chance heat. We're not there yet. Are we racing? And for the 3rd time this weekend, we're not racing quite yet. An extra formation lap, even though Thomas Tolsemanis had reduced the pace coming to the last sectors, but it wasn't good enough for our race director David Manchester. And he's right to do so, because if some of the drivers haven't had the time to catch up with the rest of the field, the grid cannot be in good formation. If too many drivers are decelerating too much, if the gaps are too big between some of the contenders within the field, then the grid is not in good formation, and you have to go all over again. Of course, the drivers are still allowed to get the tires up to temperatures. No excessive waving as always, but it's not always, that's not the sort of condition that drivers really appreciate to have extra formation laps, especially for the engines as well, because there's more force on the engine that don't like to actually run on low speed. That's quite well known. But at the moment, they have to keep that low speed in order for the grid to be acceptable in the eyes of the officials. And we're going to go around for another time, and it doesn't seem to be quite well formatted again. Very slow grid coming onto the start-finish straight. Are we going to be good to go? Yes, we're racing! Thomas Tolsemanis on the right side, the Energy Corsa driver taking the lead and keeping the lead, taking the peloton and the field with him into the first sector and the first corner. No incidents over there, climbing until the turn number 5, and a bit of wheel banging at the back end of the grid, as one of the CRG drivers further back was in a bit of a trouble, but so far so good. A bit of sand spread into the air, but nothing to worry about. CRG is still with us. We're going to try to see who that is in just a moment, but let's keep our focus on the lead. As Thomas Tolsemanis still very much ahead of Kirill Ditsiev, who had the best start just in front. Akshay Bora, where is he? Actually, Akshay Bora who dropped a couple of positions as he allowed Maxim Orlov to get past as well. Orlov in third place in the 94 on your screen. He's already chasing, and maybe he's on the way to an overtaking on Kirill Ditsiev. Ditsiev is closing the door, the World Racing driver, into turn number 15 and 16. And watch out for Bora. Bora is going ahead and taking the position from the 83 of Dion Goda, who had another good start, climbing a couple of positions, but Akshay Bora didn't have the best of getaway. He dropped 3 positions, but got ahead of Dion Goda in the last sector. He's now sitting in 5th place, Akshay Bora. The battle is raging for second. This is the turn number 5 on the top side of the track. And at the moment, we can see that Maxim Orlov is... this is further back, sorry, my apologies. This is the 3. This is Kirill Ditsiev in front of Maxim Orlov, the Paralympic driver, is going to try to get ahead of the Russian driver. He's got Nathaniel Tai with the Sodicat colors on his tail. The 76 watching over his shoulder. Watch out for Orlov. It's going right inside of the Russian. Can he make it stick? Yes, he does. Up in a position. Maxim Orlov is now second, and Kirill Ditsiev is going to have to shut the door. But he's coming into danger zone because Nathaniel Tai is seeing the airplane coming his way, and he goes through on the inside. Another move down, and Nathaniel Tai goes into 4th place now for Kirill Ditsiev. With Akshay Bora, is no longer Akshay Bora behind. Dion Goda just got past again on Bora just behind. You can see the 83 on your picture. Dion Goda back in 5th place in front of Akshay Bora. Kirill Kucharczyk down in 6th. With a good recovery for the championship leader. 6 places gain. The 76 on your picture. And watch out, is going to lose another place. This is Nathaniel Tai with, and retirement. Hopefully not for the 63 of CRG. Let's try to see who that is. But he's going to be out of this race, I'm afraid. This is Simone Bianco. The Italian driver from CRG. Might be the one that we saw in a bit of a trouble in the opening lap. We're not quite sure about that, but as a result, this is retirement for Simone Bianco. We're back into the fight, and the 83 of Dion Goda is getting ahead of Nathaniel Tai. What a beautiful battle that is. Watch out for Akshay Bora into the double hander of 12 and 13. On the way down to the hairpin, Nathaniel Tai is looking over his shoulder. Can he launch a move? But the door is firmly shut at the moment by Dion Goda, who is back into, as it is, 5th place. Dion Goda 4th, sorry. Nathaniel Tai in 5th. Akshay Bora is 6th. And while they're battling, those 3 drivers are losing time and time, lap after lap, on the top 3 drivers ahead of them. 0.2 of a second between Thomas Tolsemanis and Maxim Orlov at the moment. And watch out, Nathaniel Tai goes around the inside, and he goes through. Another place lost by Dion Goda. Nathaniel Tai is ahead, and watch out because Akshay Bora is doing the same, and Maximilian Popov might want to try to go as well, run inside. He's not able to do it quite yet, but what a battle that is. Maxim Orlov is the fastest on track in 2nd place, try to catch up as well with the leader in the meantime. We're going to get back in a minute, but the battle is raging between Popov and Akshay Bora. This is Dion Goda, my apologies. Dion Goda is fighting tooth and nail, but Popov just went ahead of him, as well as Kirill Kucharczyk. This is going left and right, I'm afraid, for Dion Goda, who dropping position after position, is now in 8th place under the pressure of Alex Powell, being a little bit pushed over there. Kirill Kucharczyk, the number 28, Kucharczyk in a good battle over there with 3 drivers, 4 even though in the same picture. And who do we have back in the party? Alex Powell is going to try to go around inside Powell of Akshay Bora in 5th. of Dion Goda in 8th. This is battle for 8th and 9th place. A lot of drivers into the mix, climbing through the ranks. And watch out, Alex Powell goes through. Another taking down for Alex Powell, who's getting ahead of Dion Goda. This is for 8th place. And watch out, because this could open the door actually for other drivers, including Dmitry Matveev and Stepan Antonov. They are 10 and 11 respectively, but they couldn't actually manage to get through quite yet. The Robinson, the fastest on your track. We're back in the battle for the 4th place between Nathaniel Tai and Akshay Bora just behind. As we have Maxim Orlov, who just went ahead of Tomas Tolsemanis. It just happened outside of our screen, but changed for the lead. Maxim Orlov from Parolin is just ahead of Tomas Tolsemanis for 0.3 of a second. We're going to keep an eye on that as well. But in the meantime, the battle is raging, and Akshay Bora is going through and getting advantage on Nathaniel Tai. Beautifully made by Akshay Bora up in the 4th place. As we have Kirill Ditsiev in 4th place. In 3rd place, nothing to worry about actually for the world racing driver in 4th. He's having a half of a second behind Tomas Tolsemanis. Is 1.8 in front of Akshay Bora. The driver on your screen is 25. As he's trying to keep himself ahead of Nathaniel Tai. Tai from Sodikart, trying to give him a hard time. This is lap number 6 out of 9. Still a bit of opportunities coming his way. Nathaniel Tai to catch up Akshay Bora and get that 4th place done. As you can see, he's trying to get a bit of a pace into the return straight by diving on his wheel, diving the helmet on the wheel, and try to decrease the airflow and the air obstruction that he has. Maxim Orlov, 5 laps, almost 6 down, 0.3 advantage on Tomas Tolsemanis. 3rd place for Kirill Ditsiev, who has nothing to worry about. For the back, these are the two young men on your screen. We're back in the lead, and still nothing to be written off between Orlov and Stolsemanis. The battle is very much on. Stolsemanis willing to catch up his first victory of the week, as well as Maxim Orlov, 2 contenders for a first win. And watch out what actually Kirill Ditsiev can do, because he's the fastest on track right now, 62.0, and is coming along. He's joining the party and the battle for the win. He has actually right now 0.3 of a second disadvantage, Kirill Ditsiev, on Tomas Tolsemanis, and that could be a good opportunity for him, because Tolsemanis head of Maxim Orlov is being also pushed back a little bit, is being blocked, and that could be an occasion open, wide open even for Kirill Ditsiev. If he can manage to get quite close enough to the Energy Racing driver, maybe we could see a change of position in the later stages of this race, as we are about to conclude lap number 7. There we go, back on the power, back on the throttle, diving into turn number 1, and then the climb. 2nd and 3rd, 4th, the big hairpin at turn number 5. Maxim Orlov shutting all the doors. He just has a couple of meters of advantage on Tomas Tolsemanis, with Ditsiev just not far behind, 0.4 of a second at the moment. Akshay Bora still battling away with Nathaniel Tai in 4th and 5th. And we have 6th place in the hands of Maximilian Popov. Kucharczyk is following in 7. Dion Goda is 8. Powell is 9. And Dmitry Matveev is 10. Now, nothing is done yet. I'm sure that the Tolsemanis is looking for opportunities, is watching over his rival to see where a mistake could be done, or where a mistake could be actually provoked. That could be that particular turn number 14, the hairpin. Or maybe this one, he goes through for the move, and yes, he does it. Change for the lead. Watch out for Orlov. He's going to take advantage of the start-finish straight. Can he actually get the toe around the inside? But Ditsiev is going to join the party as well, but he stays behind in 3rd. This is the final lap, and it's going to be very much exciting until the end. Nothing is written yet. Stolsemanis has the upper hand, but for how long? Maxim Orlov is coming his way, very close. He's just behind, glued to his chassis. Kirill Ditsiev might want to try to go as well for the charge. Down the hill to the hairpin. Kirill Kucharczyk the fastest in this last lap of the race, but who will win this qualifying heat? Stolsemanis, Orlov, Kirill Ditsiev. Another opportunity coming up. If you can get around the inside, but the door is shut. Stolsemanis is going around the outside. Can he actually protect himself in the 2 right-hander coming up? And watch out the move as well for Ditsiev. Beautifully made. It was just for a corner. Ditsiev went for the move for 2nd, but Maxim Orlov was there to respond. Oh, that was tight. And watch out for the move in the last chicane, maybe. Run the outside. DTF goes for second. DTF goes for second. Orlov is losing second and down to third. But Stolsemanis manages to stay ahead. Victory for Thomas Stolsemanis on the edge in front of Kirill DTF for 60,000 of a second. Wow, what a finish that was. What a beautiful finish. But Stolsemanis actually was having none of it and kept crawling, kept going for the win. Now was very tight, but Kirill Titsiev actually was the man on the charge and coming very close. He waited for the last two corners, crossing the line and actually surprising, so to speak, Maxim Orlov, who had been defending for the entire race, on his way to a potential victory before having to make do with third position. What a conclusion of a race that is, but Stolsemanis had it in hand in the last meters of this qualifying heat. Kirill Titsiev in second, Maxim Orlov in third, Akshay Bora in fourth. Then we have Nathaniel Tai, followed by Maximilian Popov, Kirill Kutskov, Dion Goda, Dmitry Matveev, and Stepan Antonov closing out the top 10. As the classification is about to appear on your screen, the drivers making their way back into the pits. The rest of the classification, 11th place for Alex Powell in front of Enya Frey, Phil McCaughlin, Harley Keeble climbing 10 positions within the field up to 14 in front of Hedu Robinson, Alberto Dadi Gonzalez, Doeda Decker. Then we have Lucatel de Almeida in 18, followed by Arthur Poulain, Nicolas Rous, Ethan Nobles, Eric Jenny, Freya Norman, Babayana Dariusu-chan. Then we have Kimitan, Livari Tuome Lito, as well as Enachi Eric Christian. Outside of this classification and forced to retirement, Nico Lanalati, Caleb Campbell, Simone Bianco, Matheus de Fara, and Nacho Garcia, one of the young boys from Spain, who was forced to retirement at the end of this qualifying heat B against F1 in great fashion after a great battle by Thomas Stolsemanis. Right, let's catch up our breath, shall we, as before we dive into the next qualifying heat opposing Group C and E in just a few moments. We, as we said, got a chance to catch up with some of the drivers, but as well with some figures in the karting paddock and team managers included. And we got a chance yesterday to talk to one of the most prominent team managers in the paddock at the head of Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Mr. Ricky Flynn.
It's the first time we've ever been here before, but I have to say it's a lovely, amazing track, very good. The people are very, very friendly, very helpful in the track. Why haven't we been here before? Because it's amazing track out there. So yeah, let's hope we come back, because for me, it's a great facility, great track, great people organising everything and running it. So please come back. Yeah, all of the drivers said that they like to drive because it's a little bit different. It's obviously you've got the hill in the first sector, going up and down, and then a sort of a more conventional sort of third sector. Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting track. It's very good. It's just another race that we'll approach in exactly the same way, the same work ethic, the same for every driver, the same effort for every driver in the team. All the other 6 drivers, there's 7 in total, we'll all get the same attention, the same effort, and yeah, then it's up to them to do their best, which I'm sure they will, for themselves and for us, and we just keep working for them. And it makes the most sense to come 1 or 2 weeks before the event, because then the weather is similar, then we only have to bring all of the material once, and this just makes a huge difference to everybody and everything. It saves us having to drive around the world and the team fly around the world when you can just come for 2 weeks to one event, and you can stay, and then the gaps in between are bigger for the rest, for the drivers. So yeah, it makes the most sense to do the thing that James has done very well this year and last year by putting the events very close just before the CIK races. Once we got back going, July, whenever it was, the end of July last year, mainly things have been the same. Once we get to the event, and you get the wristband and you've tested negative and you get into the track, everything's the same. The only difference is a little bit more difficult with the travel, obviously a lot less flights, and you have to have the test and blah, blah, blah. But apart from that, that's been the only difference really. The events for me have been the same. They've been run extremely well, very well organised, and everybody's done the same job as before we had COVID. So once we get to the event, it's like it's not happened. I'm sure you're aware, obviously, Lando won the World Championship for us. Now, as you know, obviously, he's a Formula 1 driver. He wants to put something back into karting, which I think is absolutely fabulous, because so many of the drivers, once they get to F1, think, okay, that's me, I don't need to help any drivers or anything from where I've come from. But he's obviously a lovely, lovely lad, knows how useful this karting was for his future, so now wants to put something back into karting and help and assist young drivers coming through to be the next Lando Norris. Maybe in 7 years, I'm sure there will be. This is 7 years ago since he won the World Championship with us. We joked when we was at the launch saying for sure there'll be a driver at this track who will be racing against him in 7 years in Formula One, you know, and hopefully he'll come through us on his chassis next year, and then hopefully he'll go on and race Lando in the future. So that would be very nice. But it's very, very nice of him to want to get involved and remember how useful karting was for his development and his progress moving forward in motorsport.
Back to racing here in Campillos. Thanks very much to Ricky Flynn for talking to us. We are racing already in Campillos here with one of the drivers of Ricky Flynn, Maxime Rem, 2 wins on his own. He's going to try to give a hard time to Jan Perezoski, who's getting ahead well from pole position. 9 laps in this qualifying race, opposing Group C and E, and we get going. Perezoski, Maxime Rem, Tobias Klaasen, Enzo Dellini in the lead as well. A good effort as well from Jimmy Elias, Kyle Sorensen. Let's watch out in the first sector. No one's off into the first sector. That's always good to see. And I've spoken too soon, as we have 2 drivers out of your picture in turn number 5 that went together. We try to see who that is. And this is Joshua Fan and Jaden Teen, I'm afraid, the young British and the driver from the Netherlands who went together in the middle of the pack. We'll get back to that in a minute, as in the meantime we're focusing on the battle at hand. This is for the lead, as 119 of Perezoski is leading just in front of Jonathan Waymat. What a fantastic start that was from Jonathan Waymat, who was only a 7 on the grid, and 5 places gain up into second, just in front of Ian Aikmans, actually the number 14 from the Cosmic Racing Department. Beautiful start as well. So here's the classification with the battle of the lead on your screen. Jan Perezoski under intense pressure from Jonathan Waymat. Ian Aikmans in third, trying to get himself into the mix as well. Shall we see a move already and a change in the leadership? Not quite yet, but this time around on the inside in the double right-hander. There he goes through. Jonathan Waymat takes the lead in front of Jan Perezoski, but unfortunately was a bit too short for Ian Aikmans to follow him through. That's the first opportunity into that second lap of the race. Ian Aikmans very close in the mix, as we have Tobias Klaasen, who dropped the position down to 4th. We're in the KSM Schumacher Racing Team colors, of course. The German team competing this weekend and the next as well with the Tony Kart machinery. Maxime Rem dropping all the way down to 5, as he was starting second. Not the best of start for Maxime Rem. And there goes Ian Aikmans, the driver with the yellow crash helmet on. The young Belgian, the standard bearer of the Cosmic Racing Department, very much on the pace in this race, taking second place with plenty of time in his hands to catch up with the leader. 0.4 of a second is the advantage by Jonathan Waymat in the lead. Aikmans second, Perezoski is third. Then the clash between those 3 drivers. We have Klaasen, Maxime Rem and Enzo Dellini as well, trying to find his way through. But watch out for Kai Sorensen, the 95 from Forza Racing, is going ahead as well. I think he got... Yes, indeed. Enzo Dellini lost a place in the process to Kai Sorensen, who's now sitting in 6th place. Further back in this pack, we have Alexander Bondarov in 8th, in front of Rashid Al Dhaheri, and Luka Samalisto running up the top 10. In the meantime, Gerasim Skulanov, one of the Russian drivers, is doing a great job, recovering 13 positions within the middle of the pack. Let's keep an eye on this battle. The 119 of Jan Perezoski is being chased and overtaken already by Maxime Rem, the young driver from Ricky Finn Motorsport, who got ahead but not for long, as he's responding quite beautifully. Perezoski, 1 win already for Jan, and is of course committed to keep the strong results coming in. Watch out around the outside of turn number 1 maybe, but there was a door shut, I'm afraid. Oh, that was a fantastic attempt, at least. He could have made that stick beautifully, but once again, the second attempt was a good one for Maxime Rem, as Jan Perezoski is dropping a position to 4th. Maxime Rem in 3rd, Jan Perezoski in 4th. Kai Sorensen is the chaser with the 95 from Forza Racing. He's going to try to dive as well. get past maybe Jan Perizowski. Not in the best position, Perizowski, as he's trying to get past again Maxim Rem with the pressure of Kai Sorensen just behind. Those two drivers on your picture into turn number 11. Enzo Dellini further back. Sorensen is trying to get past, and yes, he does, in the smallest of gaps into turn number 12 and down to 13. That's a very fast double right-hander uphill, actually, before coming down to the third hairpin of the track. But a very strong spot, and you could see that Kai Sorensen didn't have the slightest of hesitation. We have one driver off. This is the number 12, I'm afraid, and you can see him getting back to the marshals. This is Alexander Bondarev, unfortunately one of the Tony Kart driver who's out of this race, and is going to join the marshals and wait for the conclusion of this qualifying heat from this sideline, I'm afraid. We're about to conclude lap number 5 as Jonathan Waymat has extended his gap in the meantime. 7/10 of a second now, as we have another driver off at the top of the mountain of the circuit, shall I say. We lost Alexander Bondarev, we had lost George Irfan and Jaden T. Try to see if there's any flag being waved, but now the track is clear. But we have a warning flag for the number 40 of Adam Eidek in the meantime. Adam Eidek, the number 40, who is currently in 23rd position at the moment. Now, let's focus back on the battle for the lead, as it's getting in tension as we speak. About to conclude lap number 5. The leaders coming across the start-finish straight. Jonathan Waymat on your screen, and Enzo Dellini in the 92 under the pressure of Jan Perizowski. He just got ahead, Enzo Dellini, the young Frenchman, at the end of this lap. He's now in 5th position in front of Perizowski. Dellini on your screen. Perizowski with the Tony Kart colors just behind. In front of Dellini, this is Kai Sorensen. Maxim Rem, the fastest on track in 62.1. Trying to decrease the gap, 4/10 of a second behind Ian Aikmans in 2nd place. We haven't seen anything yet. Still a couple of things can happen into this qualifying heat. These are the two drivers in 2nd and 3rd. Ian Aikmans into turn number 11. The hairpin, when it's so important to keep the momentum going, carry the good speed into that two right-handers down the hill into the hairpin. Otherwise, you can actually get eaten alive, as Ian Aikmans is about to be. Maxim Rem is going around the inside of the Belgian and takes 2nd position. Really on a strong pace. Maxim Rem, as well as some of his teammates from Ricky Flynn Motorsport. You heard previously Ricky Flynn, the founder and team manager of the team, as well as it was mentioned in the next step of the history of his structure, teaming up with Lando Norris, his former driver, for 2022 with the new colors, the Lando Norris racing kart colors for 2022. We cannot wait to see that happening onto the track, as we caught up with Ricky Flynn talking about his future project as well. Enzo Dellini, the fastest on track, is going to try to get close to Kai Sorensen. There's 2/10 of a second between those two. Ian Aikmans, Sorensen and Dellini on your screen outside of turn number 10. This is the battle raging for 3rd place right now, as by the look of it, Maxim Rem keep the momentum going. He has a strong pace, Maxim Rem, since the start of this race, and he was able to get away just a little bit from Ian Aikmans on your screen at number 14. He's going to have to go protective for 3rd place, Aikmans, but watch out for the back. Enzo Dellini, the fastest on this track right now. He goes through for the move on Kai Sorensen. It's done in turn number 15, and Sorensen had little actually that he could do to resist. They still have less than 2 laps to do to try to counter-attack and take the position back. Jonathan Waymat, 6/10 of a second still in front of Maxim Rem. Ian Aikmans in 3rd. Then the two drivers on your screen battling for 4th. Enzo Dellini, Sorensen. Jan Perizowski follows in 6th place in front of Lucas Amalisto, who in the last couple of laps actually did a good job climbing 3 places. He was 10th not so long ago, now he's 7th, getting ahead of Rashid Al Dhaheri, Tobias Klaasen, as good recovery as well from Enzo Tanvanishkul, the young Italian, climbing 7th place in the top 10. And watch out for the move. Kai Sorensen, the young American, with the 95. We've seen climbing through the ranks of karting, and Ian Aikmans is losing 2 positions, I'm afraid. Ian Aikmans is going from 3rd to 5th, as the door was a little bit too much open, and Dellini and Kai Sorensen actually couldn't ask for more. Confirmation of your screen as the battle is taking another turn into the last lap. 2/10 of a second, just a few meters between Jonathan Waymat and Maxim Rem. Can Maxim go for the 3rd win as well as David Walter into the junior category. We're not there quite yet. Jonathan Womack. Oh, and one of the DPK drivers. This is the 138. This is Kaius Torvinen. I'm afraid the Finnish driver with the Alonso Kart colors on his back is going to be out of this race in the last lap. It's always cruel when you get to... And watch out for the move! At least the attempt for Maxime Rem. I was going to get caught. He's being pushed a little bit wide. Jonathan Womack, but he's shutting all the doors. Shall we see a late, very late move from Maxime Rem? Is on a charge. Down to turn number 14, the hairpin. The door is short halfway through the straight, actually. Jonathan Womack is determined to take for the win. And watch out for Deligny. Enzo Deligny dives through for second place. It's going to be a 4-driver battle until the end. He's being pushed, Kyle Sorensen. Kyle Sorensen is being pushed out of the way. He's dropping to 6th position, just a few meters from the line. Wow, what an end of a race that was. And a hectic battle for the win. Jonathan Womack managed to stay ahead of his rivals, but Enzo Deligny made a rush come back to second place. We told you that last chicane, the number 15 and 16, that left and right before coming back on the straight was a spot to keep an eye on, and we were right, because ever since the weekend started, we've seen some very late move into the last sector, from the hairpin to the chicane and sometimes onto the line. This was again the case, but Jonathan Womack managed to stay ahead of the rest. Enzo Deligny charged actually his way through a bit firmly and aggressively, so to speak, and hopefully there won't be any penalty going his way for front fairing, but I think everything is fine. Third place for Maxime Rem in front of Ian Enkmans. Jan Perezowski is 5th. Kai Sorensen is 6th in front of Lucas Amalisto. Tobias Klosen. Enzo Tan van School, great recovery, up to 9 in front of Rashid Al Dhaheri, running up the top 10. 11th place for Jimmy Elias in front of Jarzim Skulanov. Then we have Guillaume Bouzard, Artemi Trotsky, Tigran Bonatian, Daniel Valberg. Renaud Frankot follows in 17. Then Jules Roussel, Mika Abrahams, Heitor Daniel Farias, Arthur Dorizon is 21st, with Adam Eidek following in 22nd, Chu Donozzo, Denny Caravalli, Salim Anna, Alvar Sismevara, Griffin Peebles, Jan Peral in 28th and last position. Among the drivers who had to retire, Jaden Tain, Josh Erfen, Alexander Bondarev, and the unfortunate Kaius Torvinen in the last lap of this race. As the classification appears on your screen, C against the E, as we're going to switch our attention once again to the senior class. The last 2 qualifying races of this first part of the day, ladies and gentlemen. After that, we will take a short break. But before that, let's have a quick chat with one of the contenders of this OK class, Joe Turney.
Yeah, happy with the performances. I think we're coming into this round in a strong position in the championship. It's the last round of the year. Everyone's going to be pushing as hard as they can. So, no, we'll see what we can do, and hopefully we can bring the championship back. Yeah, I think so. Maybe you don't take as many risks because you don't want to drop points. But yeah, at the same time, I think last year I lost the championship to a bump penalty on the last race. So I arrived second last year, so this year it would be nice to do one better. The weather's pretty good for this time of year, and no, the track's really impressive. I think it's about a minute long, 59 seconds, so up and down, a lot of different types of corners. It's really nice. Yeah, I think there should be a lot. We've got a lot of long straights, but then big braking zones as well, so I think the racing should be really close, and there's a lot of overtaking places, so should be a good race. A lot of people haven't been here before. You might see some people using different type of things, and maybe we can find something that other people don't know about. But yeah, everyone's trying to do that, so in the end it will always be close.
Joe Turney, that you have on your screen, driving for Tony Kart, of course, one of the standard bearers of the official team of the OTK Kart Group. Actually, Joe Turney is still searching for a first victory this weekend. This will be the race coming up your way, B against C. As Joe Turney, of course, has quite a bit of ambition to this championship. He's sitting in third place at the moment with just 4 points missing to Arvid Lindblad. So for the driver who actually finished as well on the podium of Champions of the Future last year, he was vice champion of champions to Nikita Brevin in 2020 for just 4 little points, the same gap that he has to Arvid Lindblad at the moment. So all bets on table. The battle is wide open into this OK class. Qualifying heat opposing B and C. The senior drivers from 14 years minimum we're going to have this run B against the C, then the A against D, and then it will be time for lunch break. An hour lunch break, and then we'll be back for some more exciting racing in the afternoon. So stay with us, and we will see you around in just a few moments. At the moment, Rafael Camara, the young Brazilian, will be starting from pole position, as he's going to have by his side Gabriele Gomez on track. Let's keep an eye as well on what's going to happen behind, because Tuukka Taponen and Juho Valtanen, the two teammates of Tony Kart, will be eager to charge at the front. Igor Gochuku and Matheus Morgato on row 3. Row 4 will see Ariel Elkin and Evan Gilter, the two teammates from Vidica Racing. Then we're going to have Joe Turney from row number 5. Emily Covisto from by his side. Row number 6, Norton Andreasen and Christian Betuca. Then row number 7, Alfio Spina and Daniel Lopez. Bruno Del Pino and Marcus Kayak. We had a strong recovering race earlier, following on row number 8. Row number 9, JC Parada and Matteo De Paolo. Arthur Ronjon and Lenny Reed on row number 10. Row number 11, Alexander Kubenko and Roman Andriello. Erwin Randini and Laurence Lecertois in row number 12. Laurence, that is not back with us. If you were not with us actually earlier in the streaming, Laurence Lecertois, the young Belgian, had a pretty big incident, but he's okay. That's the good news, but he's not back onto the track, and we'll try to get some more news if he will be competing again this weekend, which is kind of unlikely at the moment. Row number 13, GC Lacey and Rasmus Chimis. Row 14, Kuba Reski and Auguste Terbo, followed by Sandro Holzen, Hugo Besson, Nathan Schaap, Noah Milel, Joel Bergström and Ella Stevens. Bergström, the 383, quite long down the order. He managed to recover 20 places in the previous qualifying heat, the first qualifying heat of his group in the senior class. So watch out for Joel Bergström as well as Noah Milel from the back end of the grid. A total of 23 drivers coming their way onto the last sector. Rafael Camara, the 228 from Car Republic, with the purple livery on his shoulders as well. Gabriele Gomez from CRG by his side. Taponen, Juho Valtanen from Tony Kart just behind. Are we racing? No, we are not racing yet. In one lap we will be, hopefully. One more extra lap for the drivers of this OK class B against the C. And it's always important to get the formation of the grid in red order, which was not the case according to the officials, and David Manchester is having certainly the best positions right on the start-finish straight, just a little bit below our speaker box actually on the corner side, on one of the corners of the main building of the track. But now it's down to Rafael Camara from pole position to show the good example to the others, pace himself down in the last sector. Once they passed, actually in the last sector of the track down to turn number 14, the hairpin, they have a red line with cones surrounding it. You're going to see this in a moment. And once they pass this red line, actually, they are obliged to pace everybody down. So no overtaking, the grid must be formatted. And that's always a bit tricky, of course, even though the OK drivers, as well as the OK Junior drivers, don't lack experience in that sort of proceedings. But what's not unusual in karting is that when you have a driver starting at the front, especially in pole position, that is not quite used to that sort of proceedings to keep everybody behind him. Sometimes you can see a good formation to be done a couple of times. This time around, Camara and Gomez, of course, don't lack experience. Oh, and one of the Car Republic drivers is going back into the pits. What just happened? And we're racing in the meantime. This is the 325, actually, who just dived into the pits in the meantime. We'll get back to that in a minute. This is Daniel Lopez, I'm afraid, who's out of this race before he even started. But in the meantime, it started quite well, but not so much, yes, for Rafael Camara, who's ahead. Gabriele Gomez in second. The Tony Car Republic, the Tony Car drivers behind. Tuukka Taponen and Juho Valtanen following through. Good effort as well, and good start for both Elkin and Evan Gilter, I think it is. On top of the circuit, no one in trouble into the first sector. Looking outside my window, except unfortunately for the Car Republic representative, the 325, who just dived into the pits. Unfortunately for him, will he be able to get back? I have eyes on him. This is Daniel Lopez is still in the pit, and I'm afraid this will be a race over by the look of it. In the meantime, the battle is raging. 2:45 on your picture. Tuukka Taponen already chasing Gabriele Gomez for second place and taking the second place before the conclusion of this opening lap. There's 12 to go, a bit less now, and Rafael Camara from pole position actually managed to build himself a bit of a gap, 0.5 of a second now. Oh, a big crash. Two drivers coming together actually at the end of this lap. It just happened in the last sector, hidden to our view. But we have one of the VDK drivers involved, the 246 from Tony Kart. Let's try to see who that is. But this is Bruno Del Pino, I'm afraid. Bruno Del Pino, who's out of the... No, he's not quite out of this race. Can he get going again? But I think that his car might be a little bit bended in the process and is coming back into the pits. We had Bruno Del Pino, the 247 as well, involved in the mix. Who was that? Try to see another driver from Tony Kart who got in a bit of a trouble over there. This race starting already on its head for some of the drivers in this race, but one of the VDK drivers, I couldn't quite identify who that was. But the 247, we'll get back to that in a minute if I've seen correctly. But here we go. The 245 is still very much in the race, and this is Tuukka Tapanen. He's just taken the lead from Rafael Camara as we were watching for the drivers who are about to retire, who just retired from this race. Tuukka Tapanen just took the lead. Fastest lap in this race for Evan Gilter, but in the meantime, another trouble from one of the CRG drivers, the 318, that is going missing. This is Gabriel Gomez. This is Gabriel Gomez that's going missing as well into this race. What just happened over there? Mechanical trouble by the look of it for Gabriel Gomez. Incredible turn of event. What a disappointment for the Brazilian as he was starting from second on the grid with the pace that he needed to shine at the front. And the other driver out of this race is Romain Andriolo, I'm afraid. Romain Andriolo as well as Daniel Lopez, you had seen him before. So three drivers out, and Gabriel Gomez unfortunately won't have anything to do into this race as he's about to retire. Now we're back with Igor Guchuku, the 210-4 from Car Republic. Igor Guchuku in fourth place, being chased by Jo Valtanen with the two VDK racing drivers in order. Evan Gilter in front of Arel Elkin, and those two goes through. Actually, Jo Valtanen. Valtanen just lost two positions in the hairpin to the VDK boys. Gilter, Elkin, the door was open, and Elkin just went for the move as well. Gilter the fastest on track in 1 minute 0.5, and unfortunately for him, Jo Valtanen just made the uncomfortable experiences of the pace of the VDK boys, being overtaken by not one but two drivers at the same time. Still yellow flag being waved. That's for the chassis of Gabriel Gomez, the CRG driver still lying on the side. Oh, and two drivers coming together from Koskin, from Tony Kart, from World Racing. The 309, this is August Terbo going together with the 361, I think it was. 261 of Hemelico Visto. And another driver in trouble. I think that, let's have a look outside of your picture, but I think that August Terbo managed to get himself going again. Of course, without the help of any officials and marshals onto the track, stipulated by the regulation. But another incident involving two drivers into this very heated qualifying heat. In the meantime, the battle for the lead. 3/10 of a second splitting to Tapanen and Rafael Camara. Matheus Morgato managed himself into third place. Good recovery for him as well, the Brazilian, up to third. Fourth place further back for Gilter, Goguchuku, Elkin. And where's Jo Valtanen? He dropped a couple of positions, still in seventh place. Gilter's fourth, Igor Guchuku is fifth, getting ahead of Arel Elkin on the last lap. Valtanen is 7 in front of Norton Adriansen, Marcus Kayak. Then we have in 10th place, this is Christian Bertucca, who just went ahead of Alfio Spina. Warning flag from Lenny Reed at 317. Lenny Reed was currently in 15th place. He's going to drop a couple of positions in the process. 5 seconds penalty as well as a warning flag for him for what was considered certainly as a dangerous maneuver. Evan Gilter, once again from VDK, the fastest on track, putting up fastest lap after fastest lap. He's going to try to decrease the gap that he has. Still 6/10 of a second, as you can see from Matheus Morgato. We're halfway to this qualifying heat. 12 laps to be completed in total, and still something to do. With Tuukka Tapanen leading the way for 3/10 of a second in front of Rafael Camara. Morgato is third. Gilter, on your picture, 3:39 is fourth. Then Igor Guchuku trying to catch up with the rest of the field ahead of him, and to protect himself from Arel Elkin. Elkin, the young Israeli, 4 tenths behind. It's a bit of a observation time at the moment for the drivers of the OK senior class. Halfway through, lap number 7 out of 12. A bit too soon maybe to try anything stupid, so to speak. Those drivers, of course, are much aware of the length of those races, the right time to attack. But for that, in order to launch a move, an overtaking move, you just need to be as close as possible. And we could see something coming up from Evan Gilter or Matheus Morgado as another of the VDK racing drivers. Ariel Elkin is being put under pressure for Norton Andrensen further back. Gilter still behind Matheus Morgado, stuck behind the Brazilian. Cannot quite make it through yet. But why not here, coming to turn number 14. The hairpin is a very good spot. And Gilter goes through. He saw the open door. Watch out, because Matheus Morgado could try actually very sneakily to cross his line in the chicane, left and right. But a couple of meters was enough for Gilter to protect his position. And the gap is extending between Tuka Tapanen and Rafael Camara, 0.4 of a second. Still, of course, not quite enough for the Finnish driver in the lead to feel comfortable. Camara is going to try everything that he can until the end. But what's going to be interesting is to see how much Evan Gilter and Morgado can actually work together to decrease the gap of 1 second to the leading drivers. That could actually give us a very nice 4-driver battle. Igor Gochuku is not far behind. 5th place, 6/10 of a second down to Matheus Morgado. Ariel Elkin is 6. That's going to be an interesting battle because there's only 0.4 of a second between Ariel Elkin and Norton Andrensen on your screen. Those two drivers right now back with 2:45 of Tuka Taponen, extending his lead up to 6/10 now for the Tonica protégé, who ended up 3rd on the podium of the Junior World Championship last year in the beautiful circuit of Portimao, Portugal. You might remember that. Taponen went for the OK Challenge this year, climbing through the ranks of karting and showing what kind of wood is made of. Igor Gochuku has already a title by his name, last year's European Junior title, now competing in OK as well. He's the young junior driver in the program of McLaren Racing, being supported by none other than Zach Brown, the PDG and the COO of McLaren Racing in Formula 1. A lot of potentials, a lot of hopes behind this young driver with the recognizable grey helmet. And this is the color, the grey, on Igor Gochuku's helmet that you might have seen somewhere else into the history books of motorsports, because this is a tribute to the legendary Mario Andretti, another illustrious American that needs no introduction. And right now Igor Gochuku is doing what he can and going through Matheus Morgado for 4th place. It was quite clear, he made that stick beautifully. Now Matheus Morgado dropping another position after Gilter is going to have to fight back. We're entering lap number 10 and the checker flag is getting near. Taponen is out of reach at the moment, 0.8 of a second in the meantime. Gilter is 3rd, trying to catch up, and he does on Rafael Camara outside of turn number 5, the two right-hander. Climbing to the top spot of the track, then back down, back on the throttle, the foot down, and this is the heavy braking zone. One tight right-hander and the hairpin on the return straight. Evan Gilter, sorry, just behind Rafael Camara, split by just 2.0 of a second. Igor Gochuku further back, Morgado, Norton Andrensen in strong explanation. And he just got past Ariel Elkin. That happened outside of our screen. Ariel Elkin is going to have to fight back against Norton Andrensen, 6 and 7. Then we have Jo Valtanen in 8, Marcus Kayak is 9. And the top 10 run it up by Christian Bertuca in front of Alfio Spina. Jessica Rascado follows in 12. And once again, great recovery by Noam Milel. Noam Milel managed to recover 19 positions. 19 positions. You can see him actually down the back of... at the end of the classification on the screen. 13th place for Noam Milel, the KZ World Champion of this season in Kristianstad a couple of weeks ago. Back to OK category where he had not been seen for quite a while now, but he was up for the challenge, up to maybe had another crown to his tally. Always easier said than done when you tackle a category where you haven't been for a couple of seasons after he was competing in gearbox class. But now let's focus on Evan Gilter, the battle with Rafael Camara, 0.4 of a second. Gilter trying to gain a bit of speed down to turn number 14. As we're about to enter the last lap of this qualifying heat, the penultimate qualifying heat of this first part of the day. We have one more race before the lunch break after that. And Tuukka Tapanen is watching over his shoulder, 7/10 down. Still quite a solid gap to keep things in control until the end of this race. Camara second. Gilter down to for 4/10. Fourth place, Hugo Gochuku, Morgato, split by 5/10 of a second. Then Andreasen, Alkin, Valtanen, Kayak, Pertuka, Spina. For now, talking about recovery effort, 19 places for Noah Milan is one of the strongest recoveries that we've seen so far, but not matching the 20 places gained earlier. So the competition is on, competition within the competition, so to speak. But what was surprising is that some of the contenders into this class of the OK, as well as in juniors, didn't find actually the pace that they needed in qualifying, and most of them, at least some of them, shall I say, start from the back end of the grid with good recovery up their sleeves. One last corner and one last kick of the throttle for the first victory this weekend for Tuukka Tapanen, undefeated against Rafael Camara. Second place for the Brazilian, Evan Gilter running at the top three in front of Hugo Gochuku, Matheus Morgato, Norton Andreasen coming along in sixth place in front of Ariel Elkin. Jo Valtanen is 8 in front of Marcus Kayak, Christian Bertucca in 10th position. A good effort from this young driver, from a Tony Kart winner here in Campillos. 11th place for Alfio Spina in front of GC Cascaredo. Noah Milel, 19 places gained up to 13, saving what he can after his difficult qualifying of yesterday. Matteo De Paolo 14 in front of Rasmus Uchimis. Then we have Erolin Randini, Lenny Reed, Alexander Kubenko, Arthur Ronjon, and 20 is Sandro Olsen. 21st at the line, Ruba Rasky, Joel Bergström, Nathan Schaap, Ella Stevens, GC Lacey, Joe Turney. I was wondering actually where Joe had gone. He's dropping all the way down to 26. What on earth happened to Joe Turney over there? Because he was nowhere to be seen at some point in the race. And was it the result of a bit of a tumble with other drivers? Certainly so. But Joe Turney, that you just heard in the interview before the race, didn't have the best of result, dropping 16 places down to 26. Certainly something that will be worth counting at the end of the qualifying heat. Something that, of course, if he doesn't manage to recover, will be certainly very costly for his starting position coming to the pre-final tomorrow. Well, we're not there yet. But certainly that kind of result must hurt when it comes to Joe Turney. He was quite used to a battle at the front. Hugo Besson finishes in 27 in front of Hugo Terbo, and Daniel Nogales still managed to finish this race. And now he has retired, my apologies, 2 laps down. Bruno Del Pino, Emily Covisto, Gabriele Gomez, Roman Andriolo are among the drivers who didn't see the checkered flag of this qualifying heat. We have one more race to go, ladies and gentlemen, opposing the Group A and D. And one of the drivers that we're going to see starting at the forefront of this grid in just a minute is one driver that is being, for the past few seasons, the protege of Robert Kubica. He's from Poland. His name is Kucharczyk.
The track is really technical, so I think I need a few more laps, few more sessions to get used to now. Yeah, there aren't many places to overtake, but the last sector looks quite fun. I hope the race will be interesting, and yeah. Robert is supporting me since last year. He always advised me some things about the track, about the management of the tires, for example, or the chassis. I would really like to thank him for this and for his support, and well, yeah, that he's still is with me and he's supporting me. In the beginning of the season, I used to kill the tires really much, but now I don't, because he advised me the tips that could make this not happen. So yeah, I've won the Richard Mille Shootout last week. Immediately I've been promoted to racing for Formula 4 Spain next year. Well, I'm really excited. But I think won't be an easy challenge for me. The new material, new team, I think it's a new chapter in my career, but I think the next season will be more like to learn. But yeah, I hope I will have fun and I will enjoy the drive.
Good to speak to young Timotis Kucharczyk from Poland. As you can see him lining on the front row of the grid, second position for the young driver at the wheel of the Robert Kubica chassis. As you can see, Robert Kubica chassis, of course, produced and aligned in competition by the Lisson factory of Peral. Nikola Tsolov will be starting from pole position. He has one win already under his name, the young Pulsator from Bulgaria. As you can see, one of his teammates on the screen, the 249. This is Ivan Dominguez. Tsolov is here. Dominguez is further back, wearing the Alonso Kart colors. And Tsolov thinking already what kind of trick he could try to pull in the race coming up. Opposing Group A and D. As we're waiting right now for the drivers, the last drivers who retired from the race before to be safely recovered to the Parc Fermé. We're still waiting for one of the CRG drivers, the unfortunate Gabriele Gomez, who had to retire for mechanical failure in the race before. Gabriele Gomez, one win as well for him, as for Tuukka Tapanen on the race just before. So three races, 3 different winners, as we have 3 more to go. This one included. On your screen is Rintaro Sato with the Japanese flag on his side, as you can see. Rintaro Sato, the son of the celebrated and famous Takuma Sato, former Formula 1 driver and Indy 500 winner, amongst other achievements. Rintaro Sato, of course, more than willing to walk into the steps of his father into the ladder of motorsport. He's going to be starting from the 3rd place on the grid, 2nd row, with Daniel Briz by his side. Just behind him will be the 271 of Martinus Tenzorn. As you can see, by his side will be Arvid Lindblad, the 319 of Daniel Briz. Arvid Lindblad just behind from 3rd row on the grid. Lindblad, as we said, one of the contenders expected around the curve into the battle for the title in the OK class, knowing that Andrea Kimi Antonelli is not with us to defend his leadership. So there's going to be a wide open battle with more than one contender. And this is what we love, of course, about the sport of karting, is that despite the classifications, despite the points, nothing is ever written until sometimes the very end of a weekend. And in order to get, of course, the fight going on in pre-final and final, the top contenders need to collect the points, collect the good results, as well as the confidence all throughout the weekend. Arvid Lindblad on your screen, the 232. The reigning champion of Champions of the Future last year in the junior class. The reigning champion of the OK class in 2020, well, is no longer with us. Is doing his thing in single-seater. Nikita Bedrin, as far as I'm concerned, trying as well to get the next step of his career on the way. As we got a couple of drivers from one season to the other, of course, climbing through the ranks of motorsport. From last year in 2020, we had Nikita Bedrin. We had also Dylan Novantov, Marcus Amann, Taylor Barnard, among those who went on in 2021 to tackle the single-seater challenge, whether it was in the Formula 4 Championship of Italy, of Spain, or in Germany as well. Some others, like Dylan Novantov, I think, competing at some point in Formula Regional, Marcus Amann in French F4 as well. So karting is providing the drivers of tomorrow and the champions of the future. That's the name of the series, and it doesn't come by chance, of course, as we got the best representatives in both classes in the world, preparing as well for the big event to come next week on this very track of Campillos, the Karting World Championship in OK and OK Junior, to round up the season in 2021. Right. As the drivers will be given the green flag, the whistle has been blown. And this is a signal for the drivers, first the mechanics, to push them onto the track, get the engines going. The last qualifying heat of the first part of the day, opposing Group A and D. Here we go for the grid, shall we? Timotis Kucharczyk and Nikola Tsolov sharing the front row of the grid. Rintaro Sato, Daniel Briz by the side on the second row. Then we're going to have Martinus Tenzorn and Arvid Lindblad on row 3. Followed by Ivan Dominguez and Artem Severyukin. Row number 5, Luigi Coluccio and Ruben Moya. Oscar Pedersen and Kasper Nagman on row number 6. Rafael Mondonese and Onin Gali on row number 7. Nico Kuman and Francesco Marenghi on row number 8. Flavio Olivieri and Kaur Pasievic on row number 9. Followed by Gustav Wisniewski, Jonah Olzem, Pedro Hilbrand, who suffered a retirement with certainly taste of revenge in the mouth from the 21st position. He's going to have Carmen Kraft by his side. Mark Kastelic and Kevin Quevedo will be on row number 12, followed on row number 13 by Arnur Chabar, Maximilian Obst, Jaime Sanz, Adria Vibrinatier follow on row number 14. We have also Jokubas Bagnovicius as well as Maximilian Angelar, Nicolas Bertilati, Matthias Jakobsen on row number 16, followed by Eri Valoluque, Jose Gutierrez as well as Albani Vivas Alvarez. Do we have everybody on track? Yes, we do. 12 laps in for the last qualifying heat of this morning, so to speak, even though it's 20 minutes past 2. As the lunch break that we're going to have here on track is going to be a little bit shorter due to the delays that we had in the previous races. But for your information, we will be back at 20 past 3 local time. So 3:20 local time in Spain. We will be back for the next race of Champions of the Future. This will be for the junior category. We're gonna have a couple of more qualifying heats throughout the rest of the afternoon, and then the classification will be made official for the pre-final of tomorrow. But before that, we need another result. Nikola Tsolov has already one in the pocket, one victory for the Pulsator from DPK Racing. Let's see if he can make it 2 in a row. The driver, of course, having to go through 3 qualifying heats. And Nikola Tsolov from pole position having the edge coming to turn number 1, at least on paper. But Timotis Kucharczyk might be more than willing to give him a hard time in the breaking point, or maybe in the first sector as well. Watch out for the turn number 1, as well as for the hairpin at turn number 5. Rintaro Sato, well positioned from 3rd place to take the toe from the Pulsator. Are we racing? No, we are not. Here we go for one more formation lap. And once again, you can feel that even though with all the willingness from the Pulsators and the guys in front, sometimes the grid cannot be quite formed as the officials want it. So we go for one more formation lap. An extra time, of course, for the drivers to get the tires up to temperatures. The MJ tires that have been functioning with different levels of performance from one team to the other. It's always one of the trickiest factors to be able to manage in karting. Once you find a setup, you need, of course, to be able to handle the tires. And from experience that we have had this season with the Brazilian compound, these MJ tires are quite efficient on a short window. Sometimes quite difficult to put up to temperatures, but this is down to the drivers to master that part of the aspect of the driving. And talking to some of the older drivers actually is very funny when you actually get to talk to those drivers currently that are being coached by other drivers even years and years after they stop competing. They always get back to the question of the tires as the key factor to be able to master if you want to extract performance. So let's see if Nikola Tsolov will be able to make it 2 in a row. Timotis Kucharczyk, that you just heard at the interview, by his side. Rintaro Sato, Daniel Briz. Are we going to go for racing this time around? Yes, we are. Green, green, green. Nikola Tsolov on the inside of turn number 1. Watch out for Kucharczyk. Can he actually close the door? Oh, 2 drivers coming together before the first corner. Oh, that was a heavy impact, and I think that one wheel went flying into the air. Let's see to try to who that is. This is the 316 from Monlon Competition, I think, and the 306 that is going missing as well. The 306 is Gustav Wisniewski from the Sober Karting team, and the 316, if I've seen correctly, is Jere Valor-Luque from Monlon Competition. The 278 as well from Peral is gonna go missing. Maximilian Angelar. So we don't have just 2 but 3 drivers into the mix. Gustav Wisniewski, Angelar, and Jere Valor-Luque, unfortunately, coming together before the breaking point of turn number 1. While talking to the drivers coming to this event, they had told me that maybe the way to turn number 1 was going to be a bit chaotic. I must say that so far so good, but in this race we've just had a demonstration that if drivers get together on this very fast right-hander, anything can happen. And unfortunately, we're already missing 3 drivers into this qualifying heat. In the meantime, this is the opening lap completed. Nikola Tsolov, another driver in trouble, the 320, I'm afraid. Let's try to see who that is. This is Matthias Jakobsen, unfortunately, the driver from Denmark, who's going to try to get going again. And he does brilliantly. That's always a tricky thing to do, but after leaving the track, Matthias Jakobsen is back in contention. There you go. He's going to be, of course, tumbling down the order with quite a lot of time to catch up, but it's always better than nothing. In the meantime, on your screen, 319, this is further back Daniel Briz, who dropped 3 positions and is being chased at the moment. Daniel Briz by Ruben Moya as well. Martin Stenzohm, Artem Savukin in the mix. On your picture, this is the 271 of Martin Stenzohm. He has Daniel Briz just in front of him. Further back as well, Ruben Moya. We have as well Oli Gali. Dominguez in 10. Let's have a full classification once again as they come across. 2 laps completed. The 215 of Artem Severyukin from World Racing is driving in 5th place at the moment. On your screen, the 271 of Martinus Stenzohm is being chased by the 252 of Ruben Moya from Czech Republic. Ruben Moya driving on home soil, the young Spaniard, as well as Daniel Briz just in front of him. Once you drive in your country, there's a sort of extra force that pushes you really to do your best. And hopefully this will bring good results to the young boys from Spain. On your screen, from Czech Republic, Rintaro Sato, 263, being overtaken by Artem Severyukin. Severyukin making his way through, getting past the Japanese driver who shut the door because Daniel Briz was really close, ready to take the opportunity as well. He's going to have to wait a bit of an extra lap. Look at how close they are coming to turn number 14. And Daniel Briz was coming close to get past Sato. Watch out for any wheel touching, but Sato has to stay behind Artem Severyukin, who shuts the door. That could be a good opportunity for Martin Stenzohm, who was diving through the inside, trying to open the door in turn number 1. Not quite easy at full speed as the drivers. And watch out because Stenzohm in the meantime is getting overtaken by Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya is going through Stenzohm, who's going to drop another position to Olin Gali, I'm afraid. The CRG driver going past as well. Yes, indeed. There's a change. Olin Gali in 8. Ruben Moya is 7. And Martin Stenzohm with the Leclerc chassis dropping down to 9. In the meantime, while we're keeping an eye on this battle, Nikola Tsolov extending his gap more than half of a second on Timotis Kucharczyk. Arvid Lindblad climbing through 3rd place in the meantime with 3 tenths of a difference between himself and Kucharczyk. 1 full second behind Tsolov. Then we have Severyukin on your picture being chased by Briz, Rintaro Sato, Ruben Moya, Olin Gali. And watch out for Stenzohm. He takes his position back against Olin Gali. And Olin Gali has to admit defeat and drops back to 9th place, the CRG driver, as you can see. Further back in the mix, we have Caspian Agman, who is running at the top 10. The battle on your screen, Stenzohm with the 271. With the newly created, it's been more than a season now, almost 2 seasons that we've seen the Leclerc by Lennox Racing chassis competing at the highest level of racing. Another demonstration of course, the attachment, the love that current Formula 1 drivers still have for karting. This is the bottom step of the ladder, but the stepping stone of any motorsport career. And Charles Leclerc and next season Lando Norris are some of the best examples of commitment that those drivers want to give back to karting. In the meantime, Kevin Aaron Quevedo, the 24, is having a warning flag. Let's see where he is, tumbling down the order at the very last place. And certainly this is the result of one of the incidents that we saw earlier. 1.1 second. Nikola Tsolov is unbeatable and unreachable at the moment by Kucharczyk and Lindblad behind. We're back for the battle with Lindblad getting close to Timotis Kucharczyk. Tsolov just put together the fastest lap, looking 1 minute point 3 and extending this gap to 1.2 seconds. So at the moment, it seems that no one was going to be able to catch up with the young Bulgarian. Really at ease, really comfortable on the track that he's been knowing quite well, certainly more than other drivers here competing for DPK. And watch out for the move on the 252. This is on Ruben Moya, and Olin Gali from CRG is going through, at least trying to, because further back he has, watch out, Caspian Agman and Karol Pasievic trying to join the party as well. The 221 of Karol Pasievic run inside and thinking his teammate from World Racing with him. That's not the good news at all for Olin Gali. Oh, and 2 drivers involved in a big crash over there. Another strong incident that's happening outside of turn number 2. In the first sector, in the hairpin of turn number 5. Who do we have missing? Yellow flag is being waved, and full Corsello. This is very logical, as you saw briefly on the picture. I think one of the drivers has been quite badly hit in the incident. At least he was lying on the ground. Certainly a bit of a shock after the incident. Let's try to see who we have involved in this incident. But yellow flag and full course yellow. Once again, interruption of this race. The second severe interruption of this race. As we have Vivas Alvarez and Arnur Shabdar, the 276 and 227, I think, that were involved. Let's try to have confirmation of that as soon as possible. But in the meantime, you don't see it, but the medical staff is on its way already to the place of the incident. 2 drivers involved. And we have as well Daniel Briz. Daniel Briz is missing as well. His cart is lying on the side of the road as well at turn number 5, the hairpin on top of the track. So I think Daniel Briz is the other driver that got involved. But we have a third driver as well. So it wasn't quite clear, but let's wait for confirmation. Let's wait for more news coming our way. But in the meantime, the classification is fixed as it is. Less than 5 laps from the checkered flag, full course yellow, and interdiction for the drivers to overtake, of course, any other driver onto the track. And that's actually, I don't want to say good news, because it's never good news when you have a big incident involving drivers, especially when the medical staff has to intervene. But in terms of racing, the 1.2 second advantage that this young man on your screen, Nikola Tsolov, had built in the opening stages is reduced to nothing, pretty much. And that could be a golden opportunity for his rivals and pursuers, Timotis Kucharczyk, Lindblad, Rintaro Sato, and the others, to try to reverse the order of this race. Medical staff still at work on the side of the incident in turn number 1, the sector number 1, the turn number 5. You can see them briefly on the corner of your picture. But as the drivers keep on going around the track, we had already an interruption at the red flag, if you were not with us earlier, into the streaming, as Laurence Satua, the young Belgian driver from LLK, actually had a big incident in turn number 14, which required the intervention of the medical staff as for now. But the red flag was declared by David Manchester and the officials, and that's a good sign already that we can see one of the drivers from CRG is back on his feet with the medical team, and that's what we love to see, of course. Let's try to identify who that was, but he's back on his feet, and that's what we love to see, definitely. And the chassis have been put on the side. I think we're going to be good to go for racing in just a few moments. We're still on the yellow flags session right now. Full course yellow, yellow flag condition for the entire field of drivers around the track. The time, of course, for the marshals to clear the path, clear the way. And once again, this is my opportunity to give a big thank you and muchas gracias to all the marshals involved into the running of this event and the entire crew behind the organization of this event. But the marshals, without you guys, there would not be any motorsport, there would not be any karting. So the marshals and the medical staff always deserve a round of applause, a multiple round of applause, and a big gratitude throughout the season. And once again, they were very efficient in acting on location, in going to the site of the incident, and that's something that we love to see. But the driver was up on his feet. As the pack is going together again, we're going to be good to go. And the driver that you have seen on his feet is the young Spanish driver, Albani Vivas Alvarez. Green, green, green. We're good to go for racing. We have less than 2 laps to go before the checkered flag. That's going to be quite tight. But now there's no more gaps. There was more than 1 second. But now it's down to just 2 tenths. And Timotis Kucharczyk sees the opportunity, as well as Arvid Lindblad. Look at them, all 3 in the same picture. Now the pressure is on the shoulders of the leader, Nikola Tsolov, who has the pace. But after this interruption, the engine has been warmed up a little bit. But they don't like to be running at slow speed. Now you just need to get back on the throttle, keep the focus on. He's watching over his shoulder, trying to see where Kucharczyk is, just behind for just a couple of meters into the double right-hander. Lindblad is following as a shadow just behind, coming to turn number 14, the hairpin. We're about to conclude the penultimate lap already, the last lap coming our way. 1.5 kilometers. That's not a lot for Kucharczyk to try to launch an attack. As the conclusion of this race is near us. One last lap for Nikola Tsolov on his way to potentially his second victory of the weekend in the heat. Can Timotis Kucharczyk try to reverse that order? He has 0.4 of a second of a gap. Dropped a little bit in the last sector. Arvid Lindblad is not far behind for 0.3. But I think that it's done and dusted when it comes to the victory, as Tsolov really managed well the restart in the last 2 laps, the last 1 lap and a half, even Rintaro Sato still in 4th. Then we have Severyukin in 5th, Stenzon in 6th, Moya 7, 8th place for Kasper Nagman in front of Olingali, Francesco Marenghi, running up the top 10. And I think looking at the field as they go through the last sector, there's a bit of a tussle further back with one of the award racing drivers, but I don't think that the top 10 will change very much. Watch out, I've spoken too soon. There was a change further back, but in the meantime, Nikola Tsolov wins his second qualifying heat of the weekend in Campillos. Another strong victory for DPK Racing on home soil. Kucharczyk finishes in 2nd, Lindblad in 3rd, Rintaro Sato is 4th, Artem Severyukin in 5th place in front of Martin Stenzon, Kasper Nagman, Ruben Moya, Olingali and Francesco Marenghi in the top 10. I had seen actually on the corner of my eye into the last corner, the last hairpin. A bit of a move actually, but I think in the process, while we were watching Tsolov, the driver took the position back. So no change in the top 10 until the checkered flag. 11th place in hands of Ivan Dominguez in front of Luigi Coluccio, Maximilian Obst in 13. Then we have Karol Paziewicz, Oscar Pedersen, Carmen Krav, Pedro Hilbrand in 17, followed by Nico Kuman, Giuliano Olzem, Rafael Mondonese, Mark Kastelic, Nicolas Pirtilati. Gomez Gutierrez is 23rd with a good recovery of 11th place. Flavio Oliveri is 24th. Andrea Viblinatite is 25th in front of Jokubas Bagnovicius, Kevin Quevedo and Jaime Sanz Torrijos. So the drivers coming back to the pits, those who will need to be recovered from the track. We have Herrier Veder-Luque, Maximilian Angelar, Gustav Winiwerski, Matthias Bjerre Jacobsen, and the young driver from CRG that we were so relieved to see on his feet coming back to the Parc Fermé with the medical staff, Albani Viva Alvarez, as well as Arnur Chabar and Daniel Briz that went missing as well. Quite a very disappointing result for the driver who was starting from the 2nd row of the grid. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this was the conclusion of the first part of our show, first part of the program. We're going to take a break, and we will be back with the start of the next race at 20 past 3. So, we will be back 5 minutes before, 15 past 15, easy to remember. Local time, of course, in Spain. In the meantime, we just prepared for you some of the highlights of the previous races as we were in Genk and Zuera for round 1 and 2 of Champions of the Future. We'll leave you with that. We'll take a short break, catch up our breath, and we'll be back at 3:15 local time for some more exciting racing. We'll be back in just a few moments. Bye-bye.
The Champions of the Future karting series prepares the OK and OK Junior drivers from around the world for the intensity of the European Championships. The first event of 2021 sends the paddock to Karting Genk, the home of champions, in the Dutch side of Belgium. A circuit famous for turning kart racers into legendary names of motorsport, this weekend will be no exception. With the weather threatening to throw a spanner in the works, and MG being announced as the tyre choice for 2021 days before the racing begins, everybody treads into unfamiliar territory, where the best will do battle and the heroes will triumph. Let's ride with Douwe de Decker on a lap of Karting Genk. Down the home straight, flat on the throttle. Turn 1 starts fast, then heavy braking and a tightening narrow apex. Stay off the runoff area and tight into 2. Back on the power through 3 and ride the speed through the left-hander all the way up the crescent at 4 with a slight blip. Big stop now for turn 5. A lot of overtakes failed and successful here. Then onto the motorway straight, running parallel to the public highway. The toughest corner on the circuit, which becomes almost one kart wide on exit. Kick the curb, then coax the kart through the right-hander with balance and poise before a gentle run through the left hairpin, where you need to be smooth. The exit punishes mistakes. Into the run to turn 10, another solid overtaking spot, but keep the exit clean as it leads immediately into 11 and a square right-hander. Then time for a do-or-die lunge into the final corner, but steady and flowing if not, because you can lose so much time down the main straight. Precision is everything here, as you can get it very wrong very easily.
The team has been working very collectively this weekend. Also, it's more difficult for only one day of testing. So we've been working hard, so hopefully it pays off, and then the big one is on Sunday. So it will be great to start off the season like this, or the Champions of the Future season with a good finish and hopefully a win. And just looking forward to get the best results as possible so we can carry those points into the next round. Just when I think I know everything, they come and tell me one more thing. And even everybody in Kart Republic, the mechanics, the data guys, they're still telling me things that I didn't know. So I'm definitely learning a lot, and hopefully just by that learning and that experience, all the experience that I'm getting from more experienced drivers in the past and just experienced people all together in the motorsport world, hopefully I can carry that on and carry that peace in mind onto the track, and then it will just be a dogfight on Sunday. But hopefully we can take that and hopefully get a good finish.
And it's a fantastic start for the front for Freddie Slater. Kiana Bloom trying to get straight into second position, dives up the inside line, and as the field knits their way through the first couple of corners, it's Harley Keeble who storms through to second place.
And Bouza, just had a bit of a problem with it.
They are now in 5th and 6th position respectfully, with Kucharczyk getting past Popov.
And we might see a move coming up. Yeah, he goes through in turn number 10. Beautifully made by Maximilian Popov, the World Racing driver. Just behind Kucharczyk was shutting the doors, but Sonny Smith has enough space to go through, and he takes 2 position in front of Popov. Beautifully made from Sonny Smith, clipping the curve, and he makes it. Incredible move from the young driver Sonny Smith, up 2 positions in the ranking.
Now a late lunge from Kucharczyk on McIntyre. That was as late as it could possibly be without causing an incident between the two of them. Now Lucas Flusha stepping up the attack on Dion Gauda, and Sardinetta makes his move alongside Gauda, but Gauda holds it round the outside. And now here comes Rashid Al Dhaheri on the inside line. He picks up the place, and there's contact with 2 karts there into the barriers. Now that is the 74 that's gone in. It's Matteo De Palo, sorry, the 34 in with August Turbo. And now we've got Rashid Al Dhaheri, Flusha, and the 92 Enzo Deligny all getting past Dion Gauda there. And that's a big lunge from McIntyre as he storms in on the inside of Kirill Kucharczyk.
And watch out, because Powell goes through.
And Kiana Bloom has now been passed and pulled away from by Sonny Smith.
Otherwise, Sonny Smith might be in a good position to go for the move in the straight. There he goes. As I was just saying, he gets passed up into 3rd place.
So there's great racing, not just in the front of the pack, but also in the background, and do it to Decker. Well, that's one way to get an overtaking move done. I'm not sure it's the right one.
And I'm afraid that for that record...
Oh, and he gets his recompense! Look at that!
Oh, that was nasty, wasn't it? And watch out, because Dorota Decker is in a big trouble over there, and he's going to lose a pile of positions in the process as well.
So they continue on their way. Look at this battle down the back straight. You've got Rashid Al Dhaheri trying to shape his way through as Maxim Popov and his teammate Enzo Deligny try and get through. This could be some interesting teamwork. And look at that! Rashid Al Dhaheri has held up Popov, and Enzo Deligny has come through on the inside. Great teamwork between those two.
As we have William McIntyre goes around the inside of Kim Bloom. This is a battle for 5th.
Brilliant from Freddie Slater. He leads every inch of the final and takes the victory. Freddie Slater dominates the OK Junior final in front of Harley Keeble and Sonny Smith.
So an all-British podium sees Freddie Slater return to the top of the podium ahead of Harley Keeble and Sonny Smith. Alex Powell beats the charging Will McIntyre and Kiana Bloom across the line, with Rashid Al Dhaheri, Enzo Deligny, Max Popov and Kirill Kucharczyk completing the top 10.
In third position for the United Kingdom, Sonny Smith. And in second position, also for the United Kingdom, Harley Keeble. But your winner here at round one again, Champions of the Future for the United Kingdom, Freddie Slater! And a congratulations as well to our winning team manager for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Ricky Flynn!
Definitely a hard race, starting off pole, went into the first corner, had to defend. The rest of the lap I managed to open up the course and kind of got on with it. And I kept the gap pretty much the same, kept coming at me and it kept getting further away, so it was a hard race. And then last two laps definitely was kicking in a little bit, like I was ready to win and I was just glad to come over the line first.
Just about getting a good start and then just tracking down Freddie. Consistency. It was some laps I would catch and then he would pull away, and then made a bit of a mistake in the last corner, which possibly cost me the win, but I'm happy with second.
In the pre-final I didn't do quite the best, but then in the final we changed a few things, managed to get it going, and then just having speed, and yeah. I just need to gain consistency, just not overdriving or like not panicking too much, and then if I just fix all those things up, I think I'll be good.
Really happy to be back, also because we didn't really ended up as I want to in the World Championship, and yeah, I had a crash and I broke my leg, but yeah, I'm really happy to be back here. This race will be really important because as you know, it's the test race before the European Championship. So yeah, this race will be really important because we need to set the chassis and the engine for the European Championship. So yeah, really fast recovery. We didn't really expect that because yeah, it was a big hit. But yeah, this year will be harder because we got stronger opponents. But yeah, it will be a nice challenge. Just work harder than the others and yeah, do the best that we can. We just discovered something new about the tires, so yeah, also this race will be really important for understand as much as we can the tire for be ready for the European Championship. No, for me, I think I don't feel any pressure. I'm just you know, I'm happy because other driver has the same luck as me to be promoted in junior F1 team, and yeah, it will be a nice challenge because you know, they're a good driver, but yeah, no, I don't feel any pressure.
Down to the grid. Yes, we're racing. Here we go. Kimi Antonelli into the first corner. Rafael Kamara coming sideways. Joe Turney coming side by side with him. There was a little bit of contact, but they just about get away with that one. And so it's Antonelli, Kamara driving right round the outside. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. Rafael Kamara goes right round the outside of Antonelli. What a move for the lead.
Well, let's wait for the last corner. Turney's going to go around the inside. Yes, he does. And it's a bit of a push from Antonelli.
He holds himself neatly in position. A big slide there as Rasmus Yutsimi shuts the door on Badua and Tsolov. Tarpanen slides in on Arvid Lindblad. Tarpanen gets up into fourth position. Nice move.
The driver is still finding the grips and finding the pace into this final. And I've spoken too soon because Tuka Tarpanen is getting through ahead of Antonelli. Lindblad does the battle we've been expecting for a while. And Lindblad goes through. We have Karol Pasevich and Rafael Montandese who went together. And now there goes Tarpanen. This comes a change.
And now Tarpanen a little hesitant. That's enough for a hesitation. And Lindblad gets through on Antonelli.
Whoa.
Antonelli reacted to Turney's hesitation. And that's enough for Lindblad. He takes the place instead. He opens his European OK campaign dominant and exceptional. Rafael Chavez Kamara wins in Genk in the Champions of the Future finale here in the first round of the 2021 season at Karting Genk.
Rafael Rafael Camara blitzes the final after his epic move at the start, with Tuukka Tarpanen and Joe Turney leaving Arvid Lindblad and Kimi Antonelli in their wake. Pedro Hiltbrand claims 6th ahead of Nikola Tsolov and Eduardo Villa, whilst Luigi Coluccio and Timo Kucharczyk finish strong.
In third position for the United Kingdom, Joe Turney! And in second position for Finland, Tuukka Tarpanen! And your race winner here at Karting Gang for Brazil, Rafael Chaves Camara! And a congratulations to our winning team manager as well for Kart Republic Motorsport, Glenn Kayart!
The time, the qualifying, really close. And then the heat, all the time we are in the top 3. In the pre-final, we missed the speed a little bit, but it's okay. And then in the final, I did a really good start and I managed the gap to finish the race.
At the beginning was difficult. We wasn't so fast, but then we improved all the time and we get good result in the final.
We had a good weekend altogether and did very well with the team having 2nd and 3rd. We made really good progress because I think in the start of the week we were a little bit behind and we did what we needed to do in order to have 2 of the karts on the podium.
So now the seeds are sown in place for the European Championships, which will take place 2 weeks from now here in Genk. For the next event of Champions of the Future, head to championskarting.com for all the latest news and the next step in the 2021 season. From me, Jake Stanson, and the whole RGMMC crew, see you next time. The second round of the 2021 Champions of the Future brings us to Zuera in Spain, a few miles from the city of Zaragoza. It's 1 week before the European Championship finale, and most of the drivers and teams are here to prepare for it. But there are some who sense a genuine opportunity to stand on the top step of the podium in one of the most competitive series of racing drivers in the world. So, everybody must bring their A game to the table, as anything can happen. Bruno Del Pino can take us on a tour of the Zuera circuit as he knows it like the back of his hand. Flat down the straight, in through turn 1, you've got to keep it absolutely nailed to the throttle through this first corner. Then up to turn 2. It's faster than it looks through the square right-hander. You carry a lot of pace and a lot of rhythm through here. Out of the left flick, into the big braking zone for the hairpin. Keep the kart in the middle of the apex, use a bit of the rumble strip, then get back on the power. Up to turn 5, this left-hander goes on and on forever. It's a very flowing corner, but it tightens on the exit, so you've got to keep the kart relatively close to the curbs. Back through the right, back on the power, and now you're heading up towards the hairpin. Big stop, turn in, catch the kart in the middle of the apex, get back on the power, and catch the rumble strip on the right. Now you're into the right-hander, keep it nice and steady as you come through these next 3 apexes. 1, onto the inside, 2, catch the apex, 3, get the curb nailed on the inside, then you're into a pair of lefts. You've got to keep the kart in the middle to get the maximum speed through the first entry, then into the right-hander and you're flat on the throttle all the way. Tyre degradation is high, engines are pushed to the limit. It's the ultimate test for the OK and OK Junior driver.
Pretty well. I've already made a good connection with most of the people in my team and I feel really happy with the decision I've made. Well, it obviously had to come at one point. Things weren't going the way I was planning it to go, but now I found my speed, I found my comfort, and I'm really happy. I could have a chance in this championship, but we're also using it to test a few things for next week, and I'm also just using it to learn the kart.
racing at Zuera. A great start from Kirill Kucharczyk, straight into second place. Already a big lunge from Orlov. Powell is trying to get into third position early doors. And there's 4 karts off the road. Jan Pesarovsky and 2 of the Ricky Flynn karts. Looks like Len Nyes is in that one as well. It looks like Dion Gauda and Edgaran Piligov that got taken off there.
Talking about sizing him up for a position, Dideka tries to follow through, just not able to. Eichmann gets himself in a second position.
Starting to protect his position, Dideka trying to get himself in there. Agotzi squeezes Dideka to get into 4th place, and here comes Popov and Stochamanis on the inside as well. Rashid Al Dhaheri trying to queue up for the move. There is the battle from Orlov. He gets through. So does Agotzi on Ian Eichmann's. It's back to his best. Agotzi on the inside of Orlov gets into 2nd place. Good move from the American.
Kucharczyk in that final sector, even with the overtake. That's a move there from Popov on Eichmann, and trying to follow through there. That's Stochamanis as he squeezes him over the curb. Stochamanis makes his way past. Eichmann tries to fight back. Is he able to? No, he isn't. McIntyre following in suit. Gotti talking about being on the back of a driver. McIntyre makes his way past Ian Eichmann.
By the midpoint of the race, he'll lose pace, and here is a move from Due Dideka. He gets through on his countryman, Ian Eichmann's through. They're both on Cosmic Chassis, don't forget, Eichmann's and Slater, but Slater's definitely found some pace on the inside. Slater gets up into the position. That's P8 for the Brit.
James Agotzi and saying, oh, that's a car upside down.
It's Keeble.
How has Keeble managed to do that?
Oh, 2 more have gone. That's Gerazim Skulinov there, clashing into the side of... Now, is that Dmitry Madthiv? It is. Half to go. Here's the move from Al Dhaheri on the inside of Yavan David. Oh, no! Contact again between Akshay Bora and Yavan David. Akshay is absolutely fuming and enraged. He could do with calming down.
Drivers really going for it. Talking about going for it. Due Dideka up the inside of William McIntyre.
Oh, that is Gubenko. Gubenko has tangled with Powell by the look of it. So Gubenko and Powell have come together. Up towards the braking zone. Here's Alizade on the inside line. Tar very much. That'll do. Kirill Kucharczyk is going to canter to victory, and he takes the lead of the Champions of the Future Series standings in OK Junior. Agotzi 2nd. Orlov celebrates in 3rd. What a great result from Kirill Kucharczyk, who now takes the lead of the series standings. James Agotzi in 2nd, Maxim Orlov is 3rd from Max Popov and Thomas Stochamanis. Due Dideka is 6th, McIntyre in 7th place in front of Rashid Al Dhaheri and Freddie Slater, who is now 8 points back in the driver's standings. In 3rd position for Russia, Max Orlov! And in 2nd position for the United States, James Agotzi! And your race winner for Russia, Kirill Kucharczyk!
In the final it was quite easy race because I went away from the first lap and then I was alone all the time, all the final, all 18 laps. I'm very happy about my result, how I made this week, because it was really hard. I hope I will make the same in the next week.
For the start of the final, I started 6th, and on lap 1 I was able to put myself into 5th. After that, I slowly picked off the people in front of me and made my way to 2nd. And then the last 10 laps or so was just me trying to pull away from everybody and maybe catching Kirill.
I really wanted the podium in the final, but it was hard to achieve it. Everything was fine at the start, but in the battles I was edged down the field, so I had to dig deep to get back. Once I started racing with Max Popov, it all started to come together. It was difficult. I tried to defend as much as possible, so he couldn't pass me, and I just managed to fend him off. I'm elated, really. I want to thank the whole team, especially Robert and Marco. They gave me this opportunity, so I'm very grateful.
We won't be in the championship. If we can get another top 3 in this weekend, then we'll be in a good place. The pace looks really good so far. I think a bit better than the first round. Top 3 would be nice, but I think we're looking at winning this race.
Let's race it to error. Antonelli drops right across on Command, but Command holds it. Lindblad gets into second place, and here comes Hildbrand. Terrible start for Antonelli. He's now got to try and carve his way through. He's got Morgado that's got in there with him, and 2 or 3 cars up and over. That is going to be Evan Gilter, I think, involved in that one, and so too the 227 Morgado, and it's the Peral in there. Lindblad takes the lead away from Nikola Kuman.
Antonelli now on the back of both of them. You can see Hildbrand still going for that move on Command. They go through the first corner, and they both manage to get through. Antonelli makes his way in a second. You can see Command trying to follow through, just not able to at this moment in time. Hildbrand.
Command on the inside of Hildbrand. Lovely job. P3 for the moment. That might be Ivan Dominguez pulling into the pits. So he appears to be out of the race there. Look, Bertolatti, Gratia and G all involved in that one. Violenti was tucked up in there as well. 3 of them. My goodness.
Size up his opponent for an overtake into turn 4. Is it going to work? Yes, it will. Antonelli gets into the lead.
Here comes Andreasen on the inside of Spina for P4. Nice work from the Swede. Here comes Spina looking for another big lunge on Andreasen, and they both drift wide. Spina's missed the corner altogether, and that's enough for Hildbrand to get through into P4. Oh, goodness me. Spina coming on the circuit almost directly into the path of Nikola Tsolov.
Into the top corner. Is he going to grab the inside? Of course he is. Joe Turney gains that position.
So there's Turney. That's the big gap they pulled. And there's Ariel Elkin. He's got into 5th place now past Hildbrand.
Up the inside, that's Andreasen. He's making a bid on Hildbrand. As Hildbrand drops down in no position, he lifts his hand off the steering wheel. Clearly not happy with the situation that he's in right now.
Kimi Antonelli knows he's got this one in the bag. Kimi Antonelli wins a Tuera. This is the perfect start to his European Championship aspirations a week from now. This will do nicely for Kimi Antonelli. Kimi Antonelli, a race winner in the final. Lindblad in second from Nikola Kuman. Joe Turney in P4 from Ariel Elkin. Norton Andreasen ahead of Pedro Hildbrand, Rafael Kamara, Tuka Tapanen and Hugo Chukwu. In 3rd position for Italy, Nikola Kuman! And in 2nd position for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! But your race winner on the top step of the podium for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli!
I didn't get a really good start. I lost quite a few places, but then we had a lot of speed. Just stay calm because, you know, with this tire you can't really push in the beginning because otherwise the tires overheat. So I just tried to stay as calm as possible in the first few laps and then push properly. So yeah, I really had good pace, and once I get into the lead, I pull away and I managed to get that gap for win the race.
Then the final, with new tyres, we were strong in the beginning, but we just didn't have the speed to go with Kimi. He passed me, and I didn't stand a chance. He was gone before I could make any sort of attack to go again to try to get back into the lead.
In the final, when we put 4 new tires, something strange happened and I could arrive only in P3, but still a quite good result.
Kirill Kucharczyk takes his first major win at OK Junior level, with James Agotzi and Max Orlov realising their potential on the podium. Kimi Antonelli fires a warning shot to Arvid Lindblad in the final, and Nikola Kuman takes a sensational podium. Next week, the drivers return for the season finale of the FIA Karting European Championship.
Buenos dias a todos and welcome back within the center of the karting universe, the karting center of Campillos, where history, another chapter in the history books of karting, is about to be written this weekend and the next with the last round of Champions of the Future as well as the upcoming FI Karting World Championship. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. This is my pleasure to be with you this weekend to host the grand finale of Champions of the Future for the second season running. Last year we concluded this season under the rain of Portimao. This time around, this is the beautiful sunshine of the Andalusian region in the south of Spain that welcomes us and the best karting drivers in the world for the conclusion of the competition promoted by RGMMC Group. Fantastic opportunity for everybody here to get trained as well, to get the ideal conditions and warm up for the upcoming FI Karting World Championship. On your picture is the man on the charge, is the man to beat in the junior class. This is David Walter, your Pulsator in yesterday's qualifying and a triple winner already in the qualifying heats. Is competing for Koski Motorsport. The number 80 will be starting from pole position in the upcoming qualifying heat in just a few moments at 3:20 local time. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you are in the world. Make sure to tune in on championskarting.com with everything that you need to know with the results, live timing, the live streaming available as well on the YouTube channel of the RGMMC Group as well as on Champions Karting on Facebook and Instagram. So make sure to tune in and don't hesitate to leave us a comment, an advice, a question, and we'll be more than happy to try to help you out and provide you with all the answers that you deserve. The best karting drivers in the world are here, up to 170 of them in both the junior and the OK junior classes, ready for battle already. They've given us some strong and epic battles on track this morning. We had 3 qualifying hits yesterday at the end of the afternoon, past the qualifying sessions. We had a bunch of them this morning, 10 precisely qualifying hits this morning. We have a collection of more this afternoon until close to 6 o'clock local time. The one that's going to be starting in just a few moments concerns the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. The junior class being led, coming to Spain, by the young driver from Russia, Kirill Kotskov. On your picture is the driver from Singapore, Akshay Bora, the 25 from Czech Republic, who has unfortunately a retirement in his last race. He managed to recover with a strong 4th result in his second race, but is going to have a lot of ground to keep on recovering and strong results to keep on collecting to made up for that early disappointment. But Akshay Bora has all his chances in his hand. He's going to be starting from the front row of this grid alongside David Walter. Matias Orwella from Colombia will be behind from 3rd place, as he's going to have Eneas Frey from Switzerland just by his side. The further row of the grid will be made of Kin Nakamura Berta and Edu Robinson, one of the young drivers under the Spanish flag. There's a lot of them competing on home soil this weekend and the next as well. Miguel Costa and Stepan Antonov will be on the row number 4. Row number 5 we'll see Yevan David and Alex Powell. Then we're going to have on row 7, Massis Gladys and Timothy Madvev. Row number 8, James Egodi and Freya Norman, followed by German Fotev, Nacho Tunan Garcia, Joel Caranta, Eric Jenny, Mark Dubinsky, Ethan Nobles. Row number 12 is Bradley Mahman and Arli Kiebel. Further back as well, we have Oscar Wurz, Kimi Tani, as well as Anton Laksonen, Babayona Darius Leshan, Adria Gill, Nico Lalatani, Louis Leveau, Livari Tuomelito, and Augustin Bernier. The mechanics are with the drivers, waiting for the signal and the whistle to be blown, the green flag to be shown. 2 laps in, of course, the one to get the tires up to temperature, the second one to get the formation of the grid in order, and our race director, Mr. David Manchester, will have both eyes open once again, as he did this morning, to make sure that all the starting proceedings are done the right way. We had a couple of extra formation laps this morning, 2 interruptions if you were not with us, one for a red flag. Quite unfortunate, that's something that we never want to see in karting or anywhere in motorsport, but it was necessary, as the good news is the young driver involved in an incident that led to this interruption, the Belgian Laurens Le Certois, is in very good condition, back on his feet, and hopefully back in racing later this weekend. This remains to be confirmed, but the good news is that he's okay. We had another big of a scare and another interruption for another driver from CRG, the young Albani Vivas Alvarez, and She made us a bit of a scare, but in the end, she was on her feet and back to the Parc Fermé in good condition. So 2 interruptions, but everybody is okay. That's part of racing. That's part of what we do. Those races in the morning were very much exciting. If you were not with us this morning, well, shame on you. You'd better be tuning in right now for the rest of the afternoon. Tomorrow as well, remember that we're going to have a busy schedule with the top finalists, of course. There's going to be a second chance heat, but also the pre-finals and finals in each of the classes to award not only the winners in Campillos, but the winners of the 2021 season in Champions of the Future. So your entire weekend is fully planned, as well as the next, I do hope. But thank you once again for being with us, as well as live on Motorsport TV, our new partner at Champions of the Future for this race and the 2022 season. Now, the drivers are here warming up the tires, trying to get back into racing mode. David Walter has 3 victories so far in the qualifying heats. Kenny actually had a 4th one. Each of those drivers have to go through 5 qualifying races in order to qualify for the pre-final taking place tomorrow, with just 30 tickets available today. There's going to be 6 more for the drivers unable to qualify directly, but in the second chance heat, the top 6 will join the rest of the group, and 36 drivers. This will be the number qualified for the final in the order of the pre-final. You know the drill. The drivers are getting ready as David Walter, the number 80 on pole position, has to show the pace, has to reduce the pace coming across this red line that you're going to see in just a minute with the cones right now. And past this point, he has to really pace everybody down in order for the formation of the grid to be completed, as you can see coming into the last sector. 1.5 kilometers, 16 corners, the very challenging karting of Campillos, welcoming for the first time the OK and OK Junior classes, as well as the Champions of the Future series. Are we going to be racing for the first time this afternoon? They're coming across. Yes, we are racing. Welcome to Campillos. Fantastic start from David Walter. Oh, and a bit of a tangle further back with Miguel Costa, I think. And one driver already out of this race. This is one of the teammates of David Walter from Koski Motorsport, Dimitri Matveev, I'm afraid, who had to retire just before getting to the start at the end of the proceedings to warm up the tires. So that's quite unfortunate for Dimitri Matveev, out of this race already. In the meantime, Miguel Costa, we saw briefly him as actually sliding to the left of the track, coming to turn number 1, but it's still with us, the Sober Karting driver. In the meantime, good start ahead of the pack for David Walter. On your picture with further back, this is one of the Powell drivers that's going to be attacking. And it's been overtaken by Akshay Bora. This is the 148 of Matthias Orwala, wearing the Powell colors, down in third with Akshay Bora in second. We told you that Bora has suffered a retirement in his opening race, managed to finish 4th in his second, but he needs a strong result because a retirement is going to be costly when it comes to the starting position in the pre-final. 9 laps to go in total, 1 lap down. David Walter already half of a second in front of those 2 young drivers, Bora, Orwella, Yevan David in 4th place. And another driver, the young superstar from Sri Lanka, in need of a strong result after the retirement this morning. He just managed already to climb 5 places in the course of 1 lap, up to 4th in front of Miguel Costa, Kin Nakamura Berta. James Egozzi is 7. Then we have Maciej Gladys for the back as well. 9th position. This is Andres Cardenas in front of Stepan Antonov. And Dimitri Matveev, confirmation of the retirement, unfortunately, for the 23. Watch out for Miguel Costa, the 27 on your screen, getting ahead of Yevan David, I think it was, yes indeed. And there's a yellow flag. This is still for the chassis of Dimitri Matveev in the last sector of the track in turn 12 and 13. But Miguel Costa and the 54 of James Egozzi this time around are very much in the battle. Into turn number 14, this is the hairpin. Watch out for the back as well for Andres Cardenas, isn't it? The 46. No, my apologies. This is Stepan Antonov, I think it is, getting ahead. We'll get this through. This is Maciej Gladys, the 29. A bit of sun in the ear, in the eye. But Maciej Gladys getting ahead of Miguel Costa for 7th place. Lap number 3. And watch out for the back. Beautifully made by the 144. Stepan Antonov getting ahead of German Fotiv for 9th position. Beautifully made by the Car Republic driver up to the top spot of the track. David Walter, in the meantime, having none of it and really climbing, extending his gap. 0.7 of a second on Akshay Bora with Matthias Orwella sitting in 3rd place. 2 tenths down. Yevan David in 4th with himself 0.6 of a second of Kin Nakamura Berta. Egozzi in 6th. The rest of the classification with Gladys Miguel Costa, the 27 on your screen, chasing Maciej Gladys. This is going to be a strong battle, and around the inside goes Miguel Costa. Watch out for the battle as well for the back, and the return potentially of Stepan Antonov. And that's a good view of the mechanics, as you can see on the sideline, just by our main building, giving the instructions, giving the warning, and giving the signs that the drivers need. Oh, the 164 from DPK Racing is out of this race, I'm afraid. And this is Anton Laxonen, who lost his front fairing, as you can see. But the driver seems to be out and on the sideline. So quite unfortunate turn of event for one of the young representatives of DPK Racing. In the meantime, David Walter put out another fastest lap in 62.4. He's extending his gap, or at least trying to keep it that way. 0.7 of a second. On your screen is the battle between Maciej Gladys and Stepan Antonov. Gladys from Poland, Antonov from Russia. And right now, this is at the advantage of Maciej Gladys, who does everything he can to shut all the doors at every curb, practically, every corner, especially coming down to this third hairpin of the track. And one of the Turney car representative, German 40 story, Stepan Antonov, is not quite able to make his way through. Back with the leaders in number 25 in second place, Akshay Borwa. Matthias Horola just behind for 0.4 of a second. Back with Maciej Gladys. The further back, as this German 40 still very much on his tail. David Walter once again qualifying lap after qualifying lap, and the gap extended to 0.9 of a second at the moment. So as it stands, the battle is still on between Arwela and Akshay Borwa, second and third, split by just 0.4 of a second. The driver is down in the hairpin on the return straight just in front of us, and this is Maciej Gladys still in contention very much with German 40. Those drivers are 9 and 10. Oh, and I was wondering, actually, he is still in the race. This front fairing didn't belong to the driver that we saw on the sideline. The 157 is still very much on track, but without the front fairing. Do you see that? Actually, pretty much this is Mark Dubinsky. Mark Dubinsky, who keeps on driving without the front fairing and with his nose course misplaced. So that will actually give him a mechanical flag, I'm afraid, for Mark Dubinsky. We'll keep on going, and that's certainly the result of an incident, going wheel to wheel a bit too much and too close with another driver. David Walter, full second in front of Akshay Borwa. Maciej Gladys, who actually lost a position to Stepan Antonov. It just happened before. Gladys, who lost another place, a German 40 in the process. So 2 places down for Maciej Gladys, I'm afraid, as we're back with the 67. This is Jevan David with Kin Nakamura Berta, the 2 drivers from the same owning of Forza Racing, and Kin Nakamura Berta goes through into turn number 11. Position gain for Kin Nakamura Berta ahead of Jevan David for 4th. Battles of the teammate here from Forza Racing. We had a chance to catch up with Jamie Croxford at the helm of Forza Racing, the founder of the team, already a decade ago. We'll get to hear more from Jamie Croxford throughout the weekend if you stay with us on the live streaming. Here they come, lap number 7 out of 9. David Walter out of reach at the moment, 1.1 second. Akshay Borwa is going to have to make do for second place, but can he? Because 3 times down, in third place, Matthias Orwella is keeping a close watch on Akshay Borwa. Kin Nakamura Berta, Jevan David on your screen, 4th and 5th respectively, in front of James Egozzi, the Turney car driver from America, driving with an Italian license. Miguel Costa in 7. We still have Stepan Antonov in the mix in 8, in front of German 40, and Maciej Gladys running up the top 10. Eric Jene is trying to get close to that top 10 as well, with 4 places gain. He's up to 16. Good effort as well from Nacho Tunan Garcia, one of the young Spaniards. 5 places gain up to 13. And Augustin Bernier down in 23rd position is also giving a strong effort with 10 places collected for the new French champion of the OK Junior class. Recently a crown and in difficulties manifestly, and quite unfortunately for Augustin Bernier, whose chain actually broke in the opening lap of his qualifying practice. I'll get this through yesterday. Now Akshay Borwa the fastest on track, as we follow here Matthias Orwella in 3rd position. I do wonder once again if the front fairing of the Powell chassis is not getting loose a little bit, but sometimes it's just, an illusion due to the the tarmac as well, and the vibration that goes through the machinery as well as into the slide and the front fairing of the kart, but doesn't seem to be misplaced by the look of it, as I was checking the results before coming to this race, because in the last qualifying heat that we had before, another driver from Powell, Enzo Deligny, had a fantastic return up to second place in the last corners of the last lap, which is the last lap right now. And by the look of it, I thought that at some point maybe his front fairing was misplaced, but not at all. And he actually kept his results. So sometimes it can be misleading. But something that's not misleading so far is the domination mode that David Walter has just entered. Three wins already, and maybe a fourth coming up for the Pulsator. The Danish driver has been absolutely unbeatable so far, as Edu Robinson set the fastest lap. 1.1 second. Akshay Bora put everything he had, but he hasn't been able to get as close as he would have liked, as Ruela is on his way to third place. This is the last sector. Right-hander downhill into the strong braking point of the hairpin number 14, where we have seen a lot of attacking maneuvers in that particular sector. In 15 and 16, left and right, the last chicane of the track. We've seen some brilliant maneuvers over the course of the morning, and we shall see some more coming up. Victory for David Walter, the fourth one already for the Koski Motorsport leader in the junior class. Akshay Bora coming around in second place. Matthias Ruela crossing the line in third, in front of Kin Nakamura Berta. We have also Yevan David, James Egozzi coming across in fifth place. Sixth place for James Egozzi, in front of Miguel Costa, German Fortiv 8. Stepan Antonov is 9, and Marcel Gladys running up the top 10, far behind this young man on your screen, the number 80. We told you about his ambitions. He has the pace, he has the will, and he's just translated that into results with 4 wins in a row so far for David Walter. In the rest of the classification, we have Andres Cardenas in 11th place, 12th place for Enea Frey. Arle Kiebel is 13, Alex Powell 14, in front of Eric Jenny, Nacho Dudon Garcia, Freya Norman, as well as Matheus de Faria, Edward Robinson, and P20 is Gilles Mustienes. Bradley Mehan is 21st, then we have Jules Carenta, Augustin Bernier, Kimi Tani, Louis Levaux, Livari Tuomeletto, Oscar Wurz, and Babayana Darius Lucian, as well as Nico Lanalati. Dimitri Medvedev, Ethan Nobels, Anton Laxonen, and Mark Nubinski. Unfortunately, are the drivers missing at the end of this race, as they had to retire. Drivers coming back to the Parc Fermé, and they will go through the scale and the scrutineering at the end of this race. This was the qualifying heat opposing Group A and F. Just after this break, we're gonna go with Group D and E. But before that, we had the chance yesterday to cut up with one of the team managers involved in this Champions of the Future final round, Pablo Rodriguez, at the head of the DPK racing team, racing on home soil this weekend.
All my life has been really about karting. I started at 4 years old as a driver with my brother, who was 2 years older than me. We competed together for a number of years. Then we became mechanics. In 2012, we decided to set up our own team. It was always our wish to run our own structure and compete in international races. Today, I can say that dream has been fulfilled, one of the many we still have. Today we have more drivers, so it comes with greater responsibility because there are more factors to control. But the philosophy, the obligation that we have remains the same. Every morning, we wake up with the need to give everything we know, being faithful to our philosophy. We strive every day to be honest, humble, and learn from everyone. In the end, it doesn't change anything. When I sign up for my drivers, I always have pressure to support them the best way I can. Fernando has always been a benchmark for me. When I started in karting, he had just won the World Championship. Apart from the fact that we are friends, and for me, he has always been someone to follow in every way, to be able to represent his brand brings us a lot of happiness. We know that he is a winner and a perfectionist, so we have the obligation to apply that to the team as well. In the end, it is a big pride, and we try to do the jobs as good as possible, in return to the trust of our partners, Fernando, but also Car Republic and Ayame. It is true that these events need more preparation because they are the most important races of the year. The fact that we have champions of the future on the same circuit serves also as a great warm-up for next week. But when it comes to the logistics, the material and so on, it does not change compared to other races. Next week is the World Championship. That's what gives me more pressure, but also more desires to do everything well.
Muchas gracias to Pablo Rodriguez for talking to us yesterday, the team manager of DPK Racing Team, competing on soil, the team from Asturias, backed by Fernando Alonso himself, as Nikola Tsolov in the hockey class is very much in contention, potentially for the win this weekend. He set the pole position and is leading the current provisional classification in this class. We still have a bit of a junior to go through, the Group E against D coming up your way. Then we're going to have another junior, then back to seniors. We have Anton Ampilogov, Edgar Ampilogov, sorry, the 82 on your screen from Flynn Motorsport with one win already for him, and what a strong win that was, as he actually managed to steal the win, so to speak, from Matheus Ferreira in the last corner of his first race today. So that was impressive to see. Ampilogov has one win for him as well, 2 win for Maxime Rem, the driver, the 84, that's going to be starting on the front row of the grid. So there's a bit of a revenge in the air, maybe, for Matheus Ferreira, as he was on his way, the Czech Republic driver, to steal the win, to get the win that he wanted after a strong performance in his first qualifying heat. And Edgar Ampilogov decided otherwise. Jimmy Elias from the Turney Kart Racing Factory team will be another one to keep an eye on from third row on the grid, the young Frenchman. He's going to have Kinyo Lazari by his side, and one of his countrymen as well, strong force throughout the course of the weekend so far. Enzo Deligny from Parolin, the 92, the Frenchman that managed a third and a second result so far today, and always in position to really surprise us, as for the rest of those young drivers. Kinyo Lazari, the 62, another youngsters, a young force from the Turney Kart Racing team, from 5th on the grid. He's going to have one of his countrymen, Rashid Al Dhaheri, who changed team recently, going from Parolin to Czech Republic. Is going to be from row number 4 with René Lamers by his side. The driver is now waiting for the queue and waiting for the track as well to be cleared, as we had a bit of a delay. The time for the recovery staff from the karting center of Campillos to get all the chassis onto the track. We had a couple of drivers that went missing in the previous qualifying heat, unfortunately. That's part of it as well. We had 4 drivers actually who had to retire with Mark Dubdinsky in the end. You might remember that actually who was carrying on driving without the front fairing, and the nose cone a bit misplaced as a result of an incident, certainly. But he didn't see it through as he got back into the pits. Now we're going to have the Group D and E in the qualifying heat coming up. Matheus Ferreira, the young Brazilian, Maxime Rem on the front row of the grid, Edgar Ampilogov and Enzo Deligny, a full Frenchman, second row just behind. Kinyo Lazari, Jimmy Elias on row number 3, René Lamers, Rashid Al Dhaheri, row number 4, row number 5, Adrian Malero and Lucas Amaristo, row number 6, Anatoly Kavalkin and Salimana. Then we have Freddie Slater and Trugan Bonatian. Freddie Slater, keep an eye on him as well, as Malero right now on your screen, the 109 with the Czech Republic Racing Spain colors on his chassis as well. Nice helmet actually, with the checkered flag and the Spanish colors as you can distinguish on his crashing helmet. Freddie Slater as well, further back from 13 on the grid, the 127 you can see on the left side of your picture. A little tap on the helmet from the mechanic, a little encouragement, one last word, one last fist bump, and here we go for the race. 9 laps to go through for the juniors. Alvar Sismavara and Markus Sæther will be starting from row number 8. Row number 9, Mika Abrams and Dom Kananen. Artemi Trotsky and Jens Streur from row 10. Row 11, Jan Puchu and Renaud Frankot. Louis Lamdula and Chu Donozzo from row 12. Row 13, Konstantin Krapin and Daniel Valberg. Then we have at the back end of the grid, Aaron Garcia Lopez, Heitor Daniel Farias, Johan Alia Olesti, Jan Peral, Sebastian Enge, and Kais Torvinen. The drivers now making their way onto the track as the whistle was blown in the air. At the moment, 22 degrees Celsius in that very air of the Andalusian region, the beautiful region that I hope you guys listening will get a chance to visit one day. This is my first time actually in this part of the country and commentating on the karting center of Campillos. A couple of colleagues, of course, have had the chance to come here before for other series, but I have to say this is a pleasure. The 112 from Praga, a bit late getting to the grid. This is Heitor Daniel Farias. Can he actually get going? Oh, quite a bit of a difficulty here to get the engine started. There's going to be a load, of course, to join the pack if it's safe enough. As the drivers go around for another lap, warm-up lap, as well as the formation of the grid. You know the drill. Matthias Ferreira, number 30 from Car Republic, will be leading the way. Maxim Rem, 2 wins already for the young German from Ricky Flynn Motorsport. More than willing to have a third win, especially since David Walter, with 4 victories in the qualifying heats already. From pole position, is more and more securing what could be pole position for the pre-final. And I think that finally Daniel Farias has been allowed to rejoin the track. Yes, he is. As a reminder, of course, for the point attribution at the end of the qualifying heats, we only get the classification done and the drivers qualified for the pre-final. Only the pre-final and the final count for points when it comes to the championship. That's the regulation of champions, of course. In the pre-final, the winner will get 42 points and in the final 67. So there's 109 points up for grab for the winners here in OK and OK Junior in Champions. So it's fair to say that in both categories, the battle for the title is still very tight, reduced to a couple of contenders, but still everything could go well or could go wrong either way. We're going to be going for a race, and we are not. The yellow light is being shown. Yellow light, and we go for an extra lap. And I had a bit of doubt, actually, coming to the start-finish straight, because some of the drivers in the back were not close enough. They didn't have time to get themselves with the others. So David Manchester, our race director, decided, let's go for another lap, shall we? And this time, I want everybody in, especially as... at the moment, Daniel Farias is still at the back of the field over there. You don't see him actually, but he's in the first sector, pushing like never to try to catch up with the rest. He will have time. He should have time, because at some point, crossing the red line in the third sector, all the drivers slow down dramatically to get their positions. Of course, if you happen to leave your corridor before crossing the yellow light, or overtake before the yellow light, this will be a penalty of 5 or 10 seconds. And it's down to Matthias Ferreira, the young Pulsator from Brazil, to show the good example. He's reducing his speed quite late, actually. Would it be enough for Maxim Rem, Ampilagov, Deligny and the rest to go by his side? I think this time around we should be good to go for racing. The lights go out. We're racing once again in Campillos. Here we go. Matthias Ferreira had the best of getaway in front of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers. Maxim Rem, Ampilagov by his side. 2 and third. No one's off in the first turn. Everybody going through quite safely into the opening corners. Watch out for the breaking point, and 2 drivers involved in the battle and an incident. 1 driver off, I'm afraid, outside of the picture. We'll get back to that in a minute, but in the meantime, this was a very good start from Matthias Ferreira, already put under pressure by one of the RFM machines, and 2 drivers going together, I'm afraid. This just happened in the first sector. Coming to turn number 5, the first hairpin of the track, we have Kais Torvinen and Chudonozzo, the Japanese driver. And yellow flag is being waved, and the 2 drivers are out of this race just before it's getting really started. So quite a shame. We're about to conclude lap number 1, and watch out, the 129. As we said, this is Chudonozzo from Energy Corse, who's out of this race, is going to be joining the marshals for the rest of the race. In the meantime, the battle of the teammates has begun. Ampilagov, Maxim Rem. Maxim Rem is ahead in second place, and you could see actually gesturing to his teammate. Try to protect the position, but let's not attack me. Let's keep it together. Let's work together as teammates as we are and decrease the gap. And watch out for Enzo Deligny. He's going through. And can he actually make that stick? No, he's going to lose space to one of his teammates actually in the process. The Kini Lazari, the 62 going through as well. Oh, this is going to be very tight. But Enzo Deligny managed to stay ahead of Kini Lazari on that one. That was very close indeed. Watch out for another move going through the hairpin. It's going to be very tight indeed, but in the meantime, the battle for the win is on as well. Matheus Ferreira, Maxime Rem, 1 and 2 outside of turn number 11. And there's a change for the leadership with Maxime Rem taking the lead. He was not waiting very long. Lap number 2, and already Maxime Rem is showing what he has, showing his pace that has been absolutely impressive since the start of the weekend. And Matheus Ferreira still has some time to go, plenty of it actually, to try to fight back. But for that, he's going to have to protect himself from Ampilagov, because right now, the Cosmic Chassis of RFM are very much in the pace here in Campillos, Car Republic. And Matheus Ferreira going to try to resist. Oh, and one of the DPK racing drivers is out of this race. This is Domi Kankonen, unfortunately, the young Finnish driver from DPK. We didn't see what happened, as in the meantime, watch out for the battle. 3 side by side, and Zardellini was almost losing the track. What happened over there, as Matheus Ferreira is dropping positions as well. Wow, the battle is on in the first sector. And at the moment, Maxime Rem and just behind him, Ampilagov are having the best part of it. We have a Kini Lazari who managed himself up to third place, and Zardellini in a bit of a trouble as the 125 of Jimmy Elias is going through the Frenchman. He's getting a position, Deligny dropping to 4th. And it was René Lamers, my apologies, earlier that was going 2-2 with his teammate from Powell. René Lamers actually, who dropped a couple of positions in the process, is 7 at the moment, Lamers, as Deligny managed to stay onto the track. Let's watch for the battle, and let's have a clear classification as they come across into turn number 1. Maxime Rem split by just 2 tenths on Ampilagov. This is a teammate race at the moment. Kini Lazari from Tony Kart in 3rd. Jimmy Elias as well from Tony Kart in 4th. Under the pressure from the young Enzo Deligny from Paulin. Then we have René Lamers, who just went ahead of Rashid Al Dhaheri for 6th place. Freddie Slater climbing to 8th in front of Matheus Ferreira, dropping all the way to 8th position and to 9th position at this stage. Salim Hanna closing up the top 10 after getting ahead of Adrian Malero. Anatoly Kavalkin, the fastest on this track so far, is 15 in the race, the young Russian driver. What will it be? What the result? In which order will it be between the two teammates? At the moment, Maxime Rem has the upper hand in the classification. He has 2 wins already. Ampilagov has 1 win also. So that could be an interesting turn of events. And in terms of the battle for the leading positions in this class, to have maybe Ampilagov heading 1 more victory to his tally this weekend. Again, they are from the same team, but everybody is driving kind of for himself. I'm certain that in the owning of Ricky Flynn Motorsport, one of the instructions is you can guys battle against each other, but don't do anything stupid. Don't ruin what could be a great team result. 1-2, Remen and Pelagov. Let's see what's going to happen, as René Lamers is the fastest on track. Kini Lazari keeping himself very, very close from the leading duo for 0.4 of a second. Let's see, maybe the Tony Kart driver could actually be the 3rd actor in this battle. Further back, Enzo Deligny, his teammate, just lost a place to the charging Freddie Slater. That's the weight confirmation. This is Jimmy Elias, my apologies. And with Deligny and Elias battling in 4th and 5th respectively. Deligny still in 4th. This is Elias with René Lamers, the other youngsters from Paulin. Slater in 7, Rashid Al Dhaheri in 8, Marcus Slater is 10, and we have in 10th place Tigan Bunyatan. Lap number 6. Still a bit of time to try to launch an attack. Maxime Rem Ampilagov, Edgar Ampilagov protecting the race of his teammate at the moment. But I'm pretty sure that he might have some other ideas under his helmet. 4 tenths down is Kini Lazari, still very much in the shadow. Is waiting as well for the right moment to maybe attack and go for the move. Certainly not in that particular corner, the hairpin number 10. This is way too narrow. You need a good exit. Carry the momentum into that return straight just in front of us. Into turn 12, the double right-hander, and back uphill into the 3rd sector. I was telling you, it's going really up and down this track of Campillos. This is beautiful to see, actually, the different elevation changes that you can actually have from the first sector to the 3rd. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple of meters, at least 1.5 and 2 meters of level difference between the lowest and highest points, even more than that. Lap number 7, and Edgar Ampilagov has never been closer to Maxime Rem than now. Less than 1/10 of a second. What is he going to do? Is he going to be staying very calmly and quietly behind his teammate? Can he go for the win? It's always tempting, of course. He has one win already on Campillos. Maybe could he try the same trick that he did on Matheus Ferreira earlier. Matheus Ferreira was running further back. Where is he? Actually, he's dropping to 15th place. That's a disaster for Matheus Ferreira. After losing the victory to Campillos, now he's having the worst of qualifying heats. 15 only for Matheus Ferreira at the moment. But Campillos, of course, will have the temptation in his mind to go for certainly the win, at least launching an attack. Maybe in the last lap, as he did on Matheus Ferreira. At the moment, Nikola Tsolov and Delini, the two other contenders on your picture pretty much. The Turney car driver in third, Delini further back with a 4/10 difference. Then we're going to have further back as well, René Lamers is 5th, Jimmy Elias is 6th, Freddie Slater 7, Marcus Sato is still 8th, 9th place for Tigran Punyatan, Rashid Al Dhaheri in top 10. And still no change at the moment, but that could actually go all the way to Nikola Tsolov if those two drivers keep on actually sort of blocking each other, because at the moment respectively they're pretty much in the same time, 1:62.313, exact same lap time for both Maxime Rem and Edgar Campillos. So at the moment, same pace, and it doesn't seem to be harming the operation of the two. Even though Nikola Tsolov is coming very, very close indeed. Just 0.3 of a second splitting Al Dhaheri from the Frenchman in second place. And watch out for the end of this lap. Not quite here. We're entering the last lap. We're entering the last lap of this qualifying heat of the junior class. Watching over his shoulder. And you can see actually that Campillos is gesturing to Maxime Rem. Let's keep on going. That may be the sign that says, I will stay second. Don't worry about me. Let's keep it together. 1 and 2 for the team as well. Because I have Nikola Tsolov just behind and trying to trail me as much as possible. Enzo Delini 4th in the classification, but the fastest at the moment is 62.1. At least it's going to be another strong result for the Paralympian young driver. In front of his teammate René Lamers in 5th. The top 4 drivers in the same picture coming into turn number 12. Outside of the double right-hander. Very easy to lose momentum on that particular part. Uphill, you need really a strong kick to the throttle on the charge all the way down to the hill. And there won't be any move, any attack from Edgar Campillos, who has been the team player on this one, allowing Maxime Rem to fly to the 3rd victory for the young German driver. Maxime Rem, Edgar Campillos, 1-2 for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. 3rd place for Nikola Tsolov. Enzo Delini crossing the line in 4th. In front of his teammate René Lamers. Jimmy Elias is 6th. Marcus Slater is 7th in front of Freddie Slater in 8th. Tigran Punyatan is 9 in front of Natalie Kavalkin. Then we have in 11th place Salim Anna in front of Jan Puchu and Louis Samdula. Two drivers with a near charge and a great recovery through the field. 9 and 10 places respectively recovered. Matheus Ferreira, the biggest loser of them all, as he was starting from pole position but dropped all the way to 14. There's going to be some a setup to be adjusted over there, some tricks to be found for Matheus Ferreira. Jens Streur is 15 at the end in front of Adrian Malero. Rashid Al Dhaheri, another one who didn't have the best of races, dropping 9 places. Then we have Artemi Trotsky in front of Jan Peral, climbing 11 positions. Good effort from the young Spaniard. Lucas Amalisto is 20 in front of Alvarez Mevara, Konstantin Krapin, Mika Abrahams, Aaron Garcia Lopez, Daniel Valberg. We have Heitor Daniel Farias, Renaud Frankot, Johan Aluja Oresti, Sebastian Ng in the end. 3 drivers out of this race: Kaius Torvinen, Chudonozzo, and Dome Kankunen. As you can see, the classification of the qualifying heat opposing Group D and E appearing on your screen. Right, another victory, another strong demonstration of force from Maxime Rem, who is taking the form of the main contender to David Walter in the junior class. We're not there yet, and qualifying heats is one thing, and tomorrow pre-final and final are another, but already we can see contenders really climbing to the top. Now, we're going to take a short break, and before we dive into the next race, let's hear from one of the youngsters as well, climbing through the ranks of karting and getting into pace over the years. He's from Belgium, and he's wearing pink on his chassis. Is Douwe de Dekker.
I'm quite happy about not actually the results, because we have not been on the podium this year. Actually a bit unlucky in a couple rounds also in the CAK. A bit unlucky with the tires also in the final in Zuera. I was actually pretty fast all the weekend, and then the final, actually everything ruined it because of the tires. But I'm quite happy about the year and just looking for the World Championship in 1 week. Last week we did a couple of training sessions. I really enjoyed it, the track. Like the track is like they have up and downs, the track, and also the first couple corners are a bit difficult, but it's nice also for a World Championship. I really like the track. There in the third corner you have like a good position, and there in the back also after the straight it's easy to overtake. Yeah, I think I have a chance because also I'm now driving this race for SP Motorsport. I'm quite happy with the speed we have now. Just we need to find a little bit of pace. I think that we will find it for sure. Yeah, let's see how the race is gonna go.
He's wearing the number 31, and you can see a beautiful livery with the BWT sponsorship to David Dekker from Belgium, who has been competing. He's going to be competing this weekend and the next with another structure. He's still with Car Republic, of course, but having a partnership with one of the satellite teams, SP Motorsport, run by Stan Pex, with, of course, still the coaching of the former European champion Rick Drazen by his side. And David Dekker climbing through the ranks of karting as well, progressing year by year, and willing, of course, to find a place within the sunshine of karting for the time coming. But now he's going to be starting from 17 on the grid, the qualifying heat opposing Group B and C. And we got a couple of winners already in this grid. Thomas Tolsemanis, number 73 from Energy Corsi, on pole position in this race. He was second fastest in yesterday's qualifying. The 169 on your picture, this is Fionn McCaughlin wearing the Peral colors. This is his first race at this level. Fionn McCaughlin that we've seen in other series through the years, but now champions of the future business for Fionn McCaughlin, starting from 11 on the grid. Jan Pierzalski is another winner so far in heats. One win for him, the 119 on the front row of the grid, as well as Jonathan Waymat driving for RS Competition, the 159, who's going to be 8 on the grid on the right side of your picture. So the question is who to take the victory in this heat, or maybe who to go for a second win in the junior class, considering that we already have a couple of victories for David Walter and Maxime Rem, the last one in the race before. The 76 on your picture on the side is wearing the Sodicat colors. This is another strong British driver, Nathaniel Tai, driving for this race from 7 on the grid. As we wait for the karting track of Campillos to be cleared off, thanks to the recovery team once again for bringing back the chassis of the unfortunate drivers from the previous race, as the sunshine keeps on staying above our heads. A beautiful weather it is, as we got quite a good number of people with us, and always nice. You can say hello to the camera. Of course, we are live on TV, live all over the world, and this is Thomas Tolsemanis from Energy Corsi. We can actually feel the smile under the helmet, with one victory already for Tolsemanis, maybe, and a second one coming his way within the next 9 laps. But our position will be strong, as we're about to get going and get the whistle and the green flag for these youngsters of the junior class. At the moment, of course, in the classification, provisional classification, without much surprise, David Walter is your current leader of the classification, with a 3-point advantage on Maxime Rem. Tolsemanis is third overall in front of Jan Pierzalski. So they're split by 1 point when it comes to the current classification. So there's going to be not only the win between themselves, but also the classification, which will be the starting grid for the pre-final tomorrow. In the rest of the top 8 that I have in front of me, we have Maxim Orlov in 5th, Enzo Dellini is 6th, Jonathan Waymat is 7th, and Kim Nakamura 8th at the moment. So there's still plenty of positions and points up for grab. Only the 30 best drivers at the end of the qualifying heats in junior will be automatically qualified for tomorrow, the pre-final. There's close to 100 of them starting this event, so it gives you a bit of perspective how hard this can be to make it through to the last 2 races. Now, here we go, qualifying heat with the group B and C, the classification of the starting grid. Thomas Tolsemanis, your pole sitter from Lithuania. Then we have Jan Pierzalski by his side, Kirill Ditsiev on the second row with Tobias Klosen by his side, Maxim Orlov and Kai Sorensen on row number 3, Nathanael Tai and Jonathan Weymouth on row 4, Dion Gouda and Ian Aikmans on row 5, Phil McCaughlin and Alexander Bondarev on row 6. Row 7 will see Kirill Kotskov and Guillaume Bouzet alongside each other. Kirill Kotskov still in need of strong results to comfort his leadership in the championship, and is nowhere to be seen in the top 8, so he's gonna have to be better than that, and hope for better results. Kirill Kotskov, not always easy when you start from 13 on the grid, not the easiest of qualifying yesterday. Josh Irfan and Maximilian Popov, another contender. Popov in the championship will be on row number 8. Dörder Dekker, of whom you just seen the interview, is on row number 9 with Enzo Tan van Ischkol by his side. Then we have Alberto Gonzalez and Jaden Teen on row 10. Row 11, Arthur Poulet and Adam Eideg. Row 12, Simone Bianco and Dennis Curavalle. Nicolas Rus and Arthur Dorisson on row number 13, followed by Gabriel Lucatel de Almeida, Gerasim Skulanov, Enachi Eric Christian, Griffin Peebles, Caleb Campbell and Jules Roussel. 32 drivers. Do we have everybody here? Yes, I think so. No one's in trouble, mechanically speaking, into the pre-grid. And after the first warming lap, now it's about time for Thomas Torsemanis to pace himself down once crossing the red line at the end of the third sector. Again, this is my pleasure to be here with you guys, and thank you very much for tuning in on championskarting.com, on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and on Motorsport TV, wherever you are watching from all corners of the world, I'm sure. Champions of the Future round 3 for the first time here under the sun of Campillos, preparing everything and for the upcoming FIA Karting World Championship, a double weekend and the most important races of the year for those young champions of the future. Are we racing? No, we are not. Yellow flag, and once again we go for an extra formation lap. So it seems that some of the drivers were out of corridors, or at least the group of the grid was not close enough together, and that can happen sometimes with some of the drivers dragging a little bit behind. But we just need to make things right, and in this case, you know, it's down to the drivers at the front to really pace everybody down in the third sector in order for the grid to be well formed. Of course, as always, the machinery of those youngsters, they're not quite big fan, you know, of going at such a low speed. So for the engines and the tires, it's not always the best of treatment, but that's part of what we do as well. That's part of what those drivers are entitled to do. After 2 laps of formation, 2 laps of warming of the tires, then we're good to go if anything goes well. Thomas Torsemanis third in the classification at the moment of the qualifying heats, with 1 point advantage of the young men is going to be having on the front row of the grid, Jan Pirizowski. So there's a victory and points and place on the pre-final at stake between those two. Are we racing? Yes, we are! Torsemanis 71 on the left side, going through the first sector and first corner quite well. No off, everybody in, and I think Ian Aikmans is having a bit of a trouble with the yellow helmet from Cosmic, coming into turn number 5, the big breaking point of the hairpin at turn number 5, but everybody seems to be going quite smoothly into it. It's been a while, so let's keep it that way, shall we? In the lead, with Thomas Torsemanis managed to stay ahead from Jan Pirizowski, as we have just behind. This is a strong start from one of the world racing drivers. This is Kirill Ditsiev, actually, once again, who had the better start from further back. We have the 34, I think it is, as one driver is going to be out of this race. Oh, 2 drivers went together. I was just watching from the outside. The 135 from Czech Republic. This is Ian Aikmans, isn't it? Yes, this is Ian Aikmans, a young Belgian from Cosmic, who had a bit of a trouble into the opening corners. It just went together with the 135 from Czech Republic. This is Enachi Eric Christian. Enachi Eric Christian, I'm afraid, was, by the look of it, out of this race. Let's try to see where that was. As we have another driver, the number 40, who was having to retire from this race. He just put his card, as you can see, on the side of the road. And number 40 being Adam Eideg from Hungary. as it was starting Adam Aidek with the Sky Republic chassis from 22nd on the grid. Unfortunately, he won't see it through to the end of this race. So already a couple of drivers involved in trouble. Inachi Eric Christian and Ian Ekman's coming together. Adam Aidek having to retire. As in the meantime, Thomas Tolsemanis managed himself ahead with a great start once again in opening lap from Daryl Kitskiev from World Racing. Maxim Orlov making his way up to third in front of Nathaniel Tai. Dion Goda is fifth in front of Kirill Kutskov. Jan Perizolski unfortunately dropped all the way back to 7. 5 places lost in the course of one lap for Jan Perizolski. He's going to have to climb back very fast if he doesn't want to lose more. There we go again. As I'm saying this, it seems that Maximilian Popov just went ahead. Dion Goda Popov went ahead of Perizolski, who is now in 8th place. And watch out for the move here. This is the number 14, I think. No, this is one of the Paralin drivers. This is actually Maxim Orlov getting ahead of Kirill Ditsiev. The battle for second place is on, and the World Racing driver couldn't do much against the Paralin youngster. Coming to turn number 10. This is the first hairpin. Very important to carry good speed over there because it can actually launch an overtaking opportunity into that next hairpin. Just on our left. Here we go. Sliding through those two right-hander. Let the car flowing. Put the wheel on the curb. Lean on. Back on the charge. Back on the throttle. And watch out because Kirill Ditsiev is doing that greatly. And goes back again in front of Orwella. But Orwella crossing the line and get back in position at the end of the lap. Wow. Beautifully made from the two. But at the moment, Maxim Orlov, is back in position. Second place for him in front of Ditsiev and Nathaniel Tai, actually from Sodicard, who could actually have something to do in this race, is getting back into fourth position. Nathaniel Tai taking advantage of the fact that his two rivals in front of him keep on battling each other. Argentine, in the meantime, the fastest in this race. Thomas Tolsemanis, 1 full second advantage on Maxim Orlov as we speak. Maxim Orlov quite busy at the moment, battling with Kirill Ditsiev just behind him, outside of the hairpin. The battle for second. Maxim Orlov diving through, shutting all the doors. Watch out for the move maybe coming up in this last sector from Ditsiev. We've seen him in a very strong pace and ambition, the World Racing driver. This time is a bit too far to launch his dive. But it's just a question of second as we're about to conclude lap number 4 out of 9 in this qualifying heat of the junior class. Still dominated by Thomas Tolsemanis. As you can see, the Energy Corse driver has built himself a bit of a gap, 0.8 of a second now. Even though his last lap is 62.7, was less fast than Maxim Orlov, 62.5, and 62.6 for Kirill Ditsiev. So the charge is on. And in the meantime, this is Nathaniel Tai getting passed by Dion Goda. Dion Goda, the fastest lap in the pocket, and a position as well ahead of Nathaniel Tai for 4th place. Jan Perizolski is still in the mix in 7, getting ahead of Maximilian Popov. Then we have Fionn McCaughlin in 9, and Jonathan Waymat, the winner of the previous qualifying heat, in 10th place. David Decker, you just saw him in the interview, climbing the field as much as he can, up to 13th place, in front of Arthur Paulin and Guillaume Bouzard. Let's keep a watch on the 28. This is Kirill Kutskov, the provisional leader of the classification, coming to Spain. He's not within the top 8 at the moment, Kirill Kutskov, so he needs a good result, the young Forza Racing driver. Of course, this is a new challenge for him, as he had been seen previously with Car Republic for the first 2 rounds, and now he's having to tackle this last race with a new team, a new chassis. Oh, and a bit of a push over there from one of the World Racing drivers, just in the back of Nathaniel Tai. This is, I think it was Maximilian Popov indeed. Popov that won for the move in turn number 5, getting ahead of Nathaniel Tai. There was a bit of a nudge over there, but nothing to worry about. Maximilian Popov just made his way through. Great battle, the 5 drivers in the mix. Popov, Tai. Then we have Jonathan Waymat in the middle. The 169 for the back is Phil McCaughlin. And he has Kai Sorensen, the 95, just behind. 4 drivers in the same picture, and that could go actually either way. Jonathan Waymat is the first one launching the attack, and he takes all 3 drivers with him. Oh, that's quite unfortunate for Nathaniel Tai, who's losing not 1, not 2, but 3 places in 1 corner. The door was way too much open, I'm afraid, for the Sodicat driver. and the opportunity was simply just too big to avoid, as Weymouth, McCaughlin, Sorensen went 1 places up in the ranking, so it's going to be all over again to do. And watch out for Kai Sorensen getting ahead of Fionn McCaughlin into turn number 6. This is a battle and the places gain for McCaughlin, for Kai Sorensen, sorry, for 9th. We're back in the lead, 33 on your picture. This is Kirill Ditsiev from a World Racing Team, one of the strongest satellite teams, of course, using the Tony Kart machinery. World Racing with Mr. Joachim Ward at the helm of the Swedish team. In 3rd place, Ditsiev, 7/10 down from Maxim Orlov in 2nd. Still very close to Thomas Stolzemanis. Nothing is quite done yet in this qualifying heat, with a bit more than 2 laps to go before the checkered flag. Here they come. Lap number 8. Maxim Orlov very close, 2/10 just, as he leaned himself down into the first corner, climbing through. Hairpin number 5. And you can actually align your rival quite well into those 2 right-hander. You need a bit of a charge over there, kick on the throttle all the way down. Jan Perizolski in 5th place, the fastest, 62.2. As for the moment is resisting from the charge of Kirill Kutskov in 6th place at the moment, Kutskov. Let's see what's going to happen between those two. But can actually Maxim Orlov find that bit of extra pace, that bit of extra mile and extra space on the track to make his move? Oh, and driver off. This is happening off your screen. You just seen it, and there's the move. In the meantime, Maxim Orlov just made his way through past Thomas Stolzemanis for the win. There's a change for the leadership, and watch out for the battle. Stolzemanis is being pushed a little bit, squeezed on the left side of the track, but he still managed to keep himself in 2nd. Oh, that was close, because Kirill Ditsiev was very much there, ready to take the opportunity into turn number 5. This is the last lap. Maxim Orlov went for the charge. He just made that stick beautifully. Thomas Stolzemanis is just behind on top of the circuit. On the way down to the hairpin, where we have seen a yellow flag being waved, but now this is over. By the look of it, yes it is. So they're allowed to do the overtaking that part. Who can win this one? Maxim Orlov, Stolzemanis, or maybe a surprise from Kirill Ditsiev into turn number 11, the second hairpin. There's plenty of opportunities over there if you line yourself up quite efficiently. One last charge of the engine all the way down the hill. Heavy braking point. Can Stolzemanis surprise his opponent, maybe crossing his line, having a better exit into turn number 15 in the chicane. Watch out for Ditsiev just behind. Ditsiev going around the inside, but he's having none of it. Stolzemanis stays in 2nd, and victory, the first one this weekend for Maxim Orlov. Wow, what a battle that was in the last 2 laps. But in the end, Maxim Orlov had the upper hand very brilliantly on Stolzemanis, missing out on a 2nd victory this weekend. That was close for 500 of a second on the line, and Kirill Ditsiev was just 1/10 behind, ready to, grab the pieces if anything would happen. He went for the move, or at least tried to go for the attack as well. Didn't make it stick that way, but that's certainly a sign of more things to come from those young 3 drivers. Maxim Orlov, a winner for the first time in front of Thomas Stolzemanis. Then we have the Kirill Ditsiev, Dion Gouda, Jan Perizolski, Kirill Kutskov is 6, Maximilian Popov is 7, in front of Kai Sorensen, Jonathan Weymouth, and Fionn McCaughlin running up the top 10. Outside of it, as the drivers are making their way back to the Parc Fermé, we're having Nathaniel Tai, unfortunately dropping back outside of the top 10 position in 11. 12th place for Alexander Bondarev, Guillaume Bouzard is 13, followed by Josh Herfen, Tobias Clausen, Arthur Poulain, Enzo Tardava Nishkul in 17, David Odeker down to 18 in front of Lucata de Almeida, Jaden Teen is 20. Then we have at the back end of the classification Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez, Gerasim Skulanov, Denico Ravalle, Arthur Dorisson, Nicolas Rousse, Griffin Peebles, Simone Bianco, and Caleb Campbell. Among the drivers forced to retire, we have Enache Eric Christian, Adam Eidek, and then Ian Aikmans and Jules Roussel, unfortunately. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes for now the qualifying heat of the junior category. We're going to switch our attention back to the senior class in a moment, as the drivers are back at the scale and the senior drivers of the OK class getting ready to go onto the track. We'll be back in just after this. And let's go for on board here with Nikola Tsolov with DPK Racing, the Spanish team, onto the karting circuit of Campillos. Here we go, the first sector, first two corners, then climbing all the way to the first hairpin. A heavy braking point, easy to lose momentum over there, but you need to really stick onto the right and then back on the chart. The two right-handers all the way to the summit of the track. Lean on the curb and then all the way down to the hairpin number 5. One of the best overtaking spots, but it's easy to lose momentum. Nikola Tsolov does that very well, going a bit wide on the exit, on the return straight just in front of us. Another overtaking opportunity here. Try not to lose too much time as you need enough momentum to carry through the two right-handers. Entering the last sector of the Campillos Karting Center, all the way down at the bottom of the track in turn 14, the last hairpin. Another strong opportunity for overtaking on the way to the last chicane. Left in 15, right in 16, climbing the curb but not too much, back on the straight, and this is a lap of Karting Campillos with Nikola Tsolov. Great to be with Nikola Tsolov, one of the standard bearers of the DPK Racing team, as he's going to be starting from the front row of the grid from pole position. Nikola Tsolov with Gabriele Gomez by his side. So Tsolov has already a couple of wins by his name so far. He was the fastest in qualifying yesterday. 2 wins for him already, as is, without much surprise, the current leader of the classification ahead of the pack. Nikola Tsolov will be starting from pole position in this qualifying heat, opposing Group A and C, as we're going to have Gabriele Gomez, so the young Brazilian, by his side. Gabriele Gomez, a strong one as well. A victory for him in the second qualifying heat of the day, but another a retirement and another disappointment for the young Brazilian, as he's going to be willing to recover from that bad luck. The 249 on your screen is another strong force from DPK. Ivan Dominguez, the young driver from Portugal, is going to be starting from 7 on the grid. As you can see, the highly recognizable Alonso Kart colors. Alonso Kart, that used to be a brand as part of the OTK Kart group before deciding last year to team up with Car Republic for the production of the chassis. And ever since, DPK Racing, that has been existing for quite a few years now, has become the official Alonso Kart chassis and team, shall I say, on the international karting stage. So now the drivers are patiently waiting on the pre-grid. This is a senior class we're talking about, back in contention. The 271 on your picture is Martinus Stenshorn, the young driver from Norway. It's going to be starting from 5th on the grid, wearing not only the Peral but also the Charles Leclerc colors. If you have good eyes, you can see actually on the bottom of his side the name of the driver from Monaco, driving as a reminder, of course, but who needs, for the Scuderia Ferrari in Formula 1. And it's been quite recent since Charles Leclerc decided to give back to karting what he had passed a few years back by creating his own brand and teaming up with Peral as well as the Lennox Racing team, something that another of his colleagues from Formula 1, Lando Norris, will be doing next year with Ricky Flynn Motorsport. So on the front row, waiting for the charge to be made, waiting for the beast to be unleashed, Nikola Tsolov, the 235, your Pulsator and current leader of the classification, with Gabriele Gomez by his side, on search for another win, the Brazilian from CRG. Rintaro Sato will be behind those two, with Joe Valtanen by his side, Martinus Stenshorn and Matheus Morgato on row number 3. Row number 4, Ivan Dominguez and Evan Gilter. Then we're going to have Luigi Coluccio and Joe Turney. Turney, who didn't have the best of luck in his previous race, searching for a strong result in this one, as he is in contention still for the championship at the end. But we will see that at the conclusion of the qualifying heats and make the calculations. Those results, of course, made available to you on championskarting.com. Further back, row number 6, Oscar Pedersen and Christian Bertuca. Row number 7, Rafael Mondanese and Daniel Nogales Lopez. Then we have Nico Kuban and Marcus Kayak, Flavio Olivieri and Matteo De Parlo, Gustav Winiewski and Lenny Reid, Pedro Hilbrand and Romain Andriolo, row number 11. Row 12, Marc Kastelic and Lorenz Lecertua. Row 13, Arnur Chabar and Rasmus Chimis. Then we have row 14, Jaime Santos Torrillos and Auguste Terbo. Then Jokubas Bagdonavicius, Hugo Besson on row number 15. Row 16, Noah Milel and Nicolas Pertilati. Ella Stevens and Veja Velo-Luque on row 17, and Albani Viva Alvarez on row 18. I wonder if she's with us, because after the incident previously, yes, I think she is. So that's good news indeed for the young CRG driver at the back end of the grid. Now, 12 laps to go through, as this race opposes Group A and C. The Group A, these are the fastest drivers that we had in yesterday's qualifying. Nikola Tsolov was rather impressive. Oh, and some trouble, I'm afraid, from the 260 from Energy Corse. And this is Jacobus Bagdonavicius, but apparently it's gonna be good to go, and is allowed to join the rest of the pack once the officials, of course, will give him the green light. But in the meantime, we have a couple of different winners. 2 wins for Nikola Tsolov, 1 win for Gabriele Gomez, and 1 win for Tuka Taponen from Tony Kart in the previous qualifying heats of the OK class. So Tsolov potentially looking for a 3rd victory in a row from pole position. That would make him the Pulsator for tomorrow's qualifying heat. Shall I say pre-final? Yeah, the qualifying heat will be done today. And tomorrow is about second chance heat, pre-final and final, as well as a consolation race, but that's for the junior class only. The drivers here getting the tires up to temperatures, and Jokubas Bagdavicius is missing now in the classification. That's normal. He's going to be allowed in just a moment to catch up with the rest of the field. As it stands, Nikola Tsolov has 0 points in the classification. For those of you unfamiliar with how it works in karting, this is entirely normal, even though he has 2 wins under the belt so far. But he has 0 points. It means, as in karting, the counting of the points is going decreasing. So the driver on top has the least points, but in the end, he will be on pole position for the pre-final. Rafael Camara is second, 4 points down. Then we have 5 points down, Norton Adriansen, Timo Kucharczyk, Sato Mogato, Valtanen, and Eva Gilter in the top 8 as it stands. So clear domination from Nikola Tsolov. That's never been so fast, never been so at ease in the classification ever since the Champions of the Future series started. Are we going to be good to go for racing? Yes, we are! And Tsolov has been stolen already the lead by one of the CRG drivers just behind. This is Gabriele Gomez going ahead of Tsolov into the first corner. That was a great start from Gabriele Gomez around the outside. He managed to keep Tsolov just behind. And Tsolov still in second. Further back, Valtanen as well as Rintaro Sato. Everybody seems to be going, oh, and a couple of drivers going together in turn number 5. 3 drivers into the hairpin. A big incident over there, and some sand. And there's 2 other drivers, actually. There's 5 in total, if I'm counting well, involved. The 237, we're missing Rafael Mondonese, Lenny Reed, as well as Rasmus Uchimi's got involved in the tussle over there, as well as Eri Velo-Luque and Albani Viva Alvarez. Quite unfortunate once again for the CRG driver who had an incident in his previous heat, and now Vivas Alvarez hopefully will be back on track, and I think this will be race over, as the yellow flag is still being waved into the first sector outside of your picture. So quite a lot of events into this first lap, as Gabriele Gomez had the best start, leading Nikola Tsolov of 0.2 of a second. Then we have Rintaro Sato and Jo Valtanen going through. Valtanen for the 3rd place, the 257. Jo Valtanen, that we've seen competing this year, both in the gearbox and the direct drive class, is competing this time and the next for Tony Kart. A new challenge for him, and is determined to really make the best out of it. Jo Valtanen in 3rd, Rintaro Sato in 4th, but about to drop another position because Martin Stenson is very close to him, and he's saying to Ivan Dominguez for the back with the DPK colors, let's wait a little bit to attack me. Let's try to climb. Let's work together. We might have the same pace, and we can actually make this work and function through the ranks. It's always easier to say that at the early stages of the race, but if actually the race doesn't go according to plan, then it would be time to go your own way. But at the moment, it seems to be going the way of Gabriele Gomez, your Brazilian driver from CRG. Certainly the sign of the time and the sign of a return for CRG colors that has been shining recently in gearbox classes as well at the conclusion of the European Championship at Adria. It was happening in August, as you might remember if you were with us. Yellow flag still being waved is happening in the first sector. This is actually where all the incident occurred. Yellow flag is still being waved just to warn the drivers to keep it steady and not to do anything stupid because some of the chassis are still in the way. Let's focus back on the battle for the lead. Gabriele Gomez, certainly one of the most prospect, one of the biggest prospect in their drive class for the CRG Racing team. That's a nice story, of course, of the CRG Racing team, one of the most prestigious and biggest factories in the history of karting, that's coming back from a couple of seasons at the back end of the grid with results certainly not up to the expectations, but they've been investing a lot in new drivers, in new material, and the ambitions are clearly high to get back on top and to climb the titles, get back with collecting a lot of titles on the international level of karting. And Gabriele Gomez might be one of the best chances this weekend and the next, who knows, to go for the win. Now is keeping it steady, 0.3 of a second in front of Nikola Tsolov. The young Bulgarian in second, waiting for his time. Further back, we have Jo Valtanen on your picture, followed by Rintaro Sato, Martinus Tenzorn. And further back, the great battle as well. And a bit of a touch for Ivan Dominguez, who's being passed over there. This is 2:49. Ivan Dominguez in this great battle with Evan Gilter. Gilter just went ahead. As you can see, these are the drivers in 7 and 8. Gilter just went ahead of Dominguez, who lost the position to Matheus Morgato in the meantime. So the door was too much open, and when a gap is open, you can make sure that your pursuer is going to go for it. And as a result, Ivan Dominguez is dropping to 9th position. On your screen, into turn number 5, Martinus Tenzorn, the young Norwegian driver, the former Pulsator in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, if my memory serves well, driving for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, the 271, and keeping Rintaro Sato at bay for the moment, the young Japanese. And both actually have one goal in common, certainly. Catch up Jo Valtanen, because the Tony Kart driver is 6 tenths ahead of Tenzorn. Lap number 5 out of 12. Still a lot of time, of course, in the hands of the drivers to make a difference in this race. And Nikola Tsolov might be thinking about that. He's coming close. He's coming very close, the Bulgarian driver in second. You can see that Gabriele Gomez is playing a little bit with his carburation, trying to increase his speed at the back end of the grid, at the back end of the start-finish straight, The straight just in front of us, actually, where the average top speed is around 115 km an hour, 120 km an hour sometimes with the toe of another driver. So quite an impressive top speed by those youngsters of the OK class. But in the meantime, the battle is on between Gabriele Gomez and Nikola Tsolov. Further back, 2.4 seconds behind is Jo Valtanen, who has nothing to do with the battle for the win. But now he has other business in mind, because as you can see, Martinus Tenzorn is coming back to him. We're going to get back to Valtanen and Tenzorn, the battle for 3rd place, because with Rintaro Sato just in the mix, that could be very interesting in the coming seconds as we're getting past the halfway mark of this race. 2 tenths, that's what's splitting those two young drivers on your screen, Gomez and Tsolov. And for the back, the move is done. Martinus Tenzorn just get ahead of Jo Valtanen. Tenzorn is now 3rd, Valtanen is 4th. And watch out, because Rintaro Sato from Ricky Flynn might try to do the same, running himself into the turn number 5, the biggest hairpin of the track, the first one of 3 before coming down to the return straight. This is where actually you carry the momentum that you need to attack on the straight right now before the opposite hairpin. Can actually Rintaro Sato try to do the same, but Jo Valtanen is still very close to Martinus Tenzorn, who's resisting every bit he can. He could actually go the way of Joe Turney. Watch out for Joe Turney as well, 247 from Tony Kart just behind. He's keeping a close watch on Rintaro Sato, who's going to try to go against Jo Valtanen. And watch out for Turney. Yes, he finds the space and dives into it. Joe Turney takes the position, up a place in 5th. Rintaro Sato dropping a place in 6th. And Evan Gilter might actually be the next to give him a hard time. Gilter in 7, Matheus Morgato from Peral in 8. Then we have in 9th place. This is currently Christian Bertuca in front of Evan Dominguez. Luigi Coluccio trying to close up to the top 10 in 11. And we have in 12th place Oscar Pedersen, Laurens Lecertua in 13. This is great news. Lorenzo Sertua is back in the race and back at full charge as he's climbing the field. 11 places gained already for Lorenzo Sertua, who had a big accident this morning, provoking the interruption with the red flag, but fortunately he was up on his feet. He was okay, and now he's back in the chassis, back in the wheel, and giving his rivals a hard time, making his way up to 13 after starting 24 on the grid. Watch out for the battle of the lead. We keep an eye on Gabriele Gomez and Nikola Tsolov. 2 tenths between those two into turn number 1. Climbing through the rings and to the corners of this first sector. It doesn't look like much from the outside perspective on live stream, but I can tell you that the climb and the elevation change is quite deep, to be honest, and certainly one of the most up and down circuits I've ever been to in the karting world. We got a bit of elevation changes here and there in some of the karting destinations we've been to, but as diverse and as high as this one is not to be seen quite everywhere in the world. In the meantime, the gap is slightly decreasing between Gomez and Tsolov. Martinez stands on, the new man in 3rd place in front of Joe Turney, Juho Valtanen. So Turney made his way past his teammate from Tony Kart. He's playing for the championship, of course. Juho Valtanen is here, of course, to do his best, tackling his new challenge. Evan Gilter, in the meantime, as well, making his way through to 6 and to 5 now. Outside of your picture, but Evan Gilter just went ahead of Juho Valtanen for 5th place. Rintaro Sato still in 7. Getting close to Valtanen as well for 0.3 of a second. Then we have Morgato, Bertuca and Dominguez in 10th with Coluccio 11, and Lorenzo Sertua, who keeps on climbing through the field in 12th place in front of Marcus Kayak. At the moment, and a retirement, I'm afraid, for Pedro Hilbrand. Another retirement for the Spaniard, who used to be world and European champion in both the gearbox and zero drive class. Not the weekend so far of Pedro Hilbrand, who's had to retire, as well as Nico Kuman, Lenny Reed, Milo Luque and Viva Alvarez at the beginning of this race. Now, this qualifying heat is about to get concluded very, very soon, and there's not much time remaining. Nikola Tsolov knows it. He can actually see the lap decreasing just on the start finish straight on the big panel above his head. And this is the penultimate lap. There's 3 kilometers to go, a bit more than that, 2 laps of 1.5. One of the longest tracks in this year's championship, the longest in the south of Spain. And you can see that Gabriele Gomez is great defensive on top of the circuit, going a bit wide, trying to lean on the curb and get a better momentum, carry the speed that he needs all the way down to the hairpin. Further back is Martin Stenson, fastest in this race, the young Norwegian. But this will be, unfortunately, for nothing, as he will stay in 3rd place. Still a good way to win the race, of course, but he's going to have to make do with 3rd in front of Joe Turney, Gilter, and watch out for this battle between those two. I think that Nikola Tsolov really wants this victory. He knows that right now he can secure what could be pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. At the moment, he's still in the lead. Camara is coming close because he's no longer leading this race. Nikola Tsolov, if he wins, that would be another strong sign sent to the opposition that this weekend could well be mine. DPK Racing has been practicing a lot on this track. They know it, of course, for the national Spanish championship that they do here. But experience is quite lacking for most of the drivers and the teams here for the first time competing in Campillos. But that's where actually Nikola Tsolov and DPK could find the difference, could build the advantage. But for that, indeed, final lap, he needs to secure the result. 2nd will not be the end of the world, but a win will be the strongest of demonstration. But with a couple of meters left between those two, I don't think that Tsolov will have the space and the speed to go for the impossible. So he's going to stay behind, even though it's going to be a very tight arrival. And this is victory on the edge for Gabriele Gomez. The 2nd victory this weekend is coming on equal terms to Nikola Tsolov. That's 2-2 for Tsolov and Gomez. But unfortunately for Gabriele Gomez, due to his retirement, is nowhere to be seen within the top 8 of the classification. But still 2 wins for the CRG Racing driver. And a third win missed for Nikola Tsolov, but by less than 0.2 of a second. So that was a very, very good effort from those two, finishing 1.8 seconds in front of Martin Stenzon. Turney is 4, and Van Gilter finishing in 5th in front of Juho Valtanen, Rintaro Sato, Matheus Morgato, Christian Bertucca, Ivan Dominguez running up the top 10. Outside of it, Luigi Coluccio in 11, Romain Andriolo is 12 in front of Laurens Lecertua. Noah Milel again recovering as much as he can in this field, 18 places gain. I think that at the end, the 2021 KZ World Champion will, at least if he doesn't get the result that he wants, he might actually get the award for the best overtaker at the end of the day. Something that Formula One has just decided to include this season, a trophy for the best overtaker. But let's see in the end what happens for Noah Milel. Oscar Pedersen follows in 15 in front of Marcus Kayak, August Terbo, Mark Kastelic, Nicolas Pirtilati, Daniel Nogales Lopez is P20 in front of Matteo De Parlo, Arthur Chabnar, Jaime Sanstorillos, Gustav Iniewski, Flavio Olivieri, Alan Stevens, Hugo Besson, Jokubas Bagnodavicius, Rasmus Jucimis and Rafael Mondonese. Among the drivers who had to retire, Pedro Hilbrand, Nico Kuman, Lenny Reed, Jere Valaluque and Albani Vivas Alvarez as the final classification of this race appears on your screen. Now, the A against the C is done. We're going to have the Group B against the D, and this will be, ladies and gentlemen, already the last qualifying heat of the senior class, the OK class, this Saturday. So this will be decisive. At the moment, Nikola Tsolov is leading with 2 points, and 2 points as well in front of Rafael Camara. Rafael Camara is one of the drivers that we're going to see on track in just a few moments, and we caught up with him yesterday. Let's hear from the Brazilian.
Yeah, I think it's a really good year. Into where you have not so good the pace. I think we didn't find the good everything. The chassis not so good, and I think for now I like a lot the track here in Campillos. I think we have a really chance to fight for the championship. So I will try to do my best and try to do what I have to do. So, for sure I will try to win, but no pressure. Yeah, I think it's a really good track. A little bit technical, so not long straights, and you have a lot of corners. So yeah, it's be nice. And we see what's going to happen. I see a lot of drivers like I think here on the corners, the first 3 corners a little bit tricky, but yeah, some drivers go more like different lines, and maybe a little bit more difference. So.
And here it is, waiting on the pre-grade. Rafael Camara, the 228 from Brazil. You just heard him at the interview. Always nice to catch up with the young prodigy from Brazil, driving for Car Republic, as he's sitting currently in 2nd position in the personal ranking. But as for now, Rafael Camara has one mission in mind: to win this last qualifying heat, get at least a win into the qualifying heat, and secure what could be front starting position for the pre-final tomorrow. As it stands out, Nikola Tsolov has 2 points, but with no more qualifying hits coming his way, he will be assured of the pole position for tomorrow pre-final. Even if Camara wins, he will have 0 points, which means he will get to the side of the Bulgarian driver for tomorrow's pre-final. Norton Andriansen in 3rd in the classification as we speak, in front of Timotis Kucharczyk. Arvid Lindblad, that we're going to have in this race as well, starting from 6th on the grid, is currently in 5th in the personal ranking, with just 1 point ahead on Alfio Spina, and not far in front of Stenzon and Artem Severyukin that we've just seen. Severyukin is going to be starting on 8th, and Stenzon managed a 3rd place finish that could actually be worth of a 4th row start for the pre-final tomorrow. So these are for some of the calculations that we do right now, but the drivers are waiting. On the left side is Ugo Iguchuku from Car Republic, the young hopeful from America, with that beautiful tribute helmet to Mario Andretti. I really like when young drivers actually pay respect to the elders and to the legends of this sport. And this is a clear demonstration that Ugo Iguchuku is willing to write another chapter of motorsport history in the United States and outside of it, of course. The 238 on your picture as well. Ariel Elkin, another strong driver wearing the VDK colors, coming from a country that's not being quite renowned for his big past in motorsport. This is Israel, of course, where you don't get much of a chance to compete, but internationally speaking, Ariel Elkin is one of the representatives of this country and doing well at his age. Another driver willing to do well, of course, and maybe seal the deal this weekend for the second year running is Arvid Lindblad on your screen. He won last year's championship at Portimao in the junior class. This time he has a good shot at making it 2 in a row in the OK category. But if you ask him, of course, Champions of the Future is very much on his mind as well in preparation for the karting World Championship, what will be in 1 week time. If you do well in this race, well, you could do equally well for the race to come. But sometimes it can go your way or it can go the other way, and that's part of the lottery that we like about the sport of karting. But there's more than one contender, of course, in this battle so far. The 252 on your picture right now is Ruben Moya, one of the young Spaniard driving for Czech Republic. Willing to shine, of course, on home soil. He's hearing us, that's good to know, and showing the thumbs up to the camera. You guys are live wherever everybody is tuning in, from the four corners of the world, on YouTube as well as on Facebook and on live TV, on Motorsport TV for the first time in Champions history for the season to come. Ariel Elkin, very well focused. By his side from just the 261, this is Emily Covisto, driving for Koski Motorsport Tonica chassis, as well as the other drivers. We're going to get around the starting grid in a minute. The time for the track to be cleared and the signal to be given to go racing for the last time in the OK class this Saturday. And then we will switch our attention back to the junior category for 3 more races, and then it will be good for the day already. You know, having fun, the time flies always faster. And we still have a bit of a big schedule tomorrow, of course, starting with the warm-up sessions at 9 o'clock local time. The second chance heats for both classes will be starting at 10:40. We'll have the consolation race at 20 past 11, the pre-final at 20 past 12, and the final races of the season at 2 o'clock local time, from 2 o'clock. And then don't forget to stay with us until the end of the weekend, because we will have the podium ceremonies for the top 2 drivers of both classes, as well as the top 3 in the championship. The 319 on your picture is Daniel Briz, another young Spaniard, another young hero on home soil, competing for the DPK racing team and the Alonso colors. Another driver to keep an eye on as well, alongside Nikola Tsolov, of course. And I'm pretty sure that those two are more than willing, Tsolov and Briz, to make the Spanish colors shine until the end of the weekend on home soil. But we're not there yet, and one last race to go through to secure the results that you need. Thanks again to the recovery team of Campillos, as Rafael Camara will be leading the way on this last grid of the day in the OK class. 2 of the contenders to keep an eye on as well. Alfio Spina, the young Italian for the Car Republic colors, and a 217 just in front of him, Norton Andriansen, who is currently 3rd in the classification of the heats. He has a 1-point advantage on Timotis Kucharczyk as it stands. Kucharczyk will be on the front row of the grid. So the battle is on, because those drivers know that whatever happens, they will be qualified for the pre-final, but they still could get a chance to have a better starting position at the end of those heats. We'll make the calculations in the end, but let's keep in mind that Nikola Tsolov will be starting on pole position. Camara as well is assured to be starting from the front row, whatever happens, unless a retirement. But Norton Andriansen, Kucharczyk, Lindblad, Alfio Spina, this could be the order at the end or not. This will be depending on the results of this last qualifying heat. Now, the starting grid appears on your screen. Rafael Camara and Timotis Kucharczyk alongside each other. Tuka Tapanen and Daniel Briz on the row number 2. Igor Gochuku and Arvid Lindblad on row number 3. Ariel Elkin and Artem Savyukin on row number 4. Row number 5 is Emily Covisto and Ruben Moya. Row number 6, Norton Andriansen and Kasper Nagman. Row number 7, Alfio Spina and Olin Galli. Bruno Del Pino and Francesco Marenghi, row number 8. Alejandro Parada and Karol Pazevich, row number 9. Then we have Arthur Ronjon and Julian Olsen, row number 10. Row number 11, Alexander Kubenko and Carmen Krav, followed by Erlin Nurandini, Aaron Quevedo, JC Lacey, Maximilian Obst, Kuba Rejski and Regia Vibrinatite on row number 14. Row number 15, Sandro Olsem and Maximilian Angela. Then we have Nathan Schaap and Matthias Bierre Jacobsen. And in the end, Joel Bergström and Jose Antonio Gomez Gutierrez. Do we have everybody in? I think that we're missing Arthur Ronjon, the 253. Where is Arthur Ronjon? Actually, he was supposed to start with his Praga chassis from the 90th place and the 10th row on the grid. I didn't see him anywhere, Arthur Ronjon, so he doesn't seem to be with us at the moment. So it gives us actually a race on a grid of 32 drivers instead of 34. Qualifying heat B against D underway here at Campillos with still 22 degrees in the air as it's close to 4 o'clock local time here in the south of Spain. If you are joining us right now, thank you for being part of the party. Champions of the Future round 3 as we're going to have in just a moment the last qualifying heat of the OK class before concluding the show with 3 more qualifying heat for the junior category. And plenty of exciting things more to see. As for now, Rafael Camara needs to secure the victory in order to start on the front row of the pre-final grid. Are we good to go for racing? Yes, we are. Let's go out. Rafael Camara, pretty good start in front of Kucharczyk. Watch out for the dive of Tukat Tapanen, who stays in third. Daniel Breeze stays in fourth, entering turn number 1. Oh, and a big off over there. A couple of drivers, 4 drivers involved in a big incident outside of turn number 2. And a lot of sand flying in the air. Let's see who we have over there. But there was a big contact against the tire wall. Everybody seems to be on their feet. But that was heavy on this side of the picture. We have Carrasquedo, we have Giuliano Olsem, and we have Carmen Krav as well, missing 3 drivers onto the track right now. Carrasquedo, Olsem, and Carmen Krav, unfortunately involved in a big tussle, wheel to wheel, and at such a speed in the 2 fast right-hander in 1 and 2. That could be actually coming with some form of punition. In this case, this will be retirement, I'm afraid, after coming together. But one of the 3 actually managed to get back onto the track and get going this race. And this is one of the Praga representatives. This is the 253. This is Arthur Ronjon, actually. I was searching for him. But Arthur Ronjon is well with us, actually. So, forget what I just said. Arthur Ronjon is with us. But unfortunately, I think that Giuliano Olsem and Carmen Krav won't be taking part in this race no longer. GC Cascaredo, I think, has taken his place back onto the track. We managed to get this engine going again. In the meantime, what's happening at the front? Let's get back with the leaders. Rafael Camara under intense pressure from Timotis Kucharczyk. Tukat Tapanen in third, Hugo Guchuku in fourth. Then we have Daniel Britz still behind. Arvid Lindblad down in 6, Ariel Elkin in 7, Ruben Moya 8, Norton Andreasen in 9. As well in 10th place, we have the 252 of, this is Ruben Moya, my apologies. 10th place, this is the 261. Following on, this is Emily Koivisto. Oh, and a big of a tussle, contact almost between Kucharczyk and Tapanen. Oh, that was close over there. As Tapanen dived, or at least tried to dive through in turn number 1. He made his move to show to Kucharczyk where he was, but he didn't make that stick. And further back, Guchuku is losing a place to Arvid Lindblad. The charge is on for Arvid Lindblad, and there he goes, going past his teammate from Czech Republic. But what a movement and what a move! What a moment that was, actually. I thought that the 2 were going to go together, but in the process, Kucharczyk actually lost a bit of momentum and is being put under pressure by Tukat Tapanen, still very much in the mix. Coming to the hairpin number 11, going around the outside, and Tapanen made that stick and climbs into 2nd place. And now it's all about getting close to the leader, Rafael Camara, once again, and you can see the gesture. Tapanen says to Kucharczyk, stays just behind me, let's keep it all together, let's work together, because there's 6 tenths to go catch, and there's Rafael Camara at the end of it. And Camara, of course, with 3 laps completed, is not watching over, he's just keeping it steady. He leads the way, he does what he needs to do with the fastest lap in his hand. This is very much logical. Of course, he has no one behind and no one in front of him. He can actually open the throttle and have no concern about what's happening behind. Tukat Tapanen in 2nd place then with just a 0.2 of a second advantage, taking Timotis Kucharczyk with him. Kucharczyk, of course, dropping a bit, a couple of meters that he lost. Timotis Kucharczyk in just the last corners. Arvid Lindblad crawling to 4th, Nikola Tsolov 5th. Then we have Daniel Briz. At the moment, the classification remains unchanged. At the chase behind this young man, the leader, Rafael Camara. Of course, more than willing to conclude this season on a high. We all remember the conclusion of the European Championship where Rafael Camara, one of his heats, unfortunately in Zuera, was pushed out of the way. A retirement that cost him the title against Freddie Slater, against Kimi Antonelli, I was going to say. So Camara was the closest rival to Antonelli all the way down to Zuera, but the retirement actually ruined his last hopes of sealing the deal. But there's one more chance for him, I would say then 2 more chances to maybe get titles this season. First one this weekend against Lindblad and Turney in Champions of the Future, and why not next weekend as well in the World Championship. And that's why he needs to keep on dominating to show his strength to the opposition. At the moment on your screen is Ugo Gochuku being chased by Daniel Briz. Not the best of start for Daniel Briz, who dropped 2 positions in the opening stages. And now the DPK Racing driver is going to try to make up for the ground. He has 2 Czech Republic drivers in front of him, Ugo Gochuku and Arvid Lindblad. Lindblad still searching for a bit of pace as he tumbled down to 6th at the moment in the classification, on equal points to Rintaro Sato. Camara still very much assured as it stands to start on the front row of the grid. We should have actually, and we will have, if nothing changes, Tsolov and Camara in the pre-final of the class tomorrow at the start. Kucharczyk, as it stands in 3rd place, could be starting on 3rd on the grid, stands home by his side on 2nd row. The grid of the pre-final, of course, will be made official and published in the coming hours on championskarting.com. But right now, let's focus on the battle at stake, as Camara is being put under intense pressure and doesn't lead anymore this race. Tuka Taponen dives into the turn number 11, and takes the lead and on his way to potentially the victory. I'm losing my words to it, but Tuka Taponen made a beautiful move and he had nothing to be afraid of. Rafael Camara still have some laps to go. We're halfway through this qualifying heat, and the Brazilian might have what it takes to fight back against the Finnish driver. Let's see what happens, but Tuka Taponen is your new leader, diving through one of the hairpins. This is one of the spots where we've seen the most overtaking maneuvers. I told you that coming to this weekend, we've counted with the drivers up to 10 positions, 10 possibilities for overtakings on this track, which is kind of huge when you consider this. And we've seen that happening actually, not only in the first sector, the turn number 11, where Taponen made his move, but also the last part of the track. So I gotta say that this layout has been providing some intense level of racing with a lot of overtaking done, also some scary moments as well. But so far, we can only but be happy about the situation right now and the choice of coming to Karting Center Campillos. Igor Gochuku in front of one of the local boys, Daniel Briz, trying to catch up as well with the young American into the last sector of the track. Left, right, the chicane, almost a chicane, a bit longer than that, but he really gets the drivers together at the end of the lap, and he actually creates, as we said, opportunities for moves. And right now, Arvid Lindblad, let's have a look at the respective times. 60.8 for both Lindblad and Igor Gochuku, very much in the same lap times at the moment. Daniel Briz as well in 1 minute 0.8. So it's going to be quite difficult on equal terms to try to make a difference. Same chassis, of course, from Czech Republic to DPK. Different setups, different use of the tires, as all of the drivers, of course, are being allowed 2 sets of tires for the entirety of the weekend, from quali to the final. And there he goes, Daniel Briz running outside of Igor Gochuku. Nothing that the young American could have done there. The door was open, and if he had shut it in the middle, it would have been contact. Now he's going to have to fight back. Outside of turn number 14, dropping a place. Igor Gochuku is 6th at the moment, with Ruben Moya behind in 7. Back with the leaders, 3 tenths between Tuka Taponen and Rafael Camara. Entering the first sector, Timo Kucharczyk trying to catch up and stay within the distance, but 8 tenths of a second is quite a bit of a gap. It depends if Camara launches an attack or if he keeps on being stuck behind the leader at the moment. He waits certainly for the good moment to make his move and to go, but he needs to make a decision because after this one there will be only 3 laps left. And Tuka Taponen has been showing some strong pace as well, with 1 victory as well. And back into the pits is the unfortunate Arthur Ronjon with the Praga colors on him. So definitely not the qualifying heat that went his way. Arthur Ronjon, who was late to the party and then trailing at the back end of the grid, and he decided to come back into the pits. Conclusion of lap number 9. There's still a couple of battles raging. The first one for the victory in this qualifying heat. Nikola Tsolov in second. What am I saying? Nikola Tsolov is leading the way in the classification. Looking at 2 different spaces in my screen. But Tuka Taponen Camara split by 2/10 as it stands. Rafael Camara knows that from second place he will be starting on the front row of the grid for the pre-final alongside Nikola Tsolov. So he can actually decide to stay where he is, not to chase for the impossible. Tuka Taponen is in a more difficult position in the classification outside the top 8. So he needs that win more than ever as we focus ourselves on the battle behind. This is the 232 of Arvid Lindblad and Daniel Briz. Daniel Briz, after overtaking the first Car Republic driver in Hugo Kucharczyk, is he going to go for the second one? Lindblad battling along, keeping all the doors shut. Let's see respective lap times. This is lap 11. 2 laps to go before the checkered flag, the last one of the OK class. After this one, there's no more chances for results. This is done and dusted for the pre-final. We're going to have the top 30 drivers in. 6 more at the end of the second chance heat. And I wonder who we're going to have in there. If some of the expected contenders, of course, didn't have the best of luck. We'll see about that. But as for now, Kasper Nagman, the fastest on track at the moment. The 245 on your picture. Tuka Taponen being chased, being harassed desperately by Rafael Camara. But as we said, Camara doesn't need to make the move. If he wants to preserve his engine, preserve himself, he can actually stay second and seal the deal, whatever happens, knowing that Nikola Tsolov, of course, has been uncatchable ever since the start of this week. We are entering the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Tuka Taponen, Rafael Camara, Timotis Kucharczyk in third, observing what happens in front of him, but on his way to his best result so far. And for the back, oh, the battle is on. Arvid Lindblad with Daniel Briz, sorry. Briz that just came on the tail of Arvid Lindblad in turn number 1. He was about to make his move, but Lindblad responded and shut the door. He's going to keep on really going defensive in this last lap because it seems to me that by the look of it that Daniel Briz is much faster on the end of this race, and certainly he's going to be willing to go for the move. Here are the top 3 drivers. I'm keeping an eye as well on the battle behind and goes through as well. Oh, he was trying for the back, but Daniel Briz is very close to Arvid Lindblad as well. The battle for 4th place. Lindblad, Briz, one before the other into the last sector. Behind his man, Tuka Taponen. One last click of the throttle in the turn 15 and 16. This is going to be victory in the end. The second win this weekend for Tuka Taponen. Crossing the line in front of Rafael Camara, who has secured a start on the front row of the pre-final for tomorrow. Timotis Kucharczyk in third. Then we have Arvid Lindblad, who I was keeping a close watch from the corner of my eye of what's happening between Lindblad and Daniel Briz. And in the end, 50,000 of a second on the line at the advantage of the British driver. So it was very close. Daniel Briz had a bit of a move. He had a few attempts in the last lap, but Arvid Lindblad was having none of it and kept himself in the top 4. Daniel Briz is 5th. Kasper Nagman, the fastest on track, is 6th in front of Hugo Kucharczyk, Ruben Moya, Emieli Kovisto. Norton Andreasen is 10. Then we have Olin Ganley outside of the top 10 in 11. 12th place for Alfio Spina. Francesco Maneghi is 13. 14th place for Erolin Nirandini. Top 15 for Ariel Elkin, who really disappeared within the mix, unfortunately, for the young Israeli. 8 places dropped for Elkin. Not his race. in front of Bruno Del Pino, Karol Pazevich, Maximilian Obst, JC Lacey, top 20 for Joel Bergström, climbing 13 positions from the last row of the grid. 21 at the end of this race, Ladan Schaap in front of Maximilian Angelar, Sandro Olzem, Alexander Kubenko, Andrea Vibrinatier. Then we have Jose Gomez Gutierrez in front of Matthias Berry Jacobsen, as well as Kubaracki and Kevin Quevedo. Among the drivers who retired, Arthur Ronjon, Artem Severyukin, unfortunately for him, JC Carrasquedo, Giuliano Olzem, and Carmen Krav. Classification at the end appearing on your screen, as all the drivers already made their way back to the Parc Fermé for scale. Now we're going to have a short break, the time for all the drivers who retired to be recovered safely to the Parc Fermé, and we're going to get back and switch our attention to the junior category for the last time this day, as we're going to have 3 more races coming up our way. And one of the drivers from the junior class who is starting is Champions of the Future Adventure this weekend is from Spain. This is the young Jan Peral.
I feel excited because it is the first time that I compete in a championship of this level. Campillos is also my favorite circuit. I've studied it quite well. It has many ups and downs, one thing that most of the tracks don't actually have. There are also some corners with high speed, some others with tricks and special curves that you don't see everywhere. So far the speed looks okay. If I can finish within the top positions and then have a good result in the final, that would be great for me and my team.
Good to hear from the young Spanish driver Jan Peral Resurrección, who is driving this weekend for the first time in Champions of the Future after having had some good performances in other series of karting. Now he's tackling the challenge of competing on loam soil, and in the coming race we're gonna have this young man on your screen. This is David Walter with a couple of wins already under his name. The domination of David Walter so far with a total of 3 wins for the Koski Motorsport, a driver very much in the mix and the top favorite at the moment when it comes to sealing the pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. We're gonna wait for the classification to be updated, and then we'll go through where it stands at the moment for the points. But David Walter more than willing to add another one to his tally, as well as Maxime Rem is going to be starting alongside him, the number 84 from of course Rookie Flynn Motorsport. Maxime Rem on second place. There he is, the number 84, focused already on the task at hand. David Walter, Maxime Rem, this is the battle of the kings, of course, because they have the most wins of all the drivers in the junior class so far today in Campillos as yesterday. And some of the drivers behind are more than eager to give them a hard time through the 9 laps that we're going to have coming up. Enzo Dellini being one of them, the young freshman who has been collecting some very strong results in not quite a win yet, but still Enzo Dellini has been showing the potential of the Parolin chassis on the layout of Campillos. Kin de Camera Berta as well from Forza Racing to keep an eye on. Jimmy Elias, Matthias Oruela from Powell, a full second row from the Italian team to watch as well. Miguel Costa, Rashid Al Dhaheri on row number 4, and Yevan David and Lucas Amadisto. As for the rest, the top 10, here is Enzo Dellini, Jimmy Elias just behind, the 2 young Frenchmen, one driving for Parolin, the other one for the Tony Kart Factory. 2 Italian chassis, of course, 2 ambitions, of course, to really shine at the highest level of karting. Dellini had a couple of good results, as well as Elias, so they're right in the mix, collecting what they need to make their way to the pre-final of the junior class tomorrow. Pre-final of the junior class that will be taking place at 20 past 12 local time, so make sure to be with us for the last and most important races of the weekend. But before that, we need the classification, we need a starting order for this race, and this about to be done and tested with one of those young contenders, Matthias Aruela, the young driver from Colombia, the 146 driving for Parolin on the second row of the grid, waiting for the signal to be given, as we're expecting one of the last drivers to be recovered safely. The recovery team is still busy onto the track, but right now the young drivers of the junior class are taking patience. We're going to have first the A against the E group, then the C against the F, then the B against the D, and this will be time already to call it a day for today, with some more exciting races coming for Sunday, of course. And then this will be time for a break, but the FIA Karting World Championship won't be too long to wait for, as the action will be starting already on the first day and then for the entire weekend. Here's Kin Nakamura-Berta, the young driver from Japan, driving with a British license, of course, under the Forza Racing colors. Jamie Croxford was with us yesterday. You'll get to hear more from Jamie, the headmaster behind Forza Racing, tomorrow during the stream. He was very kind to tell us a bit about what it takes for an independent team like Forza, with the support, of course, of the OTK Kart Group, what it takes for independent team to, in terms of organization, coming to those events, knowing that not only we have champions, but also the World Championship. These are certainly the two most important races of the season, and that requires a lot of preparation, a lot of focus as well. For the racing that has 9 drivers aligned in both the OK and the junior class. 170 in total, as close to 100 in juniors and close to 170 entrants and participants in the OK class. Miguel Costa is having the last thumbs up from his mechanic. One last kick in the back, and one last good word. A very nice looking racing helmet for Miguel Costa. A bit like what used to be wearing the legendary Ayrton Senna. Don't know if it has something to do with it, but you can see the colors actually from Miguel Costa. That's a tribute certainly to his fellow countryman and legendary Brazilian 3-time F1 world champion. We could see the colors of the Brazilian flag. Something I'd like to ask to Miguel Costa if this is some sort of a tribute to his certainly a driver that has been is the idol of many youngsters today. I gotta say that Ayrton Senna is among one of my favorite drivers of all time, someone I look up to, as many drivers of today, without having seen Senna actually racing on track, unfortunately, which is kind of a paradox, but it gives you, of course, a sense of the magnitude of the man on the younger generations. I've seen other tributes to Senna throughout the karting ranks. Senna van Walstein is another driver from the Netherlands competing in KZ2, the vice champion of KZ2 this season, who has a beautiful tribute helmet to Senna. And some of the names popping up as well through the different classifications and classes. Now, enough talk. Let's go for racing. The qualifying heat opposing Group A and E is underway with David Walter and Maxime Rem alongside each other, battling for the win. Another one in the pocket for one of the two drivers. At the moment, David Walter is leading the way with 0 points, so he has won all of his qualifying heats. And that's quite a lot. 5 victories out of 5 races for David Walter, your Pulsator from Koski Motorsport. But just behind in second, Maxime Rem, second in the classification, second on the grid for 3 points. So whatever happens, David Walter, of course, he needs to stay ahead. He doesn't need, of course, he doesn't need a bad result in this one. But if David Walter stays ahead of Maxime Rem, he will be assured of pole position in the pre-final of the junior class tomorrow. In the rest of the classification, Thomas Storsemanis is third at the moment. Maxim Orlov is fourth for just a point. Then we have Enzo Dellini fifth, Berezovsky sixth, Kin Nakamura-Berta 7, and Matthias Ferreira in the top 8. That's for the current state of the classification of the qualifying heats. Now the grid in full, shall we? David Walter, Maxime Rem, your front row starters. Matthias Orjuela and Enzo Dellini from Parolin on the row number 2. Then we have Kin Nakamura-Berta and Gini Elias on row number 3. Row number 4, Miguel Costa and Rashid Al Dhaheri. Then we have Van David and Mika Savalisto. Row number 6, Andres Cardenas and Salim Hanna. Masej Gladis and Tugan Punyatan, row 7. Row number 8, James Egorzi and Alvar Silvesvara. Row number 9, German Fotev and Mika Abrahams. Then we have, of course, Mark Lubinski and Renaud Francot on row number 11. Bradley Majman and Chudenozzo row number 12. Then we have Oscar Wurz, Daniel Valberg row number 13. 14 is Anton Laxonen and Farias Dalagnol. Then we have Adria Gilles and Jan Peral Resurrection on row number 15, followed by Louis Levaux, Kais Torvinen and Augustin Bernier. The second formation lap is about to be completed in just a moment. The time for the drivers to get the grid formatted on track. The formation of the grid, always a tricky thing to manage the first time. We had a couple of extra formation lap today. And let's see if that one will be done right now on the first attempt. David Walter on the left, Maxime Rem on the right. Are we good to go for racing? Oh, one driver off over there, and we're not going to go for racing, as one of the Koski representative actually at the further back of the grid just went ahead of, just went out of the track actually on the outside of turn number, the last turn, and the 59 unfortunately from Car Republic, from Tony Kart, is out of this race. This is Oscar Wurz. Oscar Wurz unfortunately was not gonna be competing in this qualifying heat, already out of this race. I try to see where he is. Yeah, his kart is just stuck before the braking zone of the last hairpin, the corner number 14. And we had another driver who had a bit of a scary moment at the back end of the grid. This was actually one of the drivers for the Koski Motorsport, one of the teammates of David Walter. Try to see where I was, but I think it was Daniel Wahlberg. 153, if I'm not mistaken. Where the back of the grid was, I don't know if it was pushed or had a bit of a moment and waved too much on the way back to the grid, but that's certainly one of the reasons why David Manchester, our race director, decided to go for an extra lap to get the grid together. Second attempt, will it be the good one? I've seen 3 attempts sometimes more. Cannot remember precisely, but I've definitely seen 3 attempts of start in the past. This one is a good one. We're racing Campillos once again. On the inside line, David Walter, Baisal, Maxime Rem being pushed a little bit on the outside of turn number 1, and it goes the way of Mathias Orjuela, one of the Paralin racing drivers, coming to second place. That was very close indeed. Everybody coming quite cleanly into turn number 5. Nothing to worry about for the drivers in the first sector. But it was a good start from David Walter, who protected his first position on the inside of turn number 1. On the outside, Maxime Rem tried as well, but one of the Paralin drivers, this is the 92, of Enzo Dellini, the Frenchman, once again, one of the best at the start. He just managed himself into second, taking the toe, actually, of Maxime Rem. And then we have in third place, this is Mathias Orjuela, I think, third place, Maxime Rem. Then we have just behind, this is Kin Nakamura from Forza Racing in fourth. Fifth place for Mathias Orjuela, who dropped 2 positions in the process of this opening lap. Here they come, 9 laps of course to go through in the junior class. David Walter, 4/10 of a second already. Enzo Dellini second, Maxime Rem is third, in front of Kin Nakamura Mathias Orjuela dropping to 5th. Jimmy Elias stays in 6th, always better than nothing of course. Then we have Rashid Al Dhaheri 7 in front of Yavan David, Maciej Gladys, and James Igorzi climbing 5 places up to the top 10. Already a good start for the young American driver from Tony Kart. But at the moment, David Walter had the best of getaway. Enzo Dellini once again very good in the opening stages of the race. Strong pace by the Paralin driver in this junior class. Maxime Rem, he needs a result because Thomas Tolsemanis could actually still have a chance to steal the second place on the front row of the grid. If it stays like this, David Walter will be assured of pole position with the maximum of wins. And look at Kin Nakamura diving through Maxime Rem, the 84. This is a battle for third place, and Kin Nakamura just did that beautifully, climbing a place into the top 3 under the close watch of Mathias Orjuela. Orjuela just behind the Paralin driver, climbing to turn number 5, where actually Maxime Rem fights back against Kin Nakamura. Watch out, because Nakamura has still something to say in this battle, and he crossed the line and into the right-hander beautifully take back the place. Good battle that is for third position. Kin Nakamura from Forza with that white crash helmet you can see from far. Maxime Rem watching over his shoulder, and he goes for the attack once again. And Nakamura should be careful actually, because Mathias Orjuela just behind is just waiting for the opportunity to dive as well. He wants that place, and he could actually take not 1 but 2 places in just one. Oh, and a little bit of a push over there by Kin Nakamura, who actually in 15 dive into the inside of Maxime Rem. Not in the pits, he's still very much on the track. But good battle with those 3 young drivers. This is for third. But in the meantime, while they keep on battling, they forget that maybe the top 2 drivers were up for grab. Not anymore. 2 tenths splitting David Walter and Enzo Dellini, and 1.3 seconds between the three drivers on your picture. David Walter, who is trying to extend his lead at the moment, 62.7, the best lap in this race. But Enzo Dellini, let's see what the young Frenchman will be capable of, because we've seen his craft, we've seen his pace within the field actually, but now he has one driver to focus on, and he has plenty of time and plenty of space behind him. And watch out for the move. Maxime Rem goes through Nakamura Berta in turn 11, and Orwella, he wants to do the same. He's really keen on doing the same and put up an attack down to 14. Another heavy braking point. Wow, look at that. This is really a ballet of overtaking. I like that. They keep on dancing around each other, so to speak. And Nakamura Berta fights back and gets back again in position in front of Maxime Rem. So right now, this is a good battle. And Maxime Rem goes through. Oh, that could be nasty. They go off. Nakamura Berta is pushed off of the track. Oh my God, I was close, and I was fearing for that to happen. Oh, and one of the DPK Racing drivers is out of this race. The 157, this is Mark Dubdinsky, the Estonian driver from DPK. Mark Dubdinsky out of this race for mechanical trouble by the look of it. But we haven't seen that. But in the meantime, that went quite ugly between Maxime Rem and Nakamura Berta. And as a result, unfortunately, Nakamura Berta dropped a couple of positions and is now being chased by the rest of the group behind. Jimmy Elias, Rashid Al Dhaheri, James Segolzi, 5, 7, 8 and 9 respectively. But Segolzi as well as Miguel Costa 9. We have in 10th position German Fotev. But that was a strong battle. It was beautiful to see actually those two drivers really going for a ballet overtaking, but at the same time they were losing a lot of time, not only on those two drivers in the lead, but as well on the drivers chasing them. And as a result, I have to say that Maxime Rem went for the move on Nakamura Berta in the first corner of the race, of the lap. So that's quite a tricky move to pull together. And he did it, but as a result, Nakamura Berta was forced a little bit on the outside of the track. So remains to be seen whether the officials were what would the official would decide. To me, it was a beautiful battle, and as a result of his defensive driving, Nakamura Berta was put a little bit on the side of the track, and he had nowhere else to go. So that's what happens in racing. But as a result, Maxime Rem took the third place, and Matthias Orwella, who actually couldn't thank enough those two drivers to get ahead as well in fourth. But Nakamura Berta, let's see how far he is, 7/10 of a second. Here are the two leaders, David Walter, 3/10 in front of Enzo Dellini. I was going to say before, things went a little bit sideways between Maxime Rem and Nakamura Berta. I was going to say that Enzo Dellini now, for the first time this weekend, has just one driver to focus on, and he can actually show if he has the capability and if he has the pace required to go for the victory. That's going to be interesting because he has 2.7 seconds, as you can see, a huge advantage on Maxime Rem. Too busy to battle with Nakamura as well as Orwella just behind. So there's plenty of space for the two leaders to explain themselves, and we're going to see if Enzo Dellini, after collecting some good results through the heats, is one of the young men to fear for the victory. David Walter has been one of the established young names this weekend, collecting victories after victories. But if Enzo Dellini can actually join the party and become a race winner as well, that would be a strong sign to be shown to the opposition. Now, this is the theory, but as for now, the gap just extended a little bit, 3/10 between the two leaders. Now, with the 84, this is further back, Maxime Rem with Matthias Orwella just behind. Nakamura Berta, trying to make up for the ground that he lost in his battle. And watch out for the back. Oh, beautifully made in turn number 5. And this was from the 134. This is German Fotev getting ahead of Rashid Al Dhaheri. And in the meantime behind, we have Yavan David, the run driver from Sri Lanka, who just pulled up a move on Lucas Amaristo and Trigan Bonatian. Great battle with 5 drivers involved just outside of the top 10. We're back with Maxime Rem into turn number 11. He keeps himself steady, carrying the momentum into those two right-hander, because you're going uphill once again after hitting the bottom of the track. You're going up again, then down into this corner, turn 14. I'll tell you, the elevation changes are quite impressive on this track, so you need a lot of engine power to be able to keep the momentum and to really put on the performance. Talking to the drivers and some of the mechanics, they were saying that sector number 1 with that never-ending climb is certainly the most demanding in terms of engine power and tire wear as well. David Walter on your picture, the fastest young man on this track, 62.1, and he's extending his gap. He's extending his gap 6 tenths of a second at the moment. 6 tenths on Enzo Dellini, who's doing what he needs. He was threatening at some point to David Walter as we're entering the final lap already. Final lap for those two drivers. David Walter on his way to a clean sweep in karting, as we say in football, but in karting, 5 races and 5 victories for the Pulsator from Koski Motorsport, who's been absolutely fantastic and untouchable in all of his appearances so far. This will mean starting from pole position in the pre-final, but again, let's cross fingers for what's about to come tomorrow. Checkered flag and victory, another one for David Walter. 7 tenths of a second in front of Enzo Dellini, with Maxime Rem coming across in 3rd place. Oh, and one of the Czech Republic young drivers, unfortunately, won't be able to cross the start-finish straight. This is the number 90. Let's try to see who that is. This is, Rashid Al Dhaheri. This is Rashid Al Dhaheri, unfortunately, having to retire. We didn't see that just in the last sector, a couple of meters before the checkered flag. He's still going to try to get across the start-finish straight and finish this race. But what on earth happened to Rashid Al Dhaheri? He was within the top 10, or at least closing on to the top 10. Battling over there with Yevan David, Bunatian, German Fotev and the rest. And it seems to me that it was the result, certainly, of that battle that sent Al Dhaheri outside of the track. We haven't seen it, but a very strong battle at the end of the race, and that might be the result and the consequence for Rashid Al Dhaheri, who is tumbling down the order, unfortunately for him. So here's the classification. David Walter, once again victorious. Enzo Dellini, another strong result, his best result so far this weekend. Maxime Rem in 3rd, still 2nd in the classification, but with just 2 points ahead of Thomas Stolsemanis, and Maxime Orlov not far behind. 3rd place for Maxime Rem, as we said. Matthias Orlas is 4th. Kinda Camarabeta is 5th, in front of James Egozzi, Jimmy Elias, German Fotev, Yevan David, Tigran Bunatian, Luca Samaristo just behind in 11. In front of Masis Gladys, Alva Simesvara, Jules Caranta, Chudonozzo, Miguel Costa, Salim Anna in 17, followed by Mika Abrahams, Andres Cardenas, Artemi Trotsky, Renaud Frankot outside of the top 20, in front of Daniel Valberg, Heitor Daniel Farias, Anton Laxonen, Augustin Bernier, Adria Musteneskil, Jan Peral, Bradley Mahman, Louis Levaux, Keus Torvinen, and Rashid Al Dhaheri, unfortunately, all the way down to the last place. 2 drivers out, Oscar Wurz and Mark Dubinsky. Now, we're going to take a short break, and we caught up yesterday with one of the young drivers of the junior class. It's from Jamaica. It's going to be on the grid coming up. This is Alex Powell talking to us yesterday.
Yeah, I'm confident going into this last round. I mean, the track is a very big track. You know, there's quite a few passing opportunities, so I'm quite confident going into this weekend. I have some work to do if I want to fulfill my goals for this weekend, which is to win the championship, but I still have a lot of work to do because I'm still a bit far back. But I think if we're on top of the game this weekend, and if we're getting everything right, I think there's a possibility that the championship could come to us. This preparation race, this one, Genk, and in Zuera, they've all been really beneficial and really helpful to myself and the team to get everything sorted out, so we're ready for the European Championship and now for the World Championship. So the track is a bit like, I've never been to a track like this one. It's really, really big, and there's a bit of everything. There's a lot of low speed, which could be sector 1. Sector 2 is more middle, and the last sector has a long straight in it. So it's got a bit of everything in it, and it's a really cool track in general, and the facility is a very nice one as well. So I think definitely it's going to be an interesting weekend, especially to see more in the race how the passing zones will be like. I have an idea already now what they might be, but I guess we just have to wait until the races to see what the big passing opportunities are, and if you can come forward well in the race. So far we've done 2 days testing last week. And now we're here again to start this weekend from Thursday to Sunday. So it's all just preparing and getting ready for next weekend, and of course to get a good result this weekend. It'll also be a good confidence boost going into next weekend if you can be up there. So then for next weekend, you know that you can do a good performance. Yeah, so it gives me good exposure, especially in the Caribbean, and it's really a good feeling, you know, that you're being backed by them, and it's good to know that they have trust and they have faith in you to, you know, also promote the brand in go-karting as well. Not only do they have the road cars and Formula One, because of course in Formula One right now they're doing quite well. So it's also good to have, you know, 2 or 3 junior drivers in go-karting to try and bring them up all the way up into Formula One. So yeah, it's a really good experience. I feel prepared for the challenge, and I'm excited to see what comes in the future.
And we're back in Campillos for the OK Junior qualifying heat opposing Group C and F as the drivers just got the signal. Nice to hear from young Alex Powell, the driver from Jamaica. As you might have noticed, he has some very nice logos and colors on his racing suit. He's one of the junior drivers of the Mercedes driver program, the Mercedes AMG Formula One driver program, as he's been under contract this season and hopefully for the years to come. He's going to be starting from 10th on the grid, willing certainly to collect the good results to finish champions of the future on a high. Another one, of course, with the ambition of adding another victory to his tally is the driver starting from pole position, Jan Perizolski, the 119, won a heat yesterday at the beginning of the weekend. Didn't manage to equal his performance, but he still has one more chance. He's going to have Akshay Bora by his side, the driver from Czech Republic, with a retirement on his hand, of course, more than willing as well to secure what could be possibly saved. Tobias Klaasen and Enya Frey will be starting alongside each other on row number 2. We're going to have as well Kai Sorensen and Hed Robinson on row number 3. Jonathan Waymat and Stepan Antonov on row number 4. Row number 5, Ian Aikmans and Alex Powell. Alexander Bondarev and Matthias Farah row number 6. Guillaume Bouzard and Dimitri Matveev row number 7. Then we're going to have row number 8, Josh Orphan and Freya Norman. Row number 9, Enzo Tarvanishkul and Nacho Tunan Garcia. Genentine and Eric Jene on row number 10. Then we're going to have Ethel Nobles and Adam Maidek on row number 11. Row number 12, Dries Koravalde and Arlie Kiebel. Kimi Tanning and Arthur Dorisson on row number 13, followed by Babayona Darius Luciana, Gerasim Skulanov, Nico Lanalati, Griffin Peebles, Livery Chiomeleto, and Gilles Roussel. Starting to be a long day for everybody here. My apologies, as the qualifying heat opposing Group C and F is about to get underway. As it stands, David Walter with 5 victories out of 5 races. Quite an incredible series of success and performances for David Walter. He's going to be starting the pre-final of the junior class from pole position. Maxim Rem has secured what seems to be the front row starting. Thomas Tolsemanis from Energy, that we're going to see in the race after, is still third in the classification. He's going to have to win to secure that third place start in front of Maxim Orlov. But now, are we good to go for racing in the penultimate race of the day? Yes, we are. Let's go out. Here we go to turn number 1. And a good start from Jan Perizolski, right ahead in front of Tobias Klaasen. Everybody seems to be going quite well in turn number 1. The one's off, climbing to turn number 5. Oh, and a bit of an off, unfortunately, at the back end of the grid, as we're going to get back to the unfortunate driver in a minute. In the meantime, Tobias Klaasen, I think, will manage. You can see on the right side of your picture the driver in contention. Let's try to see who that is. Matthias De Faria, unfortunately, the 168. Is it him, actually? Oh, no, this is not him. This is the 102. My apologies. Kimi Tanin, who is missing. And 2 drivers going off the track. What just happened on this side of the corner over here? They weren't just missing the line. They just crossed the track all the way back to the return straight. Oh, my God. It's happening all over the place right now. The 154. That was one of the drivers who missed out completely on the braking point to turn number 10. And let's try to see who that is, the 154. This is Stepan Antonov. Unfortunately, who's going to have to retire. The other driver as well is Kimi Tani, Eric Jene, as well missing. Quite an hectic opening lap over there, as you can see the 102 chassis of Timitanin from Peral. In the meantime, let's have a look at the leaders once again, as we have a fantastic start. I thought it was Pirowski, but who would end up the opening lap in the lead. But this is Kai Sorensen, actually the young American. Look at him go! The young driver from Forza Racing, who climbed 4 positions in the opening lap to take the lead. And that's something we haven't seen yet. And Kai Sorensen is on a charge, the young American. Jan Perizowski, your Pulsator second, but not for long, as Tobias Klaasen is diving through outside of the right-hander on the way to the hairpin, side by side, a bit of wheel touching over there, but the 87 is having none of it. It's gonna go, oh, they touch, all 3 touch and go wide. Oh my God, what a moment that was. There were 3 side by side into the corner, and Kai Sorensen came close to being sent speedways actually, and going for a spin into the corner, but he managed to stay ahead. Oh, that was a bit of a heated moment over there, but Kai Sorensen managed to stay ahead. Tobias Klaasen got overtaken by Jonathan Waymat is still in third, but Waymat is going to fight as well for that. Jan Perizowski back in the mix as well. Ian Aikmans could actually try to do something on top of the track. We have 5 drivers into the same mix. Waymat, Perizowski. We have as well Tobias Klaasen dropping to 4th place. Ian Aikmans, a bit of a push from Perizowski down to the hairpin. Oh, that's an hectic race. This is the last qualifying heat for those drivers. They know they need to secure some results. You can see, you can feel the pressure rising amongst the heads. And watch out for the move over there with Klaasen, Waymat, Perizowski in a big explanation. And Ian Aikmans taking advantage of it. The young Belgian driver diving through as a wheel in a moment. Tobias Klaasen on the inside in turn 14. Ian Aikmans as well on the outside. They're going to be a 2x2 into the start-finish straight. What a battle that is. Coming across just in front of us, Kai Sorensen actually is not suddenly, realizing what is happening to him, because he has 1 second advantage on the rest of the field. First of all, no one expected Kai Sorensen to be at the front so far, collecting some good results so far for the young American, but he managed to climb 4 positions in the lead at the end of the opening lap, and then he managed to stay on track after a bit of a touch in the last sector, but now he's having a gap of 0.8 of a second, but Tobias Klaasen has just rang the bell for the charge, so now it's going to be a long race and a longer focus for Kai Sorensen, because Tobias Klaasen in second with the Turney car chassis is more than willing to give him the charge. Tobias Klaasen, of course, competing for the KSM Schumacher Racing team this weekend and the next. On your picture from Cosmic, the racing department with the new colors on as well, is Ian Aikmans number 14. As for Tony Kart, which has brand new colors on delivery this weekend as well for 2022. The Cosmic colors, as you can see on Ian Aikmans, are brand new as well, with a more tone of blue on the front fairing and nose cone actually. So that's a new livery actually that Cosmic was keen to present this weekend in Campillos. Further back, the battle is raging. This is here actually on top of the track. This is Ian Aikmans with Dimitri Madvev and Guillaume Bouzard. Madvev the 23 on your screen, Guillaume Bouzard 91 from the Tony car just behind into the turn number 10 on the return straight. Is battling all over the place into this qualifying heat. What's happening, guys? This is the conclusion of the day, that's for sure. And they know that there's no more room for mistakes and no more room for half positive results. Kai Sorensen, just 1/10 of a second. We thought at some point that Kai Sorensen was actually good to go with 1 full second in front of Tobias Klaasen. But look at how the gap has decreased. We're going to see the move coming up. Tobias Klaasen, he just tried into turn number 1, but it was way too fast maybe for a safe move over there. Kai Sorensen still in the lead into turn number 5. This is lap number 6. There will be 3 remaining after this one. It can be possible for the young American from Forza Racing, but Tobias Klaasen has other ideas in mind, that's for sure. He's going to be glued to him on the way down to the hairpin, and watch out for the return straight, because this is where actually Tobias Klaasen could launch an attack into the braking point. Watch out, can he actually dive on the left of Sorensen? It's not happening quite yet, but he will allow in the meantime Jan Perizowski and Ian Aikmans to get close. Oh, we could see a fantastic multi-driver battle towards the end of this race. At the moment, it's all down to Sorensen and Klassen. Klassen goes through, around the inside, and Kai Sorensen shuts the door. So he protects second position for the moment, but for how long? That's the question, because Pirinowski is just came back on his tail. And Sorensen is trying to gesture to Pirizowski, just don't attack me right now, just stay right behind me. Let's do this together, let's keep on working together, because Tom Klassen is just behind and is having none of it. Of course, Jan Pirizowski is diving through Kai Sorensen and takes second place. He knows, of course, also Jan Pirizowski that time is running out and the victory is up for grab. The second victory could be up for grab for Jan Pirizowski. Kai Sorensen very close indeed, coming to the breaking point. Watch out for Jan Ekmans in solid explanation as well further back, with Jonathan Waymat, Dimitri Matveev following in 6th. 7th place for Guillaume Bouzard. Then we have in 8th place, this is Alexander Bondarev losing a place to Enya Frey. Akshay Bora dropping all the way back to 10th. Where was Akshay Bora? Well, he's running at the top 10 as he was starting from 2nd on the grid. Well, we lost another couple of drivers from the first part of the grid. Edu Robinson dropping 9 places as well to 15 at the moment. A long list of drivers who had to retire from this race, I'm afraid. That is yet to be completely done. Tobias Klaasen in the lead, wearing the KSM Tony Kart colors on his chassis. Second place for Jan Pirizowski, the same chassis, different team. Kai Sorensen in third from Forza Racing. And as a response, as a sign shown to all the drivers, fastest lap for Tobias Klaasen is trying to pull away, and he does that 0.6 of a second now in front of Pirizowski. Oh, and a bit of enough over there at the outside of the hairpin for Jan Ekmans. It was still in 4th place, but that might cost him actually a couple of hundred of a seconds and a bit of momentum. As you can see, actually the light of the sun is decreasing on the track, sometimes make it even more difficult to distinguish who is who. But we'll make it through. One race to go after this one, and Tobias Klaasen on his way to what could be his first victory of the weekend. This is the final lap for the KSM driver. And you can see one of the satellite teams supported by the OTK Kart Group, Tony Kart chassis, but German heart, of course, the KSM Schumacher racing team, founded by the brother of Michael Schumacher, Ralf Schumacher, of course. Let's see what's going to happen. But Tobias Klaasen has shown everybody that you guys are going to have to count with me. It's good to see some of the independent teams as well being able to play at the front against the factories. That's what we like to see, the diversity of names, diversity of winners, because it gives you at the end some sort of a classification, some signs of a hierarchy to come, but it's never written in the ground, written in the stone. And a driver like Tobias Klaasen with a team of like KSM could be one of those players that no one expects, and that could actually make the life of the other drivers quite hard for the rest of the weekend. Now, this is the victory to conclude the qualifying heats of today for these two groups. Tobias Klaasen victorious in front of Jan Pirizowski, Jonathan Waymat in third, Dimitri Matveev is fourth. Then we have Jan Ekmans in 5th place, Kai Sorensen in 6th, Guillaume Bouzard is 7 in front of Enya Frey, Akshay Bora is 9, Alexander Bondarev is 10th. Then we have Arle Kiebel, Josh Herfen, Argentine, Alex Powell is 14 in front of Nacho Garcia, Ethan Noble 16, Freya Norman is 17 in front of Edu Robinson, Enzo Tan van Ischkool. Then we have Denny Kuravale running at the top 20. Just outside of it, Arthur Dorisson, then Livari Giomelito, Babayona Darius Lyonchan, Jules Roussel, Griffin Peebles, and Nico Lanalati crossing the line in 26th place. Among the drivers who retired, let's have Kimi Tani, Adam Aydek, Eric Jene, Matej De Faria, Stepan Antonov, and Gerasim Skulanov. Unfortunately for those that will have to be recovered onto the track by the team, the action and recovery team of the karting center Campillos. The drivers getting back to the Parc Fermé as the classification appears. First victory of the weekend for Tobias Klaasen for the KSM official racing team from Germany. Jan Pirizowski and Jonathan Waymat securing 2nd and 3rd. Oh, and there's a bit of an explanation over there between Akshay Bora, something that we don't like to see. Akshay Bora doesn't seem particularly happy with one of the Rookie Flynn drivers over there. And it's fair to say that actually Bora did not have the best of race, as he dropped all the way down to 9th place, as he had a bit of an explanation over there. But the young drivers have to keep themselves calm in those circumstances and not let the feelings get the best of him. Now we're gonna have a short break, ladies and gentlemen. The next race is already the next grid indeed is already ready. The last one for today. But before that, let's caught up with one of the young drivers of the junior class. Maximilian Popov was talking to us yesterday.
I think in the Belgium we can be more fast, because in the pre-final we put on the new tires, and in the final some people took new tires. They overtake me, and they were faster. In Spain I was quite fast, but it was hard to overtake, but it was only one chance in the 2 laps to go or to overtake to the 3rd place, but I didn't do this, so I finished 4th. Speed is quite good for the moment, and I think I can fight. I really like it because it's a lot of hills and up and downs, so sometimes you didn't see the corner also, and I really like it. There's not so much corners to overtake, only I think the last 3, maybe 4, so I think it's going to be strong fights.
And we're back live from the karting center of Campillos for the last race of today, the last qualifying heat of the program, as we're going to have the junior class running up the program with the group B and D. Maximilian Popov, the number 18, is on the track, is on the grid waiting. You had him on the interview yesterday. Always nice to catch up with some of the youngsters of the junior class. Maximilian Popov, who coming to Spain, is among those with a good chance to maybe get his hands on the title. Kucharczyk still your provisional leader as it stands, because we don't have a full classification yet at the end of the qualifying heat. The points, as a reminder, will be awarded starting from the pre-final. The winner in the pre-final and the winner in the final tomorrow get the points as well as the rest of the classification. But as it stands, Kucharczyk is still your leader in front of Freddie Slater and Maximilian Popov that you just had an interview. 3rd place for the Russian driver with 159 points. A couple of points, 22 actually, no, a bit less than that, sorry, from Kucharczyk in the classification. So nothing is done yet, and when it counts now for Maximilian Popov is to make his way to the pre-final, which will be always of a task starting from the row number 8. As you can see on your screen, number 18 right now, this is Popov, as we were just talking about, wearing the Turney kart colors, but it's driving for Ward Racing, the team founded by Mr. Joachim Ward, one of the strongest satellite teams, using the chassis from the OTK Kart Group. Just behind, you can recognize his colors, David Decker with the BWT colors on the Scar Republic chassis, prepared this weekend by SP Motorsport. At the forefront of this grid, waiting patiently for the last 9 laps of the day, as the track is being cleared by your team. We're going to have Thomas Stolzemanis, the 73 from Energy Corse. Stolzemanis sitting in 2nd place at the moment in the classification, and that's important that he gets a good result in this race, because he has only 1 point advantage on Maxim Orlov. Maxim Orlov is 3rd overall in the standings for 1 point. He's going to be starting from 5th on the grid, just on the same line, 1 rank behind of Stolzemanis. So Stolzemanis needs to finish in front of Maxim Orlov to secure a good starting position on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's pre-final grid. So Orlov has a mission. Maxim Rem is currently 4th in the ranking. 5th place for Enzo Delini. Perizowski is 6th. Kinder Karmabuta still 7th. And Matheus Ferreira is 8th. So Matheus Ferreira must still have a bit of a chance to get a progression into the starting grid for tomorrow. He's going to be starting on the front row of this qualifying heat alongside Thomas Stolzemanis. On your screen is Anatoly Kavalkin, the 93 from Parlin. He's going to be on the 6th row on the grid, 12th place on the left side of the track. This is the last grid, as the whistle is about to be blown. You can see the grid, and once again the mechanics about to push the drivers. One last push on the shoulder, one last small word of encouragement, and then the drivers are led to themselves, led on their own with their own thoughts and the mission at hand. Thomas Tolsemanis will be starting from pole position in this race. Matheus Ferreira by his side. Kirill Ditsiev and Edgar Ampilogov will be sharing round number 2. One victory as well for Edgar Ampilogov, and one famous victory, so to speak, in the last lap, in the last corner against Matheus Ferreira earlier today. If you were with us, Maxime Orlov and Kini Lazari are on the 3rd row. Round number 4, Nathaniel Tai and René Lammers. Dion Gouda and Adrian Malero on row number 5. Then row number 6, we have Phil McCaughlin and Anatoly Kavalkin. Row number 7, Kirill Kutskov and Freddie Slater. Interesting to have for the first time actually this weekend the 2 drivers on top of the classification in the Champions of the Future standings. Kutskov, Slater, 13 and 14 respectively on this grid. That's going to be interesting because one of course will want to finish before the other. Maximilian Popov is following with Markus Sater on row number 8, David Odeke and Domi Kakkonen on row number 9. Row number 10 we have Alberto Gonzalez and Jens Treur. Row number 11 Jan Puchu and Arthur Poulain. Row number 12 Simone Bianco and Louis Samdula. Row number 13 Nicolas Roos and Konstantin Krapin. Then we have Gabriel Lucatel de Almeida, Aaron Garcia Lopez and Archie Eric Christian, Johan Alua Oresti, Caleb Campbell and Sebastian Ng. Do we have everybody on track? I think we do. 32 of them, 9 laps. This is the last race of today, and the last qualifying heat of the junior category. And as you can see on the screen, some of the wind fins, and there's a lot of them surrounding the tracks on top of the hill, are still blowing quite heavily. So the wind is still, blowing quite strongly onto the track. And those wind fins actually gives us a good indication of the direction of the winds and how actually strong it can be, even though the wind, unlike the heat, is not so much of a influential factor when it comes to racing for the drivers. Two laps to get the tires up to temperatures, the last sector to get all the drivers together. And I wonder if we're going to go for in the first attempt actually, because some of the drivers are still dragging behind, and will they have enough time to catch up with the rest of the group? I wonder. You cannot see this outside of your screen, but let's see what the official will decide as the last fill of the day comes across, and we go again. We go again indeed. There were too many drivers at the back of the grid, just not quite close enough for the grid formation to be done properly. So we go one more time. We would have had a couple of extra formation laps today in both the OK and especially the junior class, but it's fair to say that this is a new track. These are new corners. This is a new way of doing things, and even with experience of the starting proceedings, still you have to learn the layout, and sometimes you don't just get the formation grid right the first time. And why do you think these drivers lack experience on this track? Well, because this is the first time they compete in it, for most of them actually, as history is written for the first time in Champions of the Future. Recent history, we compete in Campillos for the first time in FI Karting World Championship. We will be competing this week as well on this track. So everything is pretty new for most of the drivers, and learning the layout and getting the proceedings of the start good is one of those things they will have to master for the end of the weekend and for the next as well. This time around it's going to be good to go. The lights go out. We're racing for the last time today in Campillos. Good start for Stolsemanis, who takes Kirill Ditsiev with him in the first turn. Everybody seems to be going quite well, and someone off, unfortunately, going around outside of your screen. But Stolsemanis was able to stay ahead of the field. A good start as well from Kirill Ditsiev, who took advantage of the toe of the Pulsator to get ahead and stay in second place for Matheus Ferreira. Oh, and a bit of a problem, I'm afraid. Was it a problem for Kirill Ditsiev? No, he's still in second place. Who was that actually? Sorry, my apologies. It was the driver who in the first place crossed the track, and he had to let the others go through. It was the 135, if I'm not mistaken, as we have 2 other drivers involved in the tussle. Oh, and one of the drivers from CRG, the 63, Simone Bianco, is not particularly happy about what happened. Dome Cancun and the 139 is the other driver involved. And the 2 went together actually into the corner number 5. I think there's going to be some solid explanation on the sideline between those 2 drivers, because Simone Bianco didn't seem particularly happy about what happened. But as a result, they're both out of this race, as we had a bit of enough, and the one driver coming across the track, and he had to wait for the totality of the field to get past. It was NRC Eric Christian, if I'm not mistaken, 135. Indeed it was. So my apologies, there was no mechanical trouble for the leaders of this race. In the meantime, well, Kirill Ditiev managed to get past Tomas Stolsemanis for the lead. Here we go for the change. Stolsemanis now in the position of the chaser, but he's about to lose second place to Maxim Orlov. Maxim Orlov, winner already of 1 hit today, is taking the second place, and Tomas Stolsemanis is telling him, try not to block me, let's try to catch up with the leader, because in the meantime, Kirill Ditiev couldn't ask for more to get away and build himself a bit of a gap. Let's try to see, as they come across the start-finish straight, the 2 leaders. Tomas Stolsemanis, just 1 tiny tenth of a second. Sorry, Kirill Ditiev now in the lead for half of a second in front of Maxim Orlov now. 3rd place for Stolsemanis, 4th place for Matthias Ferreira, the number 30, being chased by Nathaniel Tai at the moment. Then we have in the rest of the ranking 6th place for Dion Gouda. Kini Lazari is 7 in front of Ampilogov. Kirill Kucharczyk is 9, and David Adeko climbing to 10th place. 2 laps in, about to conclude lap number 3 out of 9. And this is getting quite ecstatic between the young leaders in front. And this is the first opportunity for Kirill Ditiev to seal the deal and take the win in one of the qualifying hits today. A golden opportunity that he won't want to miss, the award racing driver. Here he comes. And you can see in second place, Maxim Orlov in the Parolin. Tomas Stolsemanis in 3rd. 4th place, the battle is raging. Nathaniel Tai has just managed to get away just a little bit from the pressure of Dion Gouda, who just went ahead. Oh, and side by side, and Tomas Stolsemanis, who goes ahead of not only Matthias Orlov, but also Kirill Ditiev. Maxim Orlov in 2nd place. But what happened actually to Kirill Ditiev over there? He lost a pile of positions down to 4th. I wonder what happened on the outside of the turn number 5, but we caught that up quite quickly. It seems to me that, yeah, indeed, Kirill Ditiev is in trouble. Kirill Ditiev is in trouble. I wonder what's happening over there. Is it just a driver mistake or mechanical trouble for him? But it's dropping pace and dropping positions as Matthias Ferreira just went ahead of him. Kirill Ditiev is now in 6th place, as he was leading just a couple of corners ago. And in the meantime, well, it was a golden an opportunity on the plate offered to those 2 drivers in the lead. Oh, they touch! Contact between Maxim Orlov and Tomas Stolsemanis. Wow, that was close. Actually, we came close to a drama in the start-finish straight. But Tomas Stolsemanis went for the move, tried to at least get the advantage on Maxim Orlov before the turn number 1. Maxim Orlov was having none of it, closed the door, and there was a bit of wheel banging over there, but thank God, actually both drivers managed to stay on the track. But as a result, Stolsemanis is losing pace and dropping a bit of ground. And that could actually got away and play for Nathaniel Tai. Nathaniel Tai in 3rd place. And there he goes round the inside, turn number 11. Beautifully made from the British driver, who takes 2nd place. Oh, and retirement from Freddie Slater. Retirement for Freddie Slater. What happened over there? That's a disaster for Freddie Slater, the 127, who was actually in 12th position, trying to chase and climb position. Retirement for Freddie Slater. That's a disaster for the young Brit, the European champion, who actually is wondering where to go. He needs to be close to the marshal post and stay over there on the sideline until the end of the race. But what a ton of event. This is retirement at the end of the day in this last race for Freddie Slater. I wonder what happened over there. It was just outside of our screen, but his chassis is being put on the inside line of the track. Is just on the first hairpin, turn 11, turn number 10, sorry, just nearby the building. And that's going to be costly, definitely, for Freddie Slater, I'm afraid. Now, back with the lead, and look at the some of the teammates of Freddie Slater from Ricky Flynn battling tooth and nail. This is the 33 in the mix. This is Kirill Ditiev. Actually, is going to try to make up a bit of ground. Oh, and two other drivers coming together. What's happening in this race? Who did we lose? Sorry, the 145 from CRG. This is Louis Samdula, I'm afraid, as I'm trying to see who the other driver is. But I think this is Sebastian Ng. This is Sebastian Ng, the 158 indeed. Unfortunately, we lost Ng and Louis Samdula coming together. And a big crash over there, but both drivers are on their feet. You can feel, once again, this is the last heat of the day. Drivers tend to get a little bit tired or a little bit too crazy when it comes to defending and going for positions. Some of them need the results, and sometimes it makes you lose a bit of your focus. But at the moment, the battle is still raging. Maxim Orlov leading the way for less than 3 tenths of a second now. On Ty in second, Dion Goda in third. And you can see the pile of drivers actually waiting on the sideline with the marshals. One of them is Freddie Slater. And that's a big news, a sad news in the case of the British driver, because retirement is never a thing you want to have, especially at the end of the qualifying heat. So we'll have to see for the classification. But lap 7 completed. This is the penultimate lap for Maxim Orlov. And right now he can focus on himself, because behind, Dion Goda is arresting Nathaniel Tai. Study card against Ricky Flynn. Goda is very close. Stolzemanis keeping a close watch as well. 3 drivers in the same picture. Maxim Orlov trying to pull away as well, setting the fastest lap of this race in 62.4. Half of a second now for Maxim Orlov. That could be quite enough of a mattress to stay ahead and be comfortable, especially if the 3 drivers behind him keep on battling. 5th place, Kirill Ditiev. I really wonder what happened. I think it was cut off. Oh, it was caught off guard actually by one move from Stolzemanis on the top side of the track. We didn't see that clearly, but he lost momentum on the exit of turn number 8 on the way down to the hairpin, and that's where actually that his race was pretty much over. Even though he's still in the pace, he's still in the mix in 5th place, but 1.7 seconds down from Thomas Stolzemanis in this group. So unfortunately, the World Racing driver won win a race today. He might still win a race tomorrow. We will see about that. And watch out for Thomas Stolzemanis on the inside of Dion Goda. There's a bit of a touch over there, wheel against wheel, but Stolzemanis manages to get through. Well, that was close, but he's an exchange of position. Thomas Stolzemanis goes through aggressively but firmly into third in front of Dion Goda in turn number 5. And that goes the way, of course, of both those drivers, Maxim Orlov and Nathaniel Tai, first and second, because in doing so, Stolzemanis lost momentum and couldn't quite catch up with the 2 leaders. And this will be the first victory of the day for the Paralympic driver, Maxim Orlov, on his way to his second victory, my apologies. Second victory for Maxim Orlov. One last kick of the throttle, and he can celebrate a race well managed altogether. Victory and a pensioner for Maxim Orlov. Winner in front of Nathaniel Tai. Third place for Thomas Stolzemanis in the last lap. Dion Goda in 4th in front of Kirill Ditiev. And as, shall we say, a consolation, Kirill Ditiev managed to set the fastest lap in the closing meters of this race. But still 5th place while he was leading a couple of laps before the end. Won't be, of course, satisfying enough for Kirill Ditiev. Matheus Ferreira finishing in 6th. Another disappointing result considering he was starting from the front row. Kini Lazari 7 in front of Edgar Anpilogov. Kirill Kutskov in 9. Anatoly Kavalkin is 10th. Dauda Decker is 11. Maximilian Popov is 12 in front of René Lammers, Marcus Sater, Adrian Malero, Yampu Chu, Arthur Poulain. Fionn McCaughlin is 18 in front of Jess Treur. Then we have Nicolas Rous, top 20. Outside of it, Gabriel Lucadel de Almeida is 21st in front of Aaron Garcia Lopez, Constantin Krapin, Johan Alua Orlesti, Caleb Campbell, and Archie Eric Christian. and the long list of retired drivers starts with Simone Bianco and Tomi Kankonen, who went together at the beginning of the race, in the opening lap actually. Then we had the retirement of Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez and the retirement as well from Freddie Slater, Louis Samdula and Sebastian Engé. So, ladies and gentlemen and their friends, this was the last race of today. It has been a pleasure. Qualifying heat B against D, you have the full classification as the drivers came back to the Parc Fermé for the last time today. Still very sunny here in Karting Campillos, 21 degrees Celsius still in the air, as it is 6 o'clock local time. We have a bit of a delay, but still we managed to finish within the schedule that we had. It's been my pleasure to be with you all throughout the day. I'll find you back tomorrow for the conclusion of this great karting spectacle, as I'll give you actually the rendezvous tomorrow at 10:35 local time. 10:35 will be live on championskarting.com. 10:40, the first of the 2 second chance heats, first for the juniors and the seniors. Remember, only the top 6 drivers will make it to the pre-final. Then we'll have the consolation race for the juniors, the pre-final at 12:20, and then the final races of the weekend and the season in Champions of the Future starting at 2 o'clock local time. I will see you tomorrow. Of course, the day will start with warm-up sessions from 9 o'clock. It has been a pleasure. We've had a lot of exciting races. At the moment, David Walter in the junior class has been an absolute dominant force, as he had 5 wins out of 5 races. In the senior, Nikola Tsolov managed as well a strong string of results, making him the Pulsator for tomorrow's pre-final. David Walter and Nikola Tsolov, the young men to beat in both the OK and the junior class. You'll get to see more of today's racing action in the highlights that will be posted tonight on Facebook and Instagram. And for myself, Guillaume Alvarez, I will see you tomorrow with pleasure, starting at 10:35 in the beautiful Karting Campillos. Hasta mañana!